fana ka maikutlo a lona mogoping ona.
Wees verseker dat elke inset is belangrik. Maak nie saak hoe gering dit is nie.
Ke batla ho le tiisetsa hore maikutlo a lona le mehopolo ya lona kaofela e bohlokwa ho sa kgathatse hore na maikutlo ha o ke afe
Want u
kapa wena o mang.
is hier in belang van ons kinders.
Hobane le mona kaofela molemong wa bana ba rona.
En dankie dat u omgee vir ons kinders.
Mme re lebohela haholoholo ha le kgathalla bana ba rona.
Hulle is die leiers van môre.
Ke baetapele ba kamoso.
Dankie.
Ke a leboha.
Sanibonani nonke ekuseni.
I greet you all this morning.
Igama lami Ngingu Gisela Opperman.
My name is Grace.
Gisaka Muzisa se Northern Cape.
I'm a citizen from the Northern Cape.
Ngilungi Lalele Committee, Social
Member
Development.
Of this committee, the social development.
We are here today to discuss and address the gaps and the challenges within the child care and child protection services.
Namuhla sizela ukuzokhuluma ngamagebe nenselelo ekhona odabeni lokunakekelwa kwabantwana noma ezinhlelweni zokunakekelwa kwabantwana.
And this is your time and your opportunity to let your voice be known and to identify the challenges and the gaps with us so we can address it efficiently.
Futhi ke leli nikwazi ukuthi niveze lokho okuyizinga ezikhona ukuze sikwazi ukubhekana.
So let your voice be known today. I thank you.
Siyabonga.
Goeiemôre almal. Moleni nonke.
Ke a le dumedisa kaofela.
My name is Mari Soekers.
Lebitso la- Okay.
My name is Mari Soekers and I'm from the Western Cape.
Lebitso la ka ke Marisukes, ke tswa Western Cape.
I also want to join my colleagues to say thank you for coming out on a very cold day.
Ke batla ho gema le basebetsi mmoho le nna ka ho le leboha bakeng sa ho ithaopotla mona tsatsing lena le batang.
Public hearings are a very important part of the democratic process.
Mokopi ona wa maikutlo a setjhaba ke karolo ya bohlokwa tsamaisong ya democracy.
And your presence here today is to participate in the legislation, in the making of that legislation.
Mme lona mona kajeno lena sepheo sa lona ke hore le tlo ba le kabelo bakeng sa ha ho etswa molao ona wa bohlokwa.
Legislation determines the country that you live in, and in this case, we are now determining the laws that will ensure the safety and protection of our children.
Molao ko ona hore tataisan naheng hore na re le bakae. Mme kajeno lena he re tlo shebana le molao o amang bana.
So thank you for coming, and we are looking forward to hearing from you.
Re lebohela ha le le teng mme re tlo thabela ho ikutlwa maikutlo a lona.
Good morning, everyone.
Dumelang kaofela.
My name is Dikgang Stock.
Nna lebitso la ka ke Dikgang Stock.
I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development.
Ki setho sa committee na ya social development.
I'm from the Northern Cape in Kimberley.
Ki tswa mane Kimberley hona Kapa Leboya, Northern Cape.
I would also like to appreciate that you are here today to come and listen to us and participate in the public participation process.
Ki batla ho ananela le nna le ho le leboha ha le le mona kajeno bakeng sa ha le le setjhaba mme le tlo ba le kabelo ketseong ya molao ona wa bohlokwa.
Thank you very much.
Ke a le leboha.
Good morning, everyone. I am Sitembile Mhlongo, a member of the Portfolio Committee of Social Development from Mpumalanga. I'm also looking forward for your participation and contributions to the bill. Thank you.
Ke lebeletse pele go tsaya karolo ga lona tshwaelo tsa lona mo billing eno.
Absheni.
Good morning. Are you well?
Hayi na mina nipfukile.
I'm also fine.
Ni khensa nkarhi lowu Xikwembu xi nga wu endla ku hi ta va swin'we.
I thank God for this opportunity that brought us together.
Hi mina Khensani Kate Bilankulu Magabane.
My name is Kate Bilankulu Magabane.
Akaya ni huma a Limpopo a Giyani.
My home is in Limpopo, in Giyani.
Ni va membara ya Parlamente.
I'm a member of parliament.
Ni serva aka portfolio committee ya social development.
I serve in the portfolio committee on social development.
Intsako eka mina ku mi vona mi tele hi ndlela leyi mi nga xiswona.
It is a pleasure to me to see you in your numbers.
Swa komba ku ma swi twisisa ku mfumo wa n'wina wu lava yini.
It shows that you understand what the government expects from you.
Na ku aku heteleleni hina tani hi va endla milawu na n'wina tani hi vaaki ku ta va ku ri na leswi hi nga na pride ya swona.
In the end, as members of parliament and as members of community, there will be something to show for it.
Hi langutele ku ya mahlweni ku vulavurisana na n'wina tani hi committee hi tele ku ta yingisela ku bumabumela kumbe ku hunguta ka n'wina leswi nawu mi lava ku vona ku ri xiswona.
As a committee, we have come here to come and listen to you so that we can add and reduce whatever you need taken out.
Mburisani wa n'wina I wa nkoka swinene eka hina. Inkomu.
Your contribution in the discussion is highly appreciated. Thank you.
Dumelang.
One,
Dumelang.
greetings.
Le phetse.
Are you well?
Ai re a leboha.
Thank you very much.
Lebitso la ka ke Anastasia Motaung.
My name is Anastasia Motaung.
Ke tswa ke le hona mona Gauteng.
I'm from around here in Gauteng.
Ke e mong wa leloko la committee la social development.
I'm one of the members of the Social Development Committee.
Ke deployilwe hona mona Gauteng.
I've been deployed here in Gauteng
PCO ya ka ke Dobsonville.
by my CEO in Dobsonville. PCO, pardon me for that.
Parliamentary
Constituency office.
Thank you, Chair.
So office tsa rona di Dobsonville.
So our offices are in Dobsonville.
Ke thabela ho le bona ha le tlile ka bongata.
I'm happy to see you by numbers.
Ke bona le batho ba ke ba tsebang.
I've already spotted some people whom I know,
So ke a leboha haholo.
so I'm very grateful for that.
Namisheweta yindlu vanhu lava nga la ndlwini leyi. Mi pfukile?
Greetings. Are you well?
Ni N'wamanganyi ni Jane ni huma a Northwest Province.
I'm the daughter of Mr. Manganyi. My name is Jane. I hail from the Northwest.
Ni tsake ngopfu ku mi vona mi te hi xitalo lexi mi nga ta hi xona.
I'm very happy to see you in your numbers,
Especially ku ri dyambu ra Mgqivela.
especially on a Saturday.
Na swi tiva vo tala a va ri ka Black Friday.
I know you were busy shopping on Black Friday.
Mara mi vone ku fanerile ku ri namuntlha hi ve mi ri laha.
You saw it worthwhile to come over.
Na swi tiva ku ri un'wana na un'wanyana ambilwini yakwe ku nga va ku ri n'wanuna ku nga va ku ri n'wansati hinkwerhu lavo hi rhandza vana va hina.
I know that in your heart, be it a male or female, we all love our children.
Sukuru ngwanyane komiti leyi ni nga na yona yi vona ingaku ni n'wanuna hi ku ri ni na vana va vafana ntsena manje ni lava vavanuna na vona lava nga la meeting va vulavula va nga tshami ntsena.
Maybe my colleagues with whom I am here may see me as a man because I've given birth to boys only. However, I will expect men to contribute, to speak out as well.
Because nkarhi na nkarhi I kuma hi ku girl child hi nga vulavuli hi boy child.
Because more often than not, we speak about a girl child and not the boy child.
So namuntlha a hi swi khumbangeteni hinkweswo leswi hi vulavula hi vana.
Today, let us combine both of them and then speak about children.
Na khensa.
I thank you.
Goeiemorgen, Sanbonani. Good morning.
Dumelang.
My name is Liesel van der Merwe.
Excuse me,
Liesel van der Merwe.
Excuse me, can you take away your mask whilst you are speaking?
Okay,
Can
good morning.
Put it back when you are done.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Liesel van der Merwe. I'm also a member of this portfolio committee. I am from Cape Town in the Western Cape, but my constituency is in KwaZulu-Natal.
Ki tswa kwana Western Cape ka bodulo empa ka mosebetsi wa palamente ki KwaZulu-Natal.
I want to align myself with my colleagues to thank you very much for coming to spend time with us this morning.
Ki batla ho khema le basebetsi mmoho le nna ka ho le leboha kaofela bakeng sa hore le itele ka jolena ho tla mona mo khoping mona.
We want to do the best for our vulnerable children and therefore value the inputs that you'll be giving to us this morning.
Re batla ho leka ka hohle hohle ho etsetsa bana ba rona tse ntle tse tla ba matlafatsang hobane ba thekesela ka ho re lebohela ha le le teng ho tla fana ka maikutlo a lona.
At the end of the day, we are your representatives, and what we do here and what we take back to Parliament must reflect your wishes.
Hantlentle a ke re sebeletsa lona mme tsohle tseo le di buang re lokela ho di nka di le jwale re di kgutsetse parlamenteng hore parlamente e tle tsebe maikutlo a lona.
So thank you once more. We value your time and we look forward to hearing your wisdom and your inputs and guidance as you take us through this amendment bill.
Re a leboha re nka hore boteng ba lona le maikutlo a lona ke ntho tsa bohlokwa ka hore a di ananela mme re tla thabela ho utlwa maikutlo a lona bakeng sa phetoho ya molao ona. Ke a leboha.
Good morning. My name is Bridget Masango, the member of this portfolio committee and representing this province of Gauteng. As the parliamentary process is called this particular session a public hearing, we thank you that you could come here today so we can hear from you. And as you give us your comments, may the best interest of the child be at the center of everything.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I think I'll also request the backup support that are with us by show of hands and wave to you. Sihamba nayo ne interpreters zethu ezihlezi ngapha right maziwavishe nazo.
We also got interpreters on our right. Let them wave and greet.
Sihamba nayo i-security yethu from the parliament and from here, my wave is
We
here.
also got our parliamentary security
Others are
and the
outside.
local one, they're waving, and others are outside.
Can I check from you whether are there any people that are coming from local or councillors or municipality? Are there anyone?
Ngicela ukuhlola ukuthi bakhona yini abavela kwiminyango kahulumeni ekhona la noma kwizinhlaka ezithile zikahulumeni.
Seemingly none. Wave, guys, don't be afraid. Thank you very much.
Ningasabi,
You are also welcome.
sibingelele nje, siyanibingelela siyanemukela.
Yebo. And then can I see by show of hands the social workers or people that are coming from social development department?
Social
Hey,
workers,
baningi shame. Hi.
it's many of you, thank you so much.
You must listen carefully because randomly will give you so that you answer some and give some clarities where there is a need. And also you have to answer some of other things that would be asked by the community.
Nilalelisise kahle-ke ngani ngoba ezinye izinto la ezibuzwayo so ninikeza ithuba ukuthi nisiphendule nicacise nisize umphakathi okhona.
Yeah, yesterday we were with the MEC and lots of social workers or social development workers.
Izolo besino MEC nama social workers amaningi.
So we are
sabanosuku
also,
oluhle.
we are also happy today that you have joined us.
Siyabonga nani ukuthi namhlanje nikanye nathi.
The last thing that I would like to ask from you,
Okugcina ngifisa ukucela kini.
because we are together with Anastasia, Honorable Mutaung, we will request her to welcome you and welcome us on our behalf. Thank you very much.
Ngoba sinomhlonisho umntawongo khona phakathi kwethu somnikeza ithuba ukuthi anamukele nonke aphinde asamukele kanye nathi.
Mutaung has already introduced herself that she is coming from Gauteng province.
Ubesezethulileke ukuthi uvela kuso lesifundazwe sase-Gauteng.
Dumelang hape. Really Department ya Social Development under the leadership ya Chairperson wa rona mme ya hlalefileng haholo.
So really lefapha la tlhabololo ya leago ka fa tlase ga boeteledipele jwa mme yo re eteletseng pele yo o botlhale go gaisa.
Re rata ho le amohela.
We would like to welcome you
Ke amohele le tsona di colleagues tsaka.
and also to welcome my colleagues.
Ke leboha setjhaba department, ke leboha bohle ba leng teng.
I want to thank members of the society, the department, and everyone here
Re le
present.
amohela ka letsatsi le leng hore pula ena haholo.
We are saying these welcomes on this day, on this very rainy day today.
And le tloetse mabaka a mang a lona le kgethile ho tla ho tlo utlwa hore re bua ka Children's Amendment Bill.
And we know that you have put aside some of your responsibilities to come here as you knew that we are coming to discuss the Children's Amendment Bill,
E leng ntho e bohlokwa lefatsheng ka bana ba rona.
which is something very important here on the earth about our children.
Re ile ra bona hore ntho tsena tsohle hore di kopanye re tlameile ho tla ho setjhaba sa rona.
We noticed that so that everything can fall into the right places about this, we had to come and consult with the society.
Jwale ka mantswe ana
So with these words,
re a le amohela,
you are welcome.
feeling free,
Please feel free.
le engage
Le tseng karolo
ka leleme le feng le le feng.
in whatever language you want
Le
to
ska
speak.
tshaba ho engage.
Don't be afraid to get
Re le
engaged.
committee re tlile mona re tlo utlwa hore ke eng e le batlang ho e tlatsa ho Children's Amendment Bill.
As a committee, we came here to come and listen to you so as to hear what is it that you may want to add into our Children's Amendment Bill.
So re a leboha.
So thank you very much.
Di member tsena tsa parliamente
So these parliamentary members
di ntse di ya province ka province.
have been moving from one province to the next.
Re thola batho ba bangata ba amohelang bili ena ya rona.
We find a lot of people who accept the bill, who support the bill.
So looking forward for the productive engagement.
Ka jalo re lebeletse pele go nna le motlotlo o agang mmogo le lona.
Ke a leboha.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Mutaung.
Re a leboga motlotlegi mo Taung.
Then we are not going to waste time today,
Bagaetsho ga re tle go senya nako gompieno.
but I would love also to remind you that it's only 2 days after we have launched the 16 days of activism
Ne ke batla go le gopotsa gore ke malatsi a le mabedi fela re sena go
Against-
simolola letsatsi la malatsi a le 16 la go lwa kgatlhanong le go sotlwa ga bana.
So the reality
basadi.
of the matter, we should just pull up our socks in terms of that.
Me ha re tla mo kganyeng eo re tshwanetse go tsenya marapo dinameng.
Even if I was away, I'm sure that Honorable Mataung has touched that.
Tota le ha ke ne ke seo fane fa ke a dumela gore motlotlegi mo Taung o makile ntlha eo.
Yeah, then without wasting time, I will have to maybe give you a summary of what is entailed in the amendment children's bill.
Jaanong kwa ntle ga go senya nako ke batla go lo sobokanyetsa gore molaotlhomo ono o mametleletsweng o na le eng.
Some honorable members have indicated on why are we here.
Maloko mangwe a setse a buile lebaka la go bo re le fano.
Even the previous speaker, Honorable Mutaung, has touched that.
Tota le motlotlegi mo Taung se buisa se fetileng le ena o amile ntlha eo.
Just want to summarize few things
Ke
that are
batla go
very
sobokanya
critical.
dintlha di le mmalwanyana fela.
One of them is parental responsibility.
E nngwe ya tsona ke boikarabelo jwa batsadi.
You have been given your documents in front of you,
Lo neilwe ditokomane ke tseo fa pele ga lona
which are highlighting all what I'm gonna say.
di tlhabolola sengwe le sengwe se ke tlileng go se bua.
But it will be summarized in such a manner that it doesn't waste time,
Mme
because
e tla be e le tshobokanyo fela e sa senyeng nako.
our wish is to give you plenty of time so as to get the inputs from you rather.
Re letsa gore bogolo re fe lona nako e ntsi gore re utlwe ditshwaelo tsa lona.
What is interested in this clause it's this thing of fathers that are included in the parental responsibility.
Se se kgatlhang mo polelwaneng eno ya semolao ke kgang ya gore go akareditswe borre le maikarabelo a bone.
That we know, all of us as parents, that they never had a chance to bring up their children if mothers and fathers are separated or are divorced or unmarried.
Jaaka re itse jaaka batsadi gore ga ba ise ba ke ba tsamaya ba newe tšhono ya gore ba godise bana ba bone segolobogolo ga e le gore mme le rre ga ba tlhole ba le mmogo kgotsa ba tlhalane.
Knowing exactly in our culture that when a child is giving problems of maybe some illness, you have to call him or her by clan name.
Jaaka ga re itse go ya ka setso sa rona gore ka dinako tse dingwe ga ngwana a tshwengwa ke malwetse mangwe a rileng o tshwanetse gore o mmitse ka maina a tlhaolang setso sa bone.
So at least that's a rider for the male comrades or fathers of the kids.
Eo ke ntlha e re tlileng go tlotla ka yona malebana le ba e leng banna kgotsa borra bana.
Remember, we haven't touched this thing of lobola or ukuhlawula.
Gakologelang gore ga re ise re bue ka kgang eno e ya lobola
We are not saying akungalotyolwa or makungahlawulwa.
kgotsa go duela magadi ga re re dilo tseo di seke tsa duelwa batho ba seka patela lobola.
There's nothing for mahala.
Ga gona dilo tsa mahala gompieno jaana.
You must pay for your damages.
Tshwanetse gore o duele ga o sentse.
The other thing or clause that has been included is child marriages.
Polelwana e nngwe e akareditsweng mo e bua ka manyalo a bana.
We really discourage that one.
Ga re batle gore bana ba nyale.
More especially in fact, the mothers.
Segolobogolo bomma bana.
Once your child, you see them bringing groceries, clothes, you will never ask as a mother, where do you get these things?
Ha di simola le bona bana ba lona ba tla gae ka diaparo le di-grocery ha lo botse gore dilo tse o di tsaya kae.
Usuke nje uthatha ufake ekhabhathini.
O setse o tsaya o paka mo rakeng.
Sometimes labantwana, they go together with the sugar daddies.
Ka nako tse dingwe bana ba tsamaya ba ebela mono mo ba tsamaya le di-sugar daddy tsa bone.
Or sibona utata ongathi unendlela yokuphila thina sisokola. sibone ukuthi masimthengise lapha kulo baba lo amthathe ngenkani.
kgotsa re bona ke rre o apereng sentle nkete o na le ditšhelete tsa gagwe be re tsaya ngwana rona re mo rekisa mo go ene gore a mo tseye ka nkane.
That also encourages this thing that we say it's a children trafficking.
selo seno se se dira gore go nne le bothata jo jwa gore bana ba traffickiwe kgotsa ba kgabagantswe melelwane.
Ilidishele ke kulento sithi kukuthwalwa.
E leng selo seo ka dipuo tse dingwe ba di bitsang gore ke go thwala.
Uzumthengise nakwamanye amazwe nakwezinye countries umntwana wakho.
O fitlhela e le ngwana gago a rekisetswa batho ko dinageng tse dingwe di sele.
Because you want her etshatile na kanjani.
Ka gonne re batla gore a baanyetswe go sa kgathalesege gore re ka dira sotlhe re se tlhokang gore a baanyagwe.
The bill also touches the unaccompanied abantwana esibadayisayo to other countries or to other parents.
Bili eno e gape e bua ka bana ba ba tsamaya ba sa patiwa ke ope ba gongwe re ba rekisetsang batho.
Section 150 uyayibeka kahle ukuthi akunamntwana ufanele umthathe umse to other family okanye umse to other people ungakhange ube ulandele the right procedures.
Polelwana 150 bua yala gore ga go ngwana opo yo tshwanetse gore o mo romele ko melelwaneng ka kwa ntle ka kwa go bathong ba e leng gore o dira jalo o sa latelela melawana e tshwanetseng.
Siyazi kahle ukuthi Children's Act ka 2005 iyayicacisa kahle le ndaba yokuthi abantwana fanele bakhuseleke.
Molao wa bana 205 o bua sentle gore bana ba tshwanetse gore ba sireletsege.
ECD le citizen kulisa okanye i-creech or whatever name that we are using nanzo siyakhalela ukuthi apha kulo mthetho sihlomelo zibonakala ukuthi zikhona and we discuss about them.
The ECD le tsona ka tsela e tshwanang go sa kgathatse gore di bitsa di ECD kgotsa le di bitsa di creche re batla gore di bona le sentle mo molaotlhomong ono le tsone gore di botlhokwa.
Sazi kahle ke mos ukuthi soon zizawunikezelwa over kwi-Department of Education.
Ibile ra itse gore mo bogautshwaneng di tla fudusediwa go lefapha la thuto motheo.
Mar most of us siyathanda ukuvula nje apha kuma backyard sificanisa abantwana abaningi ngoba sisithi i-department iza kufunda imali eningi.
Mme ba le bantsi ba rona ra di bula di crechenyana tse ka ko morago ga ntlo re tsenya bana ba le bantsi re be re re puso e tla thusa ka madi a go tsamaisa thulaganyo e.
Uzudu thathe ne different ages abancane abane 2 months ubahlanganise nabo 5 years.
Motho bo simola o tsa le bana ba banyane ba dingwaga tse pedi o simola o ba tlhakanya le ba banang le dingwaga di ka nna 5.
Which is not accepted.
E leng selo se se sa amogelesegeng.
Si iphill iphinda ithathe i-child protection register.
Re be re simolla gape re bua ka kgang ya child protection register.
Yona ke it's something esingayijwayelanga kahle.
Yona ibile ke selo se re sa tlwaelanang le sone.
Because as communities asize siye e police station siyobabuza ukuthi i-case ka so and so ye date ethize ikuphi nendawo.
Ka gonne re ise re ye jaaka maloko a setšhaba ko police station ra go ba botsa gore case e rileng nomoro ya yone ya re
We let
go feletse kae ka yone.
We let it go sihlala ama case aduke singazi nokuthi aphelele phina singayi even to assist labantwana to witness kwi cases zabo sithi siyesaba.
Re tlogela jalo go fitlhella e bola ka mantswe a mangwe go sa dirwe sepe ka yona re sa tlhole re tlhokomela gore go dirilweng ka bana.
Mara sibe sisazi ukuthi abantwana bayesaba ngeke bakhona ukukhuluma in front of amaphoyisa.
Exactly, that children are scared to testify in front of police.
Si community ke siyan encourage ukuthi nihambe niyokuncedisana nabantwana in cases ezinjengezi nilandelele i-case ize iphele lapho i-suppose biphelela khona.
Communities we implore to intervene and assist with the police, go as far as it may to assist these children.
Yacho ke pha ku section 111 leyo indaba ye child protection register.
Section 111 clarifies this specifically.
Iphinda ithathe i-foster care orders.
It also touches on foster care orders.
Leyo ke ihlupha imihla nezolo ukuthi umntwana angatholi foster care grant.
Through that, especially yesterday, that a child would not get the foster grant.
Yes, because sisala nabantwana bo brother bethu naba le family yethu or abo sister bethu bezi orphans kufanele ukuthi uyoba applyele foster care grant.
Sometimes we look after our late brothers, late sisters. We have to find the grant for those.
Much as in a stipulated period for ukuthi landeleke, but most of the time iya delay a court this thing.
There is a stipulated period that we need to follow, but there is a whole lot of delays in our court system.
It's worse during the time of the COVID cases, zikuki backlog on them.
Especially in this pandemic time, there's a whole lot of backlog.
But even then, as ukuthi siyeke nje ihambe, it's the right of the children yokuthola le foster care grant.
Even though we can't back down, let our guards down, we must actually intervene and help our children.
Kune drop-off centers or lezinto ngenxesha sithi orphanage. Sizibiza ukuthi zi-centers anyway.
There is also
Zonke nje.
drop-off centers, orphanages, or yeah, we call them centers in any case.
Nazo ke, they get funding if they are registered and they are established in a conducive environment for leyo purpose.
Even those, they receive funding from government if they are properly registered and they specialize in those areas.
Asikhoni ukuthi ulale namuhla uvuke ngomso uphuphu ukuthi hayi ngifuna ukuvula i-old age njengabamficanisela lapha endlini yami.
You can't just sleep today and wake up tomorrow and say, no, I need to open an old age home and then I'll pack them in I'll squeeze them in my own
Fanele
house.
ufumane i-plan and also uapply ngendlela efanelekile.
There has to be a proper plan followed and proper and efficient applications.
The other thing esihluphayo esithi sile committee sihlezi la ngaphambili esibawela ukuthi niyenze i-adoption.
What also concerns us as the committee in front of you today is to encourage you people to go for adoption.
Le adoption ke ne processes yayo ne procedure yayo efanele uyilandele. Awuvuki nje ubone labantwana behleze ekoneni ubaqokelela ubafake evenini uthi ngiyovula isikolo sabo.
There's procedures and protocols that need to be followed when you adopt. You don't just identify kids seated by the corner, you take them into your van and say, no, I'm adopting these ones, I'm going to open a school for them.
We also encourage you to visit the centers, new adopt abantu.
Siyankuthaza futhi that you visit those centers, you identify children and adopt them.
You know, when you go to those centers, ungabuya nje, ungazi ukuthi whether imoto yakho athathe babe agcwala imoto yakho nendlu yakho. The way you will feel mawubabona behlezi phaya without parents, without knowing the environment outside. Ungazwa kabuhlungu kakhulu behlela ama-Christmas bengenazo bona even lezi zinto sizidla during Christmas time nempahla bayigcokayo during Christmas. So you must please go to those centers ninike assistance that is necessary by that time.
We implore you to visit and in a way adopt centers in your areas because you would see those children that they are helpless, they are indigents, they've got no one. We're heading for Christmas, others are getting presents, are getting new clothes and so on. These ones have got no one. When you go there, you'll really feel the pain and you'll feel like how I wish I can take all of them into my car, into my house because there is a great need out there.
There is a difference between adoption and fostering a child.
There's good between adoption and foster care. There's a difference.
Oh, fostering umntwana.
Or
foster mother.
Or fostering a child as a foster mother.
Fanele sikohluleke lokho. Obo social worker bakhona la, they can assist you if you are interested to adopt a child.
We've got to differentiate and distinguish. We've got the social workers in our midst who will guide us accordingly.
If you are interested in
If you are interested in those options.
Konke lokho ke summarily kuhamba kuyouthi no kwamasipala. That's why I was asking ukuthi, is there anyone from the municipality or what committee or what councillor?
All of that hinges solely on local government. That is why I was asking, do we have any local councillor or any local department represented here?
You must remember, municipalities are responsible to give us sites for these nkulisa, and also the infrastructure belongs to them, and you know that you have to pay rates and services as manageable, of course.
Asikhumbule ukuthi omasipala, the local municipalities give us the sites, the allocated and the designated sites for these centers, and we must also run proper, they also own the infrastructure, and we must run those places and actually pay due rates and for services.
That's why this amendment, children's bill, also touches the role of the municipalities.
Ingakho lo mthetho sivivinywa ukhuluma ngqo no masipala
I-role yabo.
okubaluleka nokusebenza kwabo masipala.
Fanele sisebenzisane nabo kahle.
We gotta work together
You
nicely.
can involve even the ward councillor uyicela ukuthi visit your center and whatever center that oyivulile, so that bakwazi understand what is it exactly that you are doing.
Sidonse ne ward councillor, bring the ward councillor on board. Let them know your center. Let them see the ins and out of what you do there, so that you partner with them.
If you can look at your documents, you will see that I've tried to summarize all what is there within 5 minutes time.
Uma ngingabheka ke imbali nephethe lapho ngizobona ukuthi ngingazama ukuthi ngisonge konke okubhalwe lapho nje ngale mizuzwana emihlanu.
I was trying to assist Ukuti, maybe you got this just before singene la eholweni, and then you couldn't be able to read it from beginning to the end.
Ukuthi mawuthi mhlambe lamaphepha lawa niwathole ngaphambi baningene lapha ehholo nangaba nesikhathi sanele sokuthi niwafunde, ngase ngithi anginisongele ukuze ninazi ukuthi kubhalwe ukuthini lapho.
But I know for a fact that there are sectors, ezinithumile some of them, to come and present and submit ukuthi zithini kanye on this amendment bill.
Kodwa ke ngiyazi ukuthi khona imikhakha enithumile ukuze nikwazi ukufika nethule lapha nisho ukuthi bathini ngalokho kubhaliwe.
It can be individuals, asikunyanzela ukuthi ubuye kwi-sector, mara ungeza uzi individual and then upresente la ngaphambili.
Nabantu abazimele ngokwabo ama-individuals, you can come forward and present
There
whatever
are-
you have to bring. You doesn't have to come from a sector.
Yes, there are chairs upper in between, tina lapha in the middle.
Kunezihlalo ke lapha phakathi kwethu.
I will identify the hands, abantu bazopresenta.
Uzofuna ukubona izandla zalabo abazokwenza izethulo noma bazokhuluma.
And if you feel that what you are going to say is sensitive to such an extent that you can't talk through the mic, ngezinto ezinjalo.
Uma ubona ukuthi into ozokhuluma ngayo lapha ke ibucayi kakhulu kangoba ngiyozokwazi ukukhuluma ngayo lapha embhobhweni.
You can submit it kula tafula ene backup support.
Ungakwazi ukuthi ke uhambe uyoyethula lapha ya la kuhlezi abantu ematafuleni.
Mara, first and foremost, you must introduce yourself.
Kodwa ke mele uqale ngokuthi uzethule.
Ufanele uthi wawuqeda utsho ukuthi whether you support the bill or you reject.
At the end, you must tell us whether you support the bill or you reject. Ukuthi uyayeseka noma uyayichitha na.
Sizawuqhubeka kanjalo nje.
That is how we will proceed.
But ithi ngicele kancane sivula ama window, some of them. I-COVID ayihambanga nivile ukuthi sino 4, 5.1.1, 5 to 9 variant.
I would like the windows to be opened, as you know that there's a new variant of the COVID-19 virus among us.
Especially la, batsho kanjalo.
Ikakhulukazi labathi lana ke, they say it is here
Gauteng.
in Gauteng.
Yes. So we must keep it is social distance, and also see keep regulations ngendlela efanelekile. I'm happy that at least sitrayile
So cela ukuthi ke singasondelani silande imithetho emisiwe yonke futhi kuyangijabulisa ubona ukuthi vele asisondelene.
But mawukhuluma in the mic,
but when you speak in the mic,
you can take away your mask.
Ungakhipha isifonyo.
When you are finished, you put back your mic.
Mawuqeda ke bese uyasibuyisela.
Siyabonga ke.
Thank you.
Identify izandla ke.
Cela ukubona izandla ke manje zalabo abafisa ukukhuluma.
I can see the first hand there.
Ngiyasibonisana sokuqala ngale.
Red beret.
Ufake isigqoko esimhlophe
Esibovu. Size la. You are number 2.
And then you are number 2 ungowesibili.
You are together. So one must raise the hand.
Nje bantu babili ke kuzoba oyedwa.
You are number 2. Then you are number 3.
Number 3.
You are number 4.
Number 4.
Siqede lapha, sizawubuya
We will
sibuye
come
second
back to
round.
this side for the second round.
Especially if nilibambile ixesha umuntu waya straight to the point.
Ikakhulukazi mangasele sibambe isikhathi, umuntu akhulume ngqo lokho azokhuluma.
Then sizoza ngapha ke. Can you
And now we are moving on
drop
to
your
this
hands?
side.
How many are they now?
Zingakhi izandla?
Zingaphi izitulo lapho?
How many chairs do we have?
2. Okay,
Seven.
can we give you number 1? I mean,
Ungowokuqala.
is it number, which number are you?
Ungunumber bani?
No, not you. Menier. 1, 2, 3, 4. You are 5. You can go and sit. You are
Umnumzane
6
unumber
men.
5 ke bayisithupha bazokhuluma
Phelile
njengamanje.
itulo, sawubuya ngani, we'll come
We'll
back.
come back when you have more chairs.
Arieng, number 1. The mic, yes. Introduce yourself. When you sit down, you say you reject or you
Uzoqala
support.
ngokuzethula ke asho ukuthi ubani mayisekela phansi asho ukuthi uyaweseka noma uyawuchitha umthosivivinyo.
Short, ma'am. Thank you. Over to you.
Singaqala ma.
So, my name is Dee Blackie.
Igama lami nguDee Blackie.
I run a child protection community engagement program called Courage Child Protection.
Nginohlelo ke lokuvikela abantwana lukhuthaza ukuvikela kwabantwana.
I used to be a business consultant,
Nga-
and then
Ngangikade ngiwumuntu ke osebenza ngamabhizinisi obonisana nabantu ngezindaba zamabhizinisi.
in 2010, I was struggling with my own child challenges, trying to
Ngomnyaka
have
ke
babies.
ka-2010 nganginey'nselelo zami ke zokuthola iy'ngane.
And I saw a picture of a newborn baby girl who'd been left on a rubbish heap
Ngabe
outside
sengibona-
Soweto.
Ngibona isithombe sengane intombazanyana ekade ilahlwe ngasemgqonyeni ngaphandle kwaseSoweto.
I know she was newborn because her umbilical cord was still attached.
Ngabona ukuthi sekuyisana liqeda kuzalwa ngoba ke inkaba yakhe kade isenamathela.
And this little girl had died.
Le ngane encane intombazane yayisishonile.
I phoned all the child protection organizations in Johannesburg,
Ngafuna zonke inhlangano zokuvikela abantwana ezikhona eGoli.
and I found out that this is happening to a lot of children.
Ngase ngithola ukuthi lokhu kwenzeka ey'nganeni eziningi.
So in 2011, I helped to start a national adoption coalition for South Africa.
Ngo-2011 ngase ngisiza ukuqala ke National Coalition for Child Protection in South Africa.
And you may ask, why adoption? Well, when you've been left in a rubbish heap or a toilet or somewhere in the veld,
Ungasubuze ukuthi kungani ngibheke indaba ye-adoption noma yokuthatha kwezingane uzoyikhulisela ekhaya. Uma ke ulahle emgqonyeni noma ushiye endaweni eyindle yangasese,
and we don't know who your family is,
futhi
then
singazi ukuthi umndeni wakho ukuphi bawobani.
then the best long-term solution is for you to be adopted into a family where you can be loved and cared for.
Isisombululo ke sesikhathi eside ukuthi uthathwe umndeni ongakuzali uzokukhulisa njengengane yabo abayizele bahlale nawe ukuze ukwazi ukuthi ukhule emndenini.
I went back to university in 2013 to do my master's degree.
Ngabuyela enyuvesi ngonyaka 2013 ngiyoyenza iziqu zami ze-masters.
And when you hear the number, 3,500 abandoned children in South Africa every year, that number comes from my research.
Umuzwa ke inombolo ka-3,500 wezingane ezilahlwa eNingizimu Afrika unyaka nonyaka. Leyo nombolo leyo ivela ocwaningweni olwenziwa yimi.
I phoned Johannesburg, KZN, Cape Town, and Child Welfare South Africa. So all those child welfare organizations.
Ngafonela ke inhlangano zokunakekela izingane zase-Johannesburg, KZN, nase-Cape Town. Zonke lezo zinhlangano ezibhekene nokunakekela kwezingane.
And this was the number that they gave me of the amount of abandoned children that were abandoned into their care in that year alone, in 2010.
Yiyona nombolo ke yezingane ezilahliwe engayinikezwa ile inhlangano ezazikade zilethwe kuzo ngonyaka 2010 nje kuphela.
So I decided to do more research into what's happening to children in South Africa.
Ngase ngithathe ngenze omunye ucwaningo ngibona ukuthi kwenzakala ey'nganeni zase-South Africa.
And I can tell you that the amount of children that are abandoned, abused, neglected, exploited,
Ngingakutshela ngithi izibalo inombolo zey'ngane ezihlukunyeziwe elahliwe ke ezihlukunyezwayo ezinukubezwayo
are as bad probably as countries who are going through wars at the
zimbi
moment.
ngendlela nje nyantisegazi njengamazwe abheke nempi njengamanje.
I launched my program Courage Child Protection in 2010.
Yes.
2015.
Ngethula uhlelo lami ke i-Courage Child Protection ngo-2015.
I did more research.
ngenza olunye ucwaningo.
I found that the number of 3,000 to 3,500 children being abandoned every year was still happening in 2016, 2017.
Ngathola ukuthi le nombolo le ka 3,500 wengane lahlwa unyaka nonyaka isaqhubeka ngawo 2015, 2016.
Over and above that, I discovered that nearly 2 million children are unregistered in this country.
Phezulu ngathola ukuthi izingane ezingaphezu kuka 2 million izigidi ezimbili azibhalisiwe lapha eNingizimu Afrika emthethweni.
We have over 600,000 migrant and displaced children.
Sinezingane ngaphakathi 600,000 ezivela kwamanye amazwe nezingenazo indawo zokuhlala ezifanele lapha ezweni.
And most importantly, we have 2 million disabled children.
Futhi sinezingane ezikhubazekile ezinokukhubazeka eziwu2 million igidi ezimbili lapha ezweni.
But only 150,000 receive a grant, and only 600,000 have ever been to school.
Kodwa eziwu150,000 kuphela ezithola isibonelelo, eziwu600,000 kuphela ezikwazi ukuthi sayakufunda.
42% of our children are experiencing some form of abuse.
U42% wengane zethu zibhekana nokuhlukumezeka ngandlela thize.
82% have observed victimization and abuse in their homes.
82% wazo uye wabona ukuhlukumezeka kuqhubeka ekhaya.
1 in 3 in our children have experienced sexual abuse and rape in our country.
Eyodwa ingane entathu ezweni lethu zike zabhekana nokuhlukunyezwa ngocansi.
I have lots of stats, and I do encourage you to visit couragechildprotection.com because all of them are there.
Nginebale ningabe ngakho ngiyanikhuthaza ukuthi niyobheka iCourage Protection South Africa ngoba zonke lezo zibalo zibhaliwe khona.
Of the 1.39 million people forced into commercial sex work in South Africa,
Abantu ke aba 1.9 million baphoqelwa ukuthi benze imisebenzi yezocansi eNingizimu Afrika.
it's estimated 40 to 50% are children.
Kulinganiselwa ekutheni u40 ka 50% walabo bantu yizingane.
But at a time when child protection strategies should be focused on, and we should be prioritizing all of them,
Esesikhathini lapho ke ukuvika kwezingane kumele qhamuke namasu okubhekana nalokho futhi sikubeke eqhulwini.
adoption has declined by 53%.
Ukuthatha kwezingane ezokhuliselwa emakhaya ngabantu ke abangazali kwehlile kakhulu.
Only 1,123 adoptions took place between 2020 and 2019 and 2020.
1,000, sorry, can I have the number again?
1,123.
1,123,000 kuphela ke wabantu wezingane ezikwazi uza-adoptha ngonyaka ka 2013.
No, in 1 year, 2020, 2019 to 2020.
Ngiyaxolisa ngonyaka 2019 2020 kunyaka owodwa.
I went back to university in 2020, well, no, before that, but I got my doctorate, my PhD in 2020.
Ngiye ngabuyela esikoleni futhi ngayenza iziqu zami zobudokotela ngo-2020.
I was looking at disabled children, children with learning disabilities, developmental delays, and on the autism spectrum.
Ngangibheka ke izingane lezo ke eziphila nokukhubazeka, izingane ke ezingakwazi ukufunda kahle, ezine-autism nenenkinga ehlukahlukene ezidalwa ukukhubazeka.
I did this because UNICEF says that 20% of children in our children's homes have disabilities, which is twice what children have in normal family homes in South Africa.
Lokhu ngakwenza ngoba UNICEF ithi u20% wezingane esemakhaya okunakala izingane zinokukhubazeka. Lokho kuyisibalo esiphindaphindekile kunalesi sezingane ezikhula emakhaya azo.
I would say it's closer to 50% in my personal experience in working with children's homes around South Africa.
Lokho kuwafu noma u50% walokho engihlangabezana nakho mina ngokusebenza nezingane noma nokuvikelwa kwezingane eNingizimu Afrika.
So here's my recommendations, and thank you for hearing them.
Ngakho ke nazi izincomo zami ngiyabonga ukuthi ningilalele.
We need to make anonymous, safe relinquishment of children legal in South Africa so that abandoned children can be cared for appropriately and saved.
Kumele sibeke ke indlela ehambisana nomthetho yokuthi uma ingane ungathanda ukuhlala nayo uyihambise endaweni ethize ngendlela engeze ukudalula wena ukuthi ungubani. Lokho kumele sikwenze kuhambisana nomthetho lapha eNingizimu Afrika.
We need to stop prioritizing temporary care like foster care and institutional care, orphanages, over permanent care and adoption for abandoned children.
Kumele siyeke ukubeka eqhulwini ukunakala kwezingane ngohlelo lwesikhashana njengama foster care kanje ukuthi unakele ingane kwesikhashana kuphela kepha sibe nezinhlelo zokuthi izingane zinakekele isikhathi eside.
These children have suffered enough. They need loving, permanent homes.
Lezi ngane seyihlukumezeke kakhulu ngakho izidinga amakhaya nothando ezingahlala kuwo isikhathi eside.
As officials in the child protection system, we must stop associating formal legal adoption with child trafficking. It sends the wrong message.
Esebenzisa inhlelo zokuvikela izingane kumele sizame ukuthi sivikele masiqeda indaba yokuthi kushushunjiswe izingane ngoba lokho kuthumela umyalezo ongafanele.
We must support accredited adoption social workers who follow legal processes.
Kumele seseke osonhlalakahle abaqonde nemisebenzi yokuthatha kwezingane zokukhulisa emakhaya ngokugcwele abenza umsebenzi ngendlela efanele.
And we must stop preventing and delaying adoptions, which we know are taking anything from 1 to 2 years at the moment, mostly due to members of the Department of Social Development and the Department of Home Affairs.
Funa siyeke kubambezeleka ngokusheshsha ukuthi abantwana abathathu bohlala emakhaya ngokugcwele kwaphela siyazi khathi unyaka owodwa kemembili ngenxa yongenzi umsebenzi ngendlela efanele yomnyango abasebenzi kwezenhlalakahle kanjalo nomnyango wezasekhaya.
We must investigate and prosecute adoption services that are not accredited and who are offering services. We must go after people who are offering these services illegally.
Kumele senze uphenyo futhi silandelele sishushise labo abathatha izingane noma abaqhuba izinhlelo zokuthatha kwezingane zokukhulisa emakhaya ngokugcwele obekungalandeli umthetho ngendlela eyiyona. Labo ke kumele bashushiswe.
We must start being accountable to our children by keeping accurate statistics on all of the neglect, abuse, exploitation and abandonment of children.
Kumele siqale sibe nesibopho sokuphendula kwengane zethu phela ngoba maqonda nawo bonke laba abahlukunyezwayo abaphathwa ngendlela engafanele.
And there must be consequences for people in our child protection system who do not put the rights and needs of our children first.
Kumele bekhona kwenzakalayo kulabo ke abaphakathi kohlelo lwethu lokuvika kwezingane abangabeki eqhulwini izidingo zezingane.
This includes not giving them identification documents so that they can be registered and enter our child protection system.
Lokhu bandakanya unganikezwa imibhalo efanele njengasitifiketi zabantwana kanje ukuze bakwazi ukubhaliswa ngokufanele ohlelweni lokuvikelwa kwabantwana.
In conclusion,
2 more points, sorry. It also is about prioritizing permanent care over temporary care.
Sengiphetha ke kusamaphuzu amabili nje kuphela okumayelana nokubeka eqhulwini ke ukuthi izingane zithathe ziyohlala emakhaya ngokugcwele kunokuthi zihlale kwizinhlelo ke zokuhlaliswa kwezingane zesikhashana.
And we must stop the constructive prevention of adoption, which is happening every day in this
Futhi kumele
country.
sinqande ukuqhubeka kohlelo lokuvimba noma lokuthiya uhlelo lokuthatha kwezingane zokukhulisa emakhaya ngokugcwele okwenzekalayo lapha eNingizimu Afrika.
Thank you very much.
Ngibonga kakhulu.
Okay, thank you very much.
Siyabonga kakhulu.
Can I caution you
Ngicela ukuxwayisa
and inform you that
futhi ngikwazise
what has just happened will
ngokuthi
not again happen.
lokho kwenzekile angeke kuphinde kwenzeke.
Because she was just an icebreaker.
Ngoba ke usisi bekhuluma nje
So
bekade esaqala.
I became biased.
Ngase ngithangicheme mayikhuluma.
Go straight to the point
Qonda ngqo.
and put few points, not
Endabeni
everything.
usho amaphuzu ambalwa hayi yonke into.
Can I ask ma'am to submit whatever that you have written to the table as
Ngizocela
I
ukuthi
requested
ke
to before?
usisi konke akubhale ade ezokhuluma la
I didn't
akhamisela
want
apha
to
etafuleni.
stipulate time for you to speak
Angithandanga ngumisa isikhathi sokukhuluma.
with the hope that you will at least give other people chance.
Ngiyethemba ukuthi unikeza abanye abantu isikhathi.
This side, I haven't given enough time to
Ngapha
speak.
ke
They
anganikeza
are
isikhathi sanele
still going to
sokukhuluma.
speak.
Nisazokhuluma.
Over to you, ma'am. Thanks.
Ungaqhubeka ma.
Well, good morning, Chairperson. Good morning,
Morning.
honourable members, and good morning, fellow presenters. My name is Robin Wolfson Foster, and I'm a child protection activist.
Be fast, ma'am. Kya interpreter la. Asikuzwa kahle ukuthi uthini.
My apologies, Chairperson. I'm a child protection activist and a writer, and I am also an adoptive mom. And I run an organization called For the Voiceless, which has been tasked with giving vulnerable children a voice in this country and to advocating on their behalf and alongside them where necessary. And it's in that capacity.
Wait, ma'am. Interpret. I must remind you. Ubuya kuphi? Hey, ndiqedile leyo. There is a name of the
For the voiceless, yes.
Oh,
Ke na le mokgatlo o bitswang for the voiceless, mme ona o fa bana ba senang mahae lentswe la hore ba utlwahale.
In my short time that I have this morning, I would like to tell a few quick stories. I'd
Ka nako
like
e
to
Ka nako e kgutshwane eo ke fuweng kajeno, ke kopa ho le bolella dipale tse mmalwa.
I'd like to make two
Only one, ma'am, ne?
recommendations.
Not all of them, one.
Promise.
Okay.
I'd like to make two recommendations,
Ke kopa ho etsa dikgothaletso tse pedi,
and I'd like to talk about 4 barriers to
mme
those
ke
being
kopa
achieved.
ho bua ka dithibelo tse nne ho dikgothaletso tseo.
To start with, a story.
Ho qala ke kopa ho qala ka pale,
It's a story about Ezra.
ke pale ya Ezra.
When Ezra was 6 weeks old, he was dressed in a baby grow.
Ha Ezra a na le dibeke tse tsheletseng, o na apesitswe diphahlo tsa bana,
He was wrapped in a blanket,
o na apesitswe kobo,
and he was left in a hole on
mme
the
o la-
side of a highway.
mme o la siwa ka hara mokoti ka thoko ha mmila o moholo.
Probably not far from where we are now.
Ke a kgola e ne se le hole le moo re leng teng hona jwale.
It was in May 2020,
E ne le ka Motsheanong 2020,
during level 4 lockdown,
ka nako ya level 4 ya dithibelo tsa metsamao,
and it was midnight,
mme e ne le hara ya bosiu.
so after the curfew.
E le hore e ne le ka mora nako e thibetsweng ya ho tsamaya.
He shouldn't have been found.
O na sa tlameha e be o la fumanwa.
But on that freezing cold night,
Empa ka bosiu bo bo neng bo bata haholo,
3 homeless men heard him cry.
banna ba bararo ba senang lehae ba le ba mo utlwa a lla.
They were brave enough to risk arrest,
Ba ile ba sebete haholo hore ba lo mo nka ba sa tshwarwa,
by flagging down some police,
ka ho emisa maponesa,
and he was rescued.
mme o la pholoswa.
He was comforted by the female police officer who found him,
O ile a thudiswa ke lepodisa la mosadi le ileng la mo fumana,
and after he was treated in hospital,
mme ka mora hore a fumane thuso sepetlele,
he was taken to a place of safety where he thrived.
o ile a iswa sebakeng sa polokeho mo a ileng a hola.
It seemed like a miracle,
E ne ka ke mohlolo.
but 6 weeks after he arrived at the baby home,
Empa dibeke tse tsheletseng ka mora hore a fihle lehaeng la bana,
Ezra stopped breathing one night.
Ezra o ile a emisa ho hema ka bosiu bo bong.
They couldn't resuscitate him at the hospital,
Ba ile ba hloleha ho mo pholosa sepetlele,
and he died.
mme o ile a hlokahala.
He was 3 months old.
O na na le dikgwedi tse tharo.
Ezra is one of a shocking statistic here in Gauteng.
Ezra ke e mong wa dipalopalo tse tshosang mona Gauteng.
For every 1 abandoned baby found alive,
Bakeng sa ngwana a le mong a fungwanang a siuwe,
2 are found dead.
ba babedi ba fungwana ba hlokahetse.
I could tell you lots of stories about other children. I'll quickly mention a few that survived though.
Nka le bolella dipale tse ngata ka bana ba lahluweng, ke tla bua ka ba mmalwa ba ileng ba phela.
The reason I mention it is because even those who survive
Ke bua ka sena hobane le bao ba ileng ba pholoha,
have much to overcome.
le bona ntse ba shebane le mathata a mangata.
These aren't their real names because they are alive.
Ana ha se mabitso a bona a nnete hobane ba ntse ba phela.
I could tell you about Sihle, who spent weeks in hospital recovering after she ingested fecal matter because she was abandoned in a pit toilet.
Nka le bolella ka Sihle ya ileng a tlameha ho kenngwa sepetlele hobane a ne a jele mantle hobane a na lahletswe ka ntlwaneng.
And Tato, who was found missing part of his nose and his fingers after he'd been eaten by rats when he was abandoned in a rubbish dump.
Can I allow to relate these sad stories? Can I allow you to stop in those very,
Kopa ho
very
emisa
bad?
monana.
They are touching, I'm telling you.
Dipale tse bohloko.
Thanks, Honourable Chairperson.
Can then you come
I'll come to my point.
To the suggestions and
I mention it because
and even before we leave, ne? I
Pele
think
re
you have
tsamaya.
to come to one of us. or even to myself,
Ke kopa o tlotle ho nna.
and go to that table and leave your numbers and everything.
O tlo ye
But
tafoleng
let's
yane, o
listen
siye
to
dinomoro tsa hao.
I will do that. The reason I mention these stories, honorable committee members,
Ke bua ka dipale tsenana, ditho tse hlomphehileng,
is because we need some solutions
ke hobane
for
re
these
hloka
children.
ditharollo bakeng sa bana bana.
And the two that I believe are most significant
Mme tse pedi tse ke nahanang hore di bohlokwa haholo,
would be the insertion of a safe relinquishment clause into the Children's Amendment Bill,
ke hore ho kenywe serapa sa ho tlohelwa ha bana,
which would allow for mothers who are desperate enough to abandon their children to do so safely and not to cause this degree of harm.
e leng se tla dumella bomme ba hlopheileng haholo hore ba fane ka bana ba bona ka tsela e nepahetseng hore bana ba bona ba ske ba kotsing.
The second thing we need to do is to make sure that these children who survive abandonment get into loving family homes as soon as possible.
Ntho ya bobedi re tlamehang ho e etsa ke ho netefatsa hore bana bana ba lahluweng ha ba se ba fungwane ba fumana mahae a futhumetseng a tla ba hlokomela.
In cases that means reunification where it's possible,
Nako tse ding seo se ka bolela ho kgutletswa malapeng a bo bona,
but we're not. We need loving adoptive families for these children.
empa ha seo se sa kgonahale re hloka malapa a mofuthu a lerato a tla hlokomela bana bana.
And the sad stories that Honourable Chair mentioned that I shared, those children have all now been adopted and they're all being loved through and cared through the challenges that they've experienced through their abandonment process.
Mme dipale tsena tse pedi tsa bana bao ke le boleletseng ka bona ba bile lehlohonolo ho fumana mahae a lerato a mofuthu mme ba hola.
So very quickly, Chair, I'd like to share 4 challenges to these 2 proposals being realized.
Ke kopa ho bua ka dithibelo tse nne tse ka tlang ka pela di kgothaletso tsena tse pedi tse ke di hlalositseng.
The first is that currently all forms of abandonment, be they safe or unsafe, are illegal in South Africa.
Ya pele ke hore ho tloela ngwana hore na ke ka mokgwa o bolokehileng kapa o sa bolokehang kaofela mekgwa eno ke ditlolo tsa molao.
We propose that unsafe abandonment where the goal is to hurt or to kill a child remains illegal.
Re kgothaletsa hore ho tloela ngwana ka mokgwa o kotsi kapo hore ngwaneo a tla hlokahale ebe yona tsela e leng tlolo ya molao.
But where the goal of the mother is to save that child's life, she should be allowed to do it without the risk of prosecution.
Empa ha sepheo sa mme e le ho tloela ngwana ka tsela e bolokehileng, o lokela hore a dumellwe ho etsa jwalo ntle le ho tshaba hore o tla tshwarwa.
This would also legalize baby savers and regulate them.
Sena se tla boele se fe matla batho ba pholosang bana mme se etse hore tshebetso ya bona e be molaong.
Tragically, Ezra was abandoned 3 kilometers away from a baby saver that could have saved his life.
Ka bomadimabe Ezra o ile a lahlwa dikilometara tse 3 hole ho bapholosi ba bana ba neng ba nyaka ba le monyetla wa mo pholosa.
Secondly, we need to ensure that children get into loving families as quickly as possible.
Ntlha ya bobedi ke hore re tlameha ho netefatsa hore bana ba fumana malapa a mofuthu a lerato ka pele ka moo kgonahalang.
When I adopted my daughter, she came home at 5 months old.
Nna ha ke fumana ngwanaka eo ke seng mme wa hae o tlile ho nna a na le dikgwedi tse 3.
Now children are waiting up to 2 years for adoptive families.
Hona jwale bana ba ema ho fihla ho dilemo tse 2 hore ba fumane malapa a tla banka.
Many experience attachment problems, psychological problems, physical development problems as a result of spending too long in care.
Bongata ba bona ba le mathata a ho tlwaela malapa, mathata a kelello le mathata a mmele ka lebaka la hore ba nkile nako e telele haholo ba emetse ho fumantshwa malapa.
We need to fix the processes like Form 30s, getting birth certificates, and also holding panel sessions, which are holding up this process currently.
Re hloka ho rarolla mathata a tliswang ke dintho tse ka reng Form 30 le melao e teng tshebetsong ena hore ho lokolohe tshebetso ena e tsamaye ka mokgwa o thellang.
Thirdly, we need to challenge the misperception that the low adoption numbers mean that there's no need.
Hape re tlameha ho lwantsha tumelo ya hore ka hobaneng ha hona batho ba bangata ba nkang bana bao e seng ba bona. Sena se bolela hore ha hona tlhoko.
It keeps me up at night thinking about those 3,000 abandoned children versus our adoption numbers. Where are those children now if they're not in families?
Taba ena e nhlobaetsa boroko ha ke nahana ka bana bao ba 3,000 ba hlokang ho fumantshwa mahae empa ho sena batho ba batlang ho ba nka. Ke a ipotsa hore na ba hokae bana bao ka nako ena.
And finally, what we need to do is we need to challenge, as my colleague said, this perception that there's a fine line between adoption and the sale of a child in this country.
Hape re tlameha ho lwantsha tumelo ena eo mosebetsi mmoho le nna a buileng ka yona ya hore ho na le phapang e nyenyana pakeng tsa ho amohela kapa ho nka ngwana e seng wa hao ha mmoho le ho rekiswa ha bana.
In response to a question posed in Parliament about how many children in this country are trafficked through adoption, the Department of Social Development answered it wasn't aware of any.
Ha ho botswa parlamenteng hore na ho na le bana ba bakae ba hlokang ho fumantshwa malapa, Lefapha la Social Development le ile la re lona ha le tsebe ho na le tlhoko e jwalo.
A study in the Netherlands proved the same about South Africa. They found bureaucratic problems and loss of documents, but no evidence of child trafficking and no evidence of any other illegal practices through adoption in South Africa.
Ho na le phuputso e la etswa mme le yona e fumane ho le jwalo ya fumantsha hore ho na le mathata a mangata a tshebetso ntlheng ya ho amohela bana mme ke yona diehisang mosebetsi oo.
We are doing well. We don't need to fix what isn't broken.
Re ntse re sebetsa hantle ha re hloke ho lokisa se sa robehang.
So in conclusion, I'd like to say, in terms of recommendations, we would recommend the insertion of a safe relinquishment clause into this version of the Children's Amendment Bill to allow...
Ha ke phethela nka lakatsa hore ke re re kgothaletsa hore ho be le serapa se buang ka ho tlohelwa ha mme a tlohela ngwana hae ka mokgwa o bolokehileng a dungwelle ho etsa jwalo.
To allow for mothers who would love to save their children's lives to relinquish them safely.
Ho dumella bo mme ba sa batleng ho dula le bana ba bona hore ba fane ka bona ka tsela e bolokehileng.
We recommend that the bureaucratic processes that are slowing down adoptions be addressed.
Re kgothaletsa hore ditshebetso tse diehisang taba ya ho fumantshwa malapa ha bana di rarollwe.
And finally, we recommend that adoption be prioritized, particularly for abandoned children.
Okay. Re kgothaletsa hore phumantsho ya malapa bakeng sa bana ba senang mahae e potlakiswe.
Okay, I can see that you are shivering right now. It's emotional touching, even this one. And you have mentioned that we have written down. Do you have anything outside these ones that we have already highlighted?
No, thank you, Honourable
Yeah,
Chair.
thank you very much.
And I want to thank you because I feel very strongly that the lives of these children are in your hands and that you will handle them with care.
Please submit what you have written because it's really interesting. And thank you very much for becoming bold enough to raise all what is painful and touching. Thank you very much for your time. Thanks. Okay. Upumuntu ospraya le mic bathu. Kanti senza kanjani apha ungasondeli kule mic. I-COVID iningi la. Upumuntu. Both speakers, previous speakers, they never told us whether they support the bill or they reject the bill. The previous speaker? Yebethun asina umuntu ospraya yona sispray sihlezi la. Kanti nasi mama.
Honourable Chair and members, we support the bill but with amendments. And
Thank
the
you.
amendments we've discussed.
Yes,
Sisekela
thank you.
ibhili kanye nalezi
Both of you, ne?
ezisiyilethile.
Okay, you are together.
Sobabili.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Sanibonani.
Sawubona.
Good morning.
Uphi lo muntu osprayayo bathu ngicela hlale la. Hlala la baba, uspraye immediately umuntu eqeda. Sincede Nkosi yami. Sisaya kude
Please
thina.
spray the mics.
Hlala la baba, hlala la closer.
Sit closer.
Sanibonani, igama lami nguNomalanga.
Greetings. My name is Nomalanga.
NgwaKwaShongwe Sibongo.
Surname is Shongwe.
Ngithanda ukubonga
I would like
okuyisikhalo
to
sami
thank you.
nomkhuleko wami ukuthi
It was my
ECD
cry and my prayer that
ingene
ECD be
ningenelele
also
kuma constitution.
be part of the constitution.
As an ECD practitioner,
Njengomuntu osebenza lapha njenge-ECD,
ngisebenza ngabantwana,
I work with kids,
abantwana from the age of 2 years
children from age 2
to 6 years.
to 6 years.
Engithanda ukusho bengithanda kakhulu social development ingenele
I would-
ekukhulisweni kwabantwana.
I would like social development to be part of the
Especially
upbringing of the children,
endaweni lapho eksifuna khona kakhulu usizo kuma informal settlements.
especially in our informal settlements where
been
much
neglected.
help is needed. We feel neglected. Asinakiwe.
Asinalo ulwazi olukhulu
We don't have much
ukuthi
knowledge
neminyango yimiphi ekumele singene.
that which doors, which
Uthola
departments to
ukuthi
approach.
siyangena ujikiswe uyiswe sihanjiswe from pillar to post.
You approach this department, you send from pillar to post.
Engikusho kanjalo ukuthi ubhalisile yes si registered as an NPO.
They ask you, are you registered?
Utholakala
Yes,
ukuthi
you
khona
say, yes,
ezinye
you're
izinto
registered as an
esifunakalayo phezu kwaloko sinako.
only to be told that there is more
Ukuthi
other
singene
documents
singena kanjani
required.
ku DSD asazi ukuthi singena kanjani.
As for how to
Ungena
get
mase ufuna
registered
information
with DSD,
ezinjengaleza sinayo.
we don't have that
Bengicela
information.
ama more workshops ukuthi mhlambe nisisize.
I'm requesting more workshops that we empower
Ukuthi
us.
nisisize kakhulu ngoba kwezinye indawo bayawathola ama workshop ngazi ngapha la
Empower us with the
eJohannesburg asazi ukuthi kumele senze njani.
We hear in some other areas, other provinces. they
Engithanda
get such,
kakhulu
but not
futhi
here in
ukuthi
Gauteng, Joburg.
nikunakelele kakhulu abantwana abagcwele ezikoleni aba 3 years.
Also pay attention that there is a lot of
Almost
children at
igolo
school.
zaseSoweto kugcwele abantwana abama 3 years ezikoleni.
There's kids which have been registered,
Umntwana
who have been
omncane
registered at
ugqoka
school
iuniform
from age 3.
ayesikolweni.
They wear uniform at the age of
Ngaleso
3.
sikhathi nikhalela. Okay, excuse, ngiyaxolisa.
Ngiyaxolela.
Lalelani ke, the other thing that I have forgotten to share with you, ne, is that kune TV la.
I forgot to tell you that we are
You
video
must
recording
smile
here.
when you
You'll be
speak
on
here.
TV. Please wear smile hleka.
Mawungekafaki ibhukuza yakho la ebusweni ifake ne lipstick yonke la nto.
Put on your makeup, your lipstick and
Kuno
and rock.
YouTube, kuno Twitter, kuno
That
Instagram
YouTube,
yonke lento.
Twitter,
Manje
Instagram.
njengoba ukhuluma bakubuka abantwana bakho ku
You are
YouTube.
live on social media and your children are looking at you right now.
Yes, you must be like that. Singenzi le meeting isikhulubebe kakhulu. We started nge note ebhlungu kakhulu.
Yeah,
So
we were exposed to a lot of sad stories, but let's be jovial a bit.
So I'm sorry for the two previous speakers engatshelanga ukuthi there is TV, there is Instagram, all types of media,
I
social media.
apologize to my two previous
Right,
speakers.
Hannah,
We
ama-
are live on social media right now.
WhatsApp hana ama messages kubantwana benu
Please send
bavulo YouTube.
messages to your kids at home.
You can also open up YouTube yakho
Your
uzozibona
YouTube,
kahle pha.
and you can see
So
yourself.
ungakulingi uzibonakala ulila pha umubi.
Don't be seen crying and looking ugly. Tell
Yeah,
them you're
mara-
live.
Sizibeke zonke izinto zonke kahle.
Yeah.
Mara sizama ukuthi
And
isikhathi.
put everything accordingly, timelessly.
Thank you very much.
Siyabonga.
Bengithanda i social development.
I would like social development.
Bengicela mama Ngicela ningeneleni kakhulu
I
issue
humbly
eseyikolweni.
request, please intervene in the schools.
Abantwana abadevelop niyakhala ngathi
Kids are not developing, you complaining about us ECD
ukuthi
practitioners.
ama ECD practitioners awayenzi okulungile.
You're saying we're not doing our job justly?
Kodwa ithi ivumela abantwana abana 3 years ezikolweni.
But Department of Education is allowing kids which are 3 years into the
Umntwana
schooling
developa
system.
kanjani esikolweni ena
How
3 years?
will a 3-year-old child develop in the schooling system?
Emma, hayi. Sizazibophisa musike department.
Anginankinga.
Lalela ke.
Ngingaboshwa as long kuyiqiniso.
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi i3 years inoba ifunda kanjani esikolweni. Is it not the foundation phase le?
Esikolweni.
A
A 3-year-old, not a 5-year-old.
To a foundation. Now, I still insist, I'm talking about a 3-year-old, not a 5-year-old.
Lo muntu 3 years old usafuna ukunakekela.
These 3-year-olds needs to be looked after.
Ke uyabona lento le izala debate. Honorable members, can we listen to the speaker? Sizwe kahle uDepartment of Education nabantu abaqonda kahle ukuthi ipreparatory leyo ngoba sinama stages ngama stages njengani iCD izawuthathwa over iDepartment of Education. Asilalele ke ngeke siphinde sikuphazamise siyaxolisa.
We apologize to interrupt, but this was provoking some debate.
Ama 3 years ayahamba ngamabhasi ayezikolweni.
3-year-olds are taken on
Umntwana
buses
3
to
years, 4 years,
schools.
uyenzani esikolweni?
4-year-olds, our question is, what are they
Besicela
doing in school?
nisilwele lapho kuleyo.
So please partner with
Siyacela.
us and stop this.
Siyasebenza siyazama.
We work very hard to
Akusi
try our
business le
best.
njengoba niyibiza ukuthi business.
This is not business to us,
To
as
some
you call
is
it.
business.
Yes, to some it may
Kwabanye
be.
akusi business.
To some, it's not business.
Imagine uchacha 300 rand
Just think of someone charging 300 rand
kule area uhlala kuyo ngoba uthi abantu bahluphekile.
because you understand the socio-economics of your area.
Awutholi
People are
usizo.
poor. There is no help from anywhere.
Awukunalapho uthola khona usizo.
There is no funding. There is no grant from
Usebenza
nobody.
ngabantu okungamelanga bahole 1000 rand, 1000 rand.
You work with people who are not supposed to be earning 1,000 rand
Lokho
a
kubhalwe
month,
emthethweni.
according to the laws of South Africa.
Usebenze nomuntu ufuna imali.
You work with someone that
Kule
needs to be
300
paid
rand
monthly.
le.
There's only 300 rand here that
Umntwana
you're
kumele
collecting.
adle 2 meals
The child must
ngelanga.
eat 2
Kuleyo
meals at least
300
per
rand
day
le.
from the same 300 rand per month.
Bese ke siyavuma abantwana baye esikolweni, bayohlala esikolweni.
And yet we allow kids to go to school, 3-year-olds
At the age
to
of
go to
3.
school from the age of 3.
Labantu laba abasebenza nabo babhadalwa ngani?
These people that we work with, our colleagues and our staff, how are we expected to pay them?
Mina ngiyajabula kakhulu ukuthi nisikwazile ukusibiza namhlanje.
I am so grateful
Saba
that you
yingxenye
invited us today to
yalo
take
suku
part
lwanamhlanje lokushicilelwa
on
komthetho.
this day where you are deliberating on this bill.
Bengicela nisizeni kakhulu.
I humbly request.
Mina ngihlala endaweni lapho nawe ungabona khona ukuthi usizo luyafuneka.
I come from a
Kodwa,
place where you can clearly
22
see
years le
so much
ngisebenza
help is
emphakathini.
needed here.
Ama results okusebenza kwami ngiyawabonga ngoba abantwana ngizange ngize ngithi ngithathe i-mentality yokuthi ngifuna imali.
I've been serving my community for the past 22 years. I am
Ngifune ukuthi
grateful
abantwana
that I
bendawo
never took advantage of people. I work with local children.
Ukuthi abantwana bendawo bathole imfundo.
I want kids in my area to get education.
Imfundo ukuthi bayithola kanjani?
As for how they get that education,
Ngaphandle kosizo noma ngani
without help or with help,
kuya phambili.
we are going forward.
I'm proud to say
Ngiyaziqhenya ukuthi ngithi
ngikhulisile.
I've raised.
Namanje ngisakhulisa.
Even now I'm still raising.
Ngiyabonga.
Thank you so much.
Mamela ke ma unokunye okukhohliwe okuthi le bill kanti kuhambisana nayo offer.
You forgot to tell us
Ngiqale
whether you
ukusho ngathi
support.
ngiyabonga ukuthi namhlanje le bill ngishilo uqaleni.
Uyayibonga le bill okanye
Yebo ngiyayibonga.
uyayisupporta? Okay.
Ngiyayisupporta ngiyabonga
I thank
futhi
you
nanga.
for this bill and I support this
Thank
bill.
you very much ma. Ama-social worker akhona ke, whilst sihlezi la, uyakhona ukusondela kuwona, or wona ayasondela kuwena, it's that opportunity yokuthi ube able ukuhlangana nawo today. Masiphuma la, we can also, you can also
go out of this
nihlangane
place-
nama members, ni check ama numbers azo, because we are interested to get the update.
We can meet
after
the
this.
members and get the
Khona
contact
manje
details.
umama uMtawongo uyafuna ukuyithola lento i-contact number yakho,
Even now,
so that
Miss-
njengomuntu ohlala around la akha aye lapho uhlala khona
Ms.
bona.
Mr. staying around, she would like to get the contact details so that they can get in contact with you. Have you sprayed?
Over to you,
Can I go?
Munir. Yeah.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Jabulela Sihlalo.
There are some people who might recognize me as a former
Bakhona-
member of the Gauteng legislature. There are some people who might recognize me as an ANC activist from the old days. There are some people who
Amandla.
Thank you.
Bakhona abantu
Nyusa imic kancane baba. Kani mnyusela imic.
Ebesebenzela i-ANC,
I
abanye
was-
bendazela
okay. Is that better?
i-legislature,
Yes,
bendazela
that's better.
ipalamente.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson.
Diyabulela
There are some
Sihlalo.
people who might recognize my face from the hunger strike, which I did with Brother Solomon Mondlane last year outside the DSD.
Bakhona abantu
which,
abanondikhumbula
caused quite a
ke
stir in-
ndiye
in
sizilambisile sahamba
society.
sayoma senze i-strike sokulamba abanokhumbula ubuso bam ndenze nobrother sama ngaphandle.
Out of that hunger strike, Chairperson, a number of parents' rights organizations formed a coalition which we called PACE 50-50. I'm here today speaking as a representative of PACE 50-50. Those organizations are
50-50 ngakwesasa hunger strike kuyaphuma ki-coalition apho ke sihlala sihlangane sizokwazi uma namhlanje kule ndawo.
Fathers for Justice South Africa, Justice and Reconciliation Center, Parental Alienation South Africa, Dads in the Picture, We Are Fathers, We Are Parents Forum, Children Need Both Parents.
Abazali badinga abazali babini siyiforum ke yokuhlanganisa abo ze sikwazi sihlala.
I also stand here, Chairperson, as a heartbroken father.
Ndizoma apha ndingutata onenhliziyo ebuhlungu.
I'm an unmarried father.
Ndingutata ongatshatanga.
My daughter was born almost 8 years ago.
Intombi yami yazalwa umnyaka esibhozo eyedlulayo.
And in that 8 years, I have managed to spend 2.5 years with a court-ordered co-parenting.
Kule 8 years ndiye ndahlala ndakwazi uba ndizame ndi-co-parenta nge-court order.
And the rest of the time, Chairperson, have spent in and out of court, in and out of police stations, fighting accusations of abuse, fighting accusations of neglect, fighting
Ngelo
accusations,
xesha
every
ke-
accusation you can think of under
Ngelo
the sun.
xesha ke ndendamelana ukutyholwa nokuba ndi-abuse umntana wam ndimphathe kakuhle ndiphuma ndingene e-police station ndiphuma ndingena enkundleni ngenxa yokulwela ukuba ndibe nomntanam.
I want to try and explain to you the cost of this.
Ndifuna ukucacisela ngokuba indivise kanjani le nto.
When my child was born, the mother wanted to marry me and I refused. I didn't want to marry her.
Ngela xesha kumntwana wayezalwa umama wakhe befuna unditshata mna ndiye ndala andafuna ukumtshata.
But my child is my child and I cannot abandon her.
Umntanam ngumntanam ngeke ze ndimshiye.
So I have supported my child from birth right through. My child is at a good school.
Ndimxhasile kumntanam usaqala eselusana uze kube ngoku.
Which I had to go to court to achieve.
Ndiye ndafuneka ndiye enkondleni kuze ndiyofikela apho.
But as I stand before you today, Chairperson, I have not had a single word with my daughter for 2 years.
Ndime apha phambi kwakho sihlalo andikakathethi nomntanam iminyaka
I'm
emibini.
not allowed to speak to her on the phone. I'm not allowed to go to her school.
Andivumelanga ukuya esikolweni sakhe andivumelanga ukuthetha naye efowunini.
Mamelani bethu nani, you know?
You must
I
listen.
said before,
Ndiye ndathi ekuqaleni.
things like this one that are very sensitive. We have a case here, similar case, but that one happens to the mother. But it is exactly what you are saying here in Gauteng.
Le nto uyithethayo sinayo kumama okhe yenzeka apha eGauteng benditshilo kwezi zinto ezibucayi.
Can I request you
to move on to my points.
Yeah.
I will do so.
You
Chair.
can just raise the recommendations, and then the whole story, you can relate it to the officials. Or when we go out, we will stay behind a little bit, you can raise it. We don't want to sit here, guys. This is touching. And we all understand that as parents, these are things that are happening. That is exactly why the government decided to include fathers, because it is because of these issues. So if you are still bold enough,
I will move
just
on,
to
Chairperson.
raise the
Iyachukumisa lento
recommendations.
kakhulu. Usacela nje phansi izincomo zakho njengoba besithethile uba ungaqhubeka kodwa uze uzibhase ecaleni nakaxa ngaba sesigqibile singahlala phansi sithethe nawo uzosikwazi ukuva ubuthini. Kodwa ke besicela kwangoku
But the social workers are here. Can I request one of them to listen to you and also tell us that how is she going to assist your situation?
bendizawucela ke onye nonhlalonhle bazazohlala phansi
When you are
naye
done.
babone ukuthi ke bangakunceda njani xa sesigqibile apha.
Thank you, Chairperson. There was, before I move on, there is one very important thing I want to touch on in terms of consequences.
Ndiyabulela sihlalo kodwa ikhona nje iphamba ndihlale phansi into endifuna
In this
ndiyithethe.
process of conflict, there has been a period where suicide was a constant thought, because you get a sense that no one is listening. You are screaming into darkness, no one can hear you.
Ngela xesha ke bese singavisisana umama ke kube khona ixesha ukuthi ngaze ndizibulale.
And the research in South Africa says that in high conflict custody battles, every single father involved in every case considers suicide. How
Kuyatshiwo
bad
kapha
does it
eMzantsi
have to be
Afrika
for
kwiikhesi
fathers that
zosundayo
they get to
ukuthi
that point?
ukuthi uyakwazi umuntu ongutata ngela xesha kuba acinga alwisana abazali belwisana akwazi ukuthi afune ukuzibulala.
Now, Chairperson, I want to very briefly answer your question of do we support the legislation and the amendments to the legislation.
Ndifuna nje ukuphendula ke ngokamzuzwana ukuthi ndiyayixhasa na lo mthetho.
The short answer is the Children's Act is the only progressive family law in this country.
Umpendulo nje kulonto leyo ukuthi umthetho wobantwana yona umthetho ofanelekileyo elizweni lethu.
And so, yes, of course, we would support the Children's Act, and yes, we support amendments to the Children's Act, and that's why we're here today.
Yona nto
Because-
silapha sizoxhasa umthetho wabantwana, woyilo wabantwana.
Because the amendments that you have tabled don't go far enough. There's a fundamental flaw which I'm going to raise with you right now.
Ikhona ke into endizake ndiyithethe apha ngoku ngeli xesha sisathela phambi kwakho.
Children are born with two parents.
Abantwana bazalwa nabazali ababini.
I've not heard any of the speakers today in their suggested solutions suggest what about the father taking care of these abandoned children.
Andivanga
It's like
nesinye
fathers don't matter.
ispeaker esike sathetha ngotata. Oko kube kuthetha ingathi otata bona abahoyekanga.
Certainly, the object of handing over a child rather than abandoning them is sensible. But what about looking for the father? What about giving that father a chance to be a loving parent?
Kutheni ke ngakhe kunikwe utata ithuba naye abe ngumzali onenkathalo nothando emntwaneni.
Now, Chairperson, there is research done by Sonke, which I will refer to very briefly,
Sihlalo
which
khona
was done
kuphando elenziwe
was
nguSonke.
published in 2018. And in this publication, which the Honourable Minister referred to, when she spoke about a fatherless society,
Kule publication ke uthetha ngesociety apho bangekhoyo otata.
these are the horrifying statistics. Of the total number of families where there are children,
Kukhona ke izibalo ezithusayo.
only
Abazali
1/3 live with both parents.
Uyi-1/3 ehlala nabazali.
So we do not live in a society where married couples are the norm of bringing up children.
Asihlali ke
Society has
kwi-soci-
changed.
Asihlali kwisociety apho kusisiqhelo ukuthi umntwana uhlala nabazali abatshatileyo. Isociety itshintshile.
And this is the problem that's missed in the bill, because the bill deals with things as if couples are the norm, and it is no longer the truth. In this country, 2/3 of all children grow up in a home with either only one parent or neither of their biological parents.
Ibhili ke into iphosayo le ngoba ke ixesha elininzi emakhayeni umzali umntana uhlala nomzali omnye okanye umzali ehlele kwenye indawo.
So this law needs to provide a mechanism to guarantee children the right to both of their biological parents. They were born with that right. It should never be taken away from them.
Lo mthetho bekufanele ke wenzele ukuba uthethelela abantwana babe nelungelo elifanelekileyo ukuthi bahlale nabantwana.
I won't go into some of the other documentation I have.
Kawutolike kahle mama.
Ndiyaxolisa.
Can you repeat
Can you
yourself?
repeat please?
So that Atolike, she must talk what you
Sorry,
were saying.
yes, I was saying. I'll speak slow. If I'm going too fast, just
You're
tell me
going
to
too
stop.
fast.
Okay, sorry.
Ndiyaxolisa.
I'm saying that no child who's born should be denied access to both biological parents. That
Akekho
should be
umntwana
an inherent right of the child protected in this act, and it is not.
Akekho umntana ofanele angabi nalo ilungelo avalele ukuthi ahlale nabazali bobabini.
That's exactly what this amendment act is
Lo
saying.
mthetho ke
It's
ungowalo
supposed to
lo
be,
lo.
Chairperson, but it does not. There is
Okay.
no wording in this act that says
Okay.
that
Ayikho
Okay,
Sorry.
let me leave you. I'm sorry for interrupting you. Khuluma baba.
No
you
problem.
must carry on.
Okay. There is no wording in this act which says that courts and interventions must start from the point that the child has to have 50-50 access to both parents, and that must be protected at all costs. When
Okay.
interventions are
Sorry.
made, they should
Can
be
you be-
made in a way that facilitates
Excuse
the
me.
child's access.
Can you be a bit slower in?
Yeah, sorry, I'm emotional. I'm sorry. It's a very
Can you repeat,
passionate issue
please?
for me. So, I've lost my word. The act needs to have wording that guarantees the child's access to both biological parents.
Umthetho bekufanele uba uyabhala phansi uchaze kahle ukuthi umntana ufanele abe akwazi ukufumana abantu abazali bobabini ngokwaneleyo.
Chairperson, there is established psychology called attachment theory, which goes into the instinctive connection that children feel to their biological parents. And even abused children, and social workers will tell you this.
Bethuna ncedisani akayibambanga umema.
Will you come again, sir?
I was saying there is a psychological theory called attachment theory, which is well-established mainstream psychology. Attachment theory.
Attachment.
Okay. Which refers to the instinctive drive of children to attach to their biological parents.
Axhumane nabazali bakhe noma aphile nabazali bakhe.
Even abused children will fight to stay with their parents.
Nabantwana abahlukumezekile noma abahlukumezwayo bayakulwela ukuthi bahlale nabazali babo.
Adopted children will go looking for their biological parents.
Izingane ezi-adoptiwe zizobafuna abazali babo bangempela baphuma eziphuma okhalweni labo.
And yet our law does not make that the foundation of protecting children, and it should.
Umthetho wethu awukabavikeli lawo bantwana kulelo zinga njoba kudingeka.
Chairperson, there's another problem in this act.
Sihlalo nansi enye
There is
inkinga engiyibonile
very
ngalomthetho.
clear gender bias.
Ngibona
explain
uncike
why I say
kakhulu
that.
kubulili obuthize njengoba ngike ngasho.
In the bill, you separate out fathers and mothers.
Laphaya kumthetho sivivinyo kuyehlukaniswa kahle obaba nomama.
That means that you do not treat them gender neutrally as parents. You separate genders and treat the genders differently.
Kusho ukuthi ke niyabahlukanisa ubulili anidibanisi nibuke njengentonye njengabazali.
And that is a flaw, and that is also unconstitutional.
Lokho kunephutha futhi akuhambisani nomthetho sisekelo wezwe.
Now I want to move on to one of the very important issues, and that's called parental alienation. I'm sure you've heard this term before.
Elinye iphuzu engifisa ukulibalula elibaleke kakhulu ileli yokuthi abazali bakhishwe inyumbazana.
Now, Chairperson, if you go into the Act and you look at the list of abuses that are listed, parental alienation is not listed.
Uma siya laphayana kuma abuses kukuhlukumeza kwengane uleni lokuthi umzali akhishwe inyumbazana ayifakwanga kanti kubalekile nawo.
South Africa was a signatory to the WHO and United Nations Declaration in 2019
South Africa yasayina ku declaration ka WHO laphaya ngo 2019
that parental alienation is child abuse.
ukuthi ukukhipha inyumbazana umzali emntwaneni kuhlukumeza umntwana.
This is the law, Chairperson, to
Umthetho
live
lona
up to that commitment that
sihlalo
was made at the
akufanele
WHO.
ukuthi impela siqikelele ukuthi siyawenza njengoba sathembisa amazwe omhlaba.
You need to declare parental alienation as child abuse, so that those in the courts who want to pretend that it does not exist cannot run away from it any longer.
Ukukhipha inyumbazane umzali kufanele kube yinto yokuhlukumeza umntwana ukuze lokho abakwenzayo noma bangaqizi iqakala bazi ukuthi kuyicala.
In closing?
I'm going to just cut, I've got a lot of points here, Chairperson, I'm going to have to submit to you.
Yeah, you have to submit.
One of the issues that I think is also very important here is to make an appeal for a contact court.
Okunye sicela sicela icontact court kube nenkantolo esikwazi ukuyithinta.
Okay, to explain to you why this is so important.
Ngicela ukuyichaza kwenaba lapho.
No healthy parent can understand why a child would reject the other parent.
Akekho umzali ophila kahle ongaqonda ukuthi yini ingane ingachitha noma yale umzali osesimeni nje esikahle.
And so it requires specialist expertise, even amongst mental health care workers, to actually understand the dynamics of parental alienation.
Ngakho kudinga ucwaningo nochwepheshe abazoyiqonda kahle lento yobuzali ukuthi yenzeka kanjani ukuze umzali akhishwe inyumbazane emntwaneni.
And our society needs to build up institutional expertise in this area.
Kanjalo nemphakathi yethu fanele izihlomisise ukuqikelela ukuthi lento iyaliwa.
In other countries where parental alienation has been recognized as child abuse, part of the process of adopting that in the legal system has been to create a task force and a working group to actually become expert on parental alienation, so that you can understand it.
Abagcina bekushaya njengomthetho ukunyumbaza noma ukuhlaba ngendololwane umzali kwadinga ukuthi kuhlelwe amakomiti kuhlelwe even neminyango yabantu abasebenza bangochwepheshe abaqeqeshe babochwepheshe ukuyilwa lento iphele nya.
And then two very small points. The one is costs.
Ngiphetha nje kodwa okubalekile indleko.
The family law system is a giant money-making machine for professionals in the system.
Imithetho yemindeni la eSouth Africa yisikhondla izimzim elenza imali la eMzansi.
And we enrich professionals at the impoverishment of the parents. That money
sigcina sicebisa eyifundiswa ngezidingo zabazali.
That money should be spent on the children that are there, that the parents are fighting
Le
over.
mali kufanele ngabiye kulezi ingane eziluwayo kodwa imali iya kulezi izifundiswa ezibanga zonke lezi zinto ezinkantolo.
So we'd like to argue for a cap that is put on all family matters, that there's a ceiling beyond which it cannot go.
Sifuna noma sifisa kube nento egcinayo umuqa ukuthi imali ongayikhokha noma ongayibiza kubantu mulole ingane zihamba zigcine la.
And that cap can go a long way to reducing financial imbalance between conflicting parents.
Lo silinga noma lo muqa noma lo line uyovimba ukuthi abantu bese bethatha amathuba basizakale ngeingane ezisuke zisenkingeni.
And the other thing that's a huge problem, Chairperson, with young children is when you get an interim ruling suspending contact. In my case is an example.
Enye inkinga ngolomthetho okhona njengamanje ukuthi uma inkantolo ithe okwamanje musuxhumana nomntwana.
When you have a child who's 5 years old who has no contact for 2 years.
Unomntwana una 5 utshelwe inkantolo ukuthi ungamthinti lo mntwana iminyaka emibili ungaxhumani naye.
That is 40% of her life.
40% wempilo yakho yonke uphuciwe kuyo.
That is not an interim for the child.
Ay akusiyo into esikhashana le.
So these delays that occur are devastating to the child at a time when they need both parents because it is the fundamental time of their development. And one of the parents is missing.
Lokhu umntwana kuyomlimaza impilo yakhe yonke because kuzoba namagebe empilo la akhule khona ungekho wena mzali.
Yeah, you are
ekubeni ukhona.
repeating yourself now.
And I
You
will
are
stop
repeating yourself.
I will stop there, Chairperson.
So
I will hand my
I
documents.
appeal you, please.
Sure, no problem.
Yes, thank you very much.
Siyabonga.
You are pointing me in terms of time now. I don't know on how to deal with that. Maybe I should give you a limited time. Remember, I said we have to give this side an opportunity to speak. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Ke a leboha
Colleagues,
modulasetulo.
I'm happy to announce that
Ke thabetse
Comrade Graham
gore Comrade
has
Graham
basically covered everything
o
that I
akareditse
was here
tsohle
to
tse
say.
ke ne ke tlo di bua.
However, if
Empa
I
la ho le
can
jwalo,
take 2 minutes of your time to explain to you, as an adult child of parental alienation,
ke kopa hore ke nke metsotsonyana e mekae ho
how
hlalosa
important
fela
it
hore na
is
ho bohlokwa
for
ha
a child
kae
to have both
hore
parents
ngwana
in his
a be le
life.
batswadi ba babedi hobane le nna ke moo.
when we as children
Rona ha
are
re ne re le
told
bana,
by an alienating parent
re bolelwa ke
that
re
our
bua le
other
batswadi ba
parent
re kgetsetsa-
is
ba etsa hore re
bad,
kgetse batswadi bang ba rona,
we split our personalities,
re ba
we
le botho bo
psychologically
bong
murder
bo
our alienated
bo
parent,
kopakopaneng,
which is completely unnatural.
mme sena se ntho ya e
The
batlwang
human
haholo.
brain and the entire endocrine system of both male and
Ho
female
hlokeha hore ngwana a hodiswe ke motswadi, batswadi ba babedi,
for reproduction,
mme seo hape se
as
etsa
it has done for millions of years.
bana.
We cannot just stop loving our alienated parents.
Kgaotsa hore batswadi ba rona bao re arohanyang le bona ke batswadi ba bang.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I again request that if something has been said
Yes.
by the other speakers,
Yes.
please don't repeat it.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
And then give the chance for the interpreters to interpret.
Yes.
So as everyone can be covered.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, thank you.
Le fe ba tolokisi ba ka hore batho kaofela ba tla kgona ho utlwa.
As I mentioned, Comrade Graham did cover
Jwale
most
ke
stuff.
ha
So we from PAIN SA, Parental Alienation Intervention Network South Africa,
re tswa mokgatlong o
Support
wa
this bill.
Parental Alienation South Africa,
with the introduction of 50-50 parenting,
re dumellana
and
le
the
selekela
identification
sa hore
of
batswadi
parental
ba be le menyetla e
alienation
lekanang
syndrome,
kgodisong ya bana,
to create a task force,
hore ho hlahiswe
as has been
mokopi
done in all
wa
other first world
dipatlisiso
countries,
jwale ka ha ho entswe dinaheng tse ding,
and bring South Africa
hore Afrika
up to
Borwa
the
le
same
yona
standards
e
as the
kgeme
rest of the world,
le dinaha tse ding lefatshe ka bophara,
so that in the future
hore
we
ka
do
nako e
not
tlang
have
re ske ra ba
broken adults
batswadi kapa batho ba
function
baholo ba kgathatsehile maikutlo
like
le
myself
moyeng ba jwale ka nna
in South Africa.
mona Afrika Borwa.
Thank you for your time.
Ke lebohela nako ya hao.
Thank you, ma'am, thank you. All right. Thank you very much. Can I recognize hands from this side?
Ke kopa le phamise matsoho ka lehlakoreng lane.
Are you not together?
Ana ha le tsamaye mmoho?
You are together?
Le mmoho.
Okay. Okay, I'll give you chance.
Ke tla o
Can
fa
I give
monyetla.
Mama number 1.
Memo wa pele,
Phakamisi lapha e-counseling. Number
phamisa
2,
mo lekgotleng la tsamaiso
3,
ya masepala, wa boraro,
4,
wa bone,
5. And the
wa
chairs,
bohlano.
they said there are 6.
Ho itse ho na le ditulo tse tsheletseng.
Ziphelile ichopho lapha.
Ana ditulo di feletse.
How many more?
Ho hlokeha ba bakae?
No, how many more left?
Ho sa setse
One.
ditulo tse kae? Se le se-
Okay, that one. Mama, Mama, the
Mme,
one.
mme.
Then sizabuya ngale 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Re tla kgutlela ho lona,
iya
wena
khona
mme,
lapha
kena,
esitopini.
kena, ngwane, kena, mme.
Ushota 1, 2, 3, 4.
Re sana le ba bane ba hore ba ananelang le tla latela ha bana ba qetile ho bua.
There are no chairs now for
Ha
now.
ho sana ditulo.
It's fine.
Re a leboha.
You will be in the next group. Asiriyeke mama. Singene khona.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh.
Ke le dumedisa ka tumelo ya ka ya semosleme.
Amandla.
Ma-
Wathinta abafazi.
Wathinta imbokodo bhasop
Ngiyabonga.
uzakufa.
Wa thetsa basadi o thetsitse kotsi o tla timela.
Mina igama lami nguBetty Fatima Hlongeni.
Qhubekeka akufuni ukuthi.
Ngibuya eShawela.
Yeah.
I am from Shawela,
Soweto eWard 11.
from Soweto in Ward
Size
11.
lana ngize nama social worker wethu waseshawela office.
I'm here with our social worker from Shawela office.
Yeah, namhlanje ngiyabonga ukuthi ngithole ithuba kwesibili ngihlangana nani.
I'm truly grateful that today I'm here and I have an opportunity. It's
Siye
actually my
sahlangana
second
le
time
ePitori
meet-
eUnion Building.
meeting with you. I once met with you in Pretoria at the Union buildings.
So namhlanje ngizobonga ukuthi nami ngibeke ngiyenze ibhodla esesifweni sami ngibhodle into engiphethe kahle nengangiphathanga kahle.
Today I am here to thank you and also to inform you about what is deep down in
thina
my heart,
organis-
what is hurting me and what I'm very happy about as well.
I-organization yethu ngi-foster parent.
I am a foster parent and I am from
Ngiyabona
an
for 29
organization.
years.
And I've been doing it for 29 years.
So into engangiphathi kahle i-one.
What I'm unhappy about is just one thing.
Kunokuthi sometimes ngisebenzisana namaphoyisa Soweto wonke ama-police station.
I work with the police from Soweto in all the police stations.
Sebenza nama-social worker wonke DSD
I work
ne-child welfare.
with all the social workers as well from the DSD as well as the child welfare.
Mara kunendaba sometimes e-Fox, e-child welfare. Bathi Mam Fatima sifuna ukuthi uthathe abantwana base-DSD.
There is an issue that at Fox in the child welfare, they sometimes say, Mama Fatima, we don't want you to take children from the DSD.
Mina ngizibuze ngithi musa kunabantwana be-dustbin.
And then I just ask myself, there are no children who belong to a dustbin.
Abantwana bonke bayafana.
All children are the same.
Ngihleli nabantwana be-FCS ngiyabona for 13 years namanje.
I have been with children from the FCS for 13 years until
Balethwa
now.
amaphoyisa.
They are brought by the police.
Ngisogolile sengibathathela ama-ID abanye baqedile esikolweni.
I struggled after
Bafuna-
getting them IDs, and some of them have completed their school education.
Bafunela ibhazari kuma-Muslim.
And then I tried to get a bursary from them, from the Muslims.
Baqedile labantwana.
And these children have
So
completed
bamele
the studies.
bayephi labantwana?
Now, where should these children go?
Mina njengomzali
I, as a parent,
ngizamile ukuthi la kubekwa khona imikhukhu laba abanye sebadala.
have tried to make some shacks, because now, to say that there should be some shacks, because now they are old.
Ngibayise lapho.
And I would take them there.
Ngibizwa godmother.
They call me godmother.
Mara anginasizo engisizwa ngale gama alingifanelanga.
But I don't, sorry ma, would say, awunasizo.
Ngithi angitholi incedo ngaleyo gama bathi ngigodmother.
Now that term, godmother, doesn't
Godmother,
help me at all.
So mina ngizitshela ukuthi labantwana laba abantwana bami.
I've just told myself that these children are my children.
Kunokuthi bathi abantwana mabandlule isimo esingaka bahambe bayephi.
After these children have suffered so much and have been through so much and they say they must go, where should they go?
Mina ngize ngayocela ku-JPC ukuthi banginike indawo ngoba ngine boys and girls.
Ma, ucele kuphi? JPC. I even went to JPC and asked them for a space because I have boys and girls.
So banginikeza indawo.
And they gave me an area or space.
Ngoba sinamali senza amazuzu.
Because we don't have money, we just make shacks.
Sayocela ama-donation wama-toilet.
We ask for donation for shacks, for toilets.
Le ndawo iseduze nathi.
This place is close to where we stay.
Sithatha i-hose pipe ngoba kunamanzi kule charity level.
We use a hose pipe because there is no water in this yard.
Siyenza into engekho emthethweni. Sithatha i-extension
What we are doing is illegal. We use an extension
for amalight.
for lights
Ngoba kuna malight kule ndawo le.
because there are no lights in that area.
So ngazomosha isikhathi. Ngifuna ukwazisa futhi iParliament ukuthi kuze kanjani mina ngenze lento yabantwana eforce.
Without wasting time, I would like to inform the Parliament about how I began this foster, to be involved in the foster care system.
Bengisa abazukulu bami esikolweni eBhongo.
I used to take my children or my grandchildren to Boko High School.
Mangifika esikolweni bengithola abantwana ngebreak bamile ebondeni kanje.
And when I get to school, I would find children during break standing, leaning against the wall like this.
Bakhiya amagate.
They would lock the gates.
Abantwana banakudla.
And the children do not have food.
So ngacela mina kubo principal.
And then I asked the principals.
Mntaka 2008.
That was in 2008.
So abo principal banginika ilist yabantwana ngama class.
And the principals
offense ayingaki.
gave me a list of orphans according to their classes, saying how many orphans they had.
Ngazama ngiqale eBhongo neNgungunyane.
I started at Bogo and Ngungunyane High School.
So ngathola ilist le yabantwana.
That is where I acquired a list for the children's names.
Benginemalinyana yami.
I had a few. I had some money of my own at that time.
Ngaqala ukuphekela labantwana.
And I began cooking for these children.
Sithema sipheka manje. Sipheka kamnandi ngithi.
As we're cooking and making good food.
Abantwana basayi emakoteni.
Now the children didn't go to the quarters.
Le list principal asinike yona hayi bantwana. Sithatha abantwana be list iqala.
Okay. The children didn't go to buy food, now to buy quarters food that they could eat. They started to come and eat. And now we had a different list from the principal.
Ngipheke for 3 years.
And I cooked for 3 years.
Nama caregiver abasincedileyo baya volunteer.
With caregivers who are helping me as volunteers.
Kufikele la ikolo zonke sebesifuna ama high school bayafonelana abo principal ukuthi hey sinabantu abanceda kanje abantwana.
There came a time when the principals informed other principals that there are people who were helping children like this.
Ekugcineni kwaze kwatheni.
And what happened at the end, godmother?
Ekugcineni ke sesina 7 years phekela labantwana.
And now it has been 7 years and we've been cooking for these children.
Wafika abantu base district.
Then the people from the district
basitshela ukuthi isijabulile nathi bathi okay sizonifuna Mama Fatima ukuthi niye training.
We're quite happy about this. So they came and said, Mama Fatima, we'd like to take you to training
El Dorado Park.
At El Dorado Park.
Sahamba nama caregiver ayi2 saye training.
I went there with 2 caregivers to their training.
Basitshela ukuthi masipheka istampa simele sidliwe ngani papa or ngebisi or kanjani.
And they informed us about the food, how we should prepare the food.
Manje
this is a long story, ma.
So mama ke into engizisibhlungu siphekile for le 7 years. Wafika uGovernment.
Now what I'm unhappy about is that we've been going for 7 years. And then the government came. The government is sitting there at the corner.
Sicela ukuthi manje abantu benu ama caregiver asisafuna ukuthi nipheke.
And then they said, we don't want your caregivers to keep on cooking. The contract is over. We did not have a contract. We're just a helping hand. They said they will find the mothers of those children who go to those schools. And he said, where were these mothers for 7.5 years?
Godmother, can we request the social worker? Ikoni social worker under umama Ward 11.
Is there a social worker
Ward 11?
Who can assist the lady from Ward 11?
Ward 11.
From Ward 11. Is there a social worker from Ward 11? Where is she or he?
Nango munye ngati babili.
There are 2 of them. Yes, there are 2.
So ngicela nihambe no godmother nisabele kahle lesi story sakhe nimsize ba.
Please take
godmother mawuceda ushiye inamba yakho pha siza kunikeze yethu usi-update ukuthi usizekele kanjani.
Please take godmother, listen to her and help her. I told you, ma, it's not my first time here. At the union buildings, I relate to the same story. I'm repeating this. You take our things and don't get back to us.
awumtrust lo ohlala la
No,
Gauteng.
ngisho ukuthi ngeke ngayiraise lento.
No, what I'm saying is I raised
Awu
this
trust
before.
ukuthi ngizokunikeza ama number ethu.
Don't you trust that I'm going to give you our phone numbers?
Inkinga yakho godmother wena awubuyeli kuthi uthi ukuthi angikahambi
Your
kahle.
problem, godmother, you don't
Ulindela kube nenye meeting.
tell us that nothing is going well.
Ucela
There's
ubuyele
no
kuthi le
change.
committee
You wait for another
ingene
meeting.
2019.
This committee began its work in 2019.
Le council ingene a day before yesterday.
Then the council
Laba
only began
bahlezi.
working the day before yesterday.
Cela godmother uthatha ama numbers ethu.
Godmother, please take our phone numbers.
Ungathathela lo
You can
cha
take
uhlala la
hers.
uthathe lami.
You can take mine
Update
and
godmother
update
ngoba
me.
sihamba yonke le ndawo namanje siye Free State.
Because we are going to all these
Sizawuya
areas.
Western Cape.
We are going to the Free State
Sibuya kuma 7
and then the Western
provinces.
Cape. We've been to 7 provinces.
Ngicela update.
Please update us.
Ngicela ukukhuluma ke into yokugcina ke.
Can
All
I
right.
mention what the last item?
Nabantwana, abanye babanabo ma 11 years.
Some of these children are 11
I'm
years.
sorry next from FCS.
And I'm not getting
Ngizoncedakala
anything.
kuphi?
Where will I get
Labantwana,
help
ngihlala nabo.
for these children?
Baqedile esikoleni abanye abasebenzi.
I live with them and they've
And
completed
aniyenza kanjani?
education.
Iminyaka yabo iphezulu.
They are not working. They are
Ngizokuthi
old.
uyenza njani?
How am I
And-
going to manage?
Yeah, godmother. Yazi lento ikhulumayo ye 18 years and
Godmother,
over.
this issue of 18 years and over,
Abakhutshwayo bakhutshelwe ngaphandle.
about those children
kwi-centers.
who are told to
Ireyizwe-
leave the census,
Ireyizwe kuwo onke ama-province
has
because
been
it's still a
raised
challenge.
in all the provinces ngoba kusayinselele esibhekene nayo le.
Because labantwana abakabi ready for ukuthi bayozimela.
Because
as you
these
are
children are
saying.
not ready to be independent.
Mara gogo, kune procedure, imiqathango and i-process.
But grandma, there
You
are
can't do
procedures.
i-soup kitchen, uhlanganise ama-orphanage, uhlanganise konke lokhu.
You can't do a soup
Social
kitchen.
worker laba ngibacelile. Baza kunikeza indlela yokuthi lezi zinto uzihlulahlule.
You can't do everything. Soup kitchen,
Mina
orphanage,
gogo, ngike
everything.
ngaqala
The social
ama-projects.
workers will help you.
Mina gogo, it's just that I'm not a professional social worker. Kodwa ama-project uyazi ukuthi sifundisiwe ukuthi siwaqale
I
kanjani.
started projects before,
I've
godmother, and I'm
been
not
to
a social worker.
social department, I don't know how many years. I can't count gogo njengoba wena count 7 years. Mina it's more than that 7 years.
Nami
So
kade
ngine
ngihamba
understanding
emnyangweni.
ngale passion onayo.
Ngakho
Mara,
ngiyayizwa lento ekushisa
kunendlela
ngaphakathi.
ofanele ukuthi abantwana babe registered okanye as projects zakho
But there is
zibe
a procedure
registered.
of registering these
Uzothola
children
usizo, i-funding lebe
so
sikhulume ngayo.
that you can get the funding that we're talking about.
Uhlanganise nalomthetho okhoyo phaya othetha nge-partial centers.
You must
And-
also use the partial census.
Le ngikhulume
and
ngayo ngathi yi-drop off, ngathi yi-old
which
age home,
refers to
yi-orphanage home.
drop off, orphanage, old age home.
Mara usiripotele ukuthi akuhambi kahle sincedise kuphi.
But reports to us of that saying that things are not going well.
Unganeli
So we
usibone
can
union
help you.
buildings only.
Don't only go to the union buildings
Ungakhulumi ngoba
and
sokhohlwa
not
thina iningi le
speak
ndawo.
because we are going to forget.
Mara siyafuna usizakale
But we do
njengamanje.
want you to get help right now.
Okay, gogo ndikunika nje ke ucedelele.
Ngisho
Gogo,
ukuthi
you can just
i-certificate
wrap up.
nginazo.
I
Hayi
have
ukuthi lento
certificates.
sihlanganisa endaweni eyi-one.
We don't do
So
this
singisho
thing
ukuthi,
in
yeah,
one
orphanage
place.
ingapha.
One is on
Because
this
like,
side.
ngapha yile nto yilento engithetha
The
ngayo.
other one is over there on the
Yabona,
other
naku
side.
siyahlanganisa.
We are
Bangifune
working with all of
i-certificate
them.
ezinje nginazo, i-certificate.
I
Bafuna
have
nama-permit, nginazo, zonke
certificates. I
i-certificate.
have permits.
Hayi ukuthi uma ngikhuluma nge-7 years ngisho ukuthi le 7 years ngina more than 30 something ngirana le
It's
nto
not
le.
just been 7 years, it's more than 30 something years. I've been running this thing for
And
more
manje
than 30
sitshela
something
ukuthi
years.
thina siyahlala nisukile le union building ane kube nibuyila nina nibuye futhi kithi
You say
ngoba
we-
seniyenza into ngathi into
We
zepolitiki.
just relaxing and
We
you
are
go.
after 5
Ma,
years
ngicela-
anibuyanga kithi.
Ma, ngiyacela ngiphithuka kancane, ngiyabonga. You just stay there in the union buildings and then you say that we are the ones who are not reporting to you.
Kumele nibuye kithi.
You must come
Kumele
back to
nibuye
us.
kithi ningenzile njengamapolitiki.
Don't
Kuyohlala
be
nje
like
after 5 years
politicians
khona nibuya
and
kithi
wait for
futhi.
5 years, then come back to us. No,
Ngiyala.
no, I'm refusing.
Okay. Gogo, godmother.
Godmother.
Ithi ke sondela kancane. You
Please
know
come
what?
forward.
Akho suppose ukuthi ma umuntu eqeda ukukhuluma okanye whoever is speaking ngikhulume immediately ne. Mara ndi worried because I might forget it.
I'm not supposed to speak immediately after a speaker has spoken, but I'm worried ukuthi ngase ngikhohlwe.
Mara gogo makubuya any department or anyone from the parliament.
But when another department comes to the public, even if it is not us,
wazi ukuthi iparliament liphinde labuyela kini.
you must know that the parliament came back to
Even
you.
ourselves asizilawuli.
We do not.
Siyanikwa ukuthi sihamba ama permission.
We are not
So
in
kungabuya
control.
any other
We are
department
told where to go. So another department can come,
or amanye amalungu eparliament.
or other parliamentary members. members of parliament.
Ufanelekile ke understand ukuthi angeke maybe sibuye masinya
Ngakho kubalulekile ukuthi uqonde ukuthi it might not be us who will
That's
come
why
back.
sicela ukuthi at least uthatha ama numbers ethu or uthathe any of the numbers umuntu that you think.
That is why we ask you to take our numbers. I'm going to take your numbers.
Mine is available 24/7.
Ezami ngezivulwe amahora awu 24.
Ngizoyinikeza la
Noma yini.
emphakathini wonke.
Ngizonika wonke umuntu inamba zami.
Ngicela ke gogo kodwa njengoma sesifikile ama social worker ngicelile ukuthi aphume la ngaphandle kancane.
But grandma,
asabele
I asked the social worker, so
and then
please
athathe
wait
ama numbers
outside.
akho enze follow.
Take your numbers and do a follow up.
Wena ke sizawunxumana.
We are going
Usinike
to
updates.
contact each other with regards to updates.
You don't want to see us as abantu abanganikezi isikhathi ne?
Asifuna ukuthi nisibone njengabantu who don't
But
give people
due to
time.
i-COVID regulations,
Kodwa ke ngenxa yomsonqubo
we
ye-COVID,
can't sit Saturday sihlaze imini yonke kuze
asikwazi
kushaye
ukuchitha umgqibelo wonke kushaye 8 ebusuku sihlezi la.
sifanele siphane ikhathi.
We have to be
Masiphuma ke gogo
wary
mawubona
of the
ukuthi
time.
khona okunye okukhohliwe or ofuna ukusubmit
If there's anything that you've forgotten,
uzise masiphume.
Grandma, you can wait for us when we are done.
Masiphuma sinikeze sam or maybe uzawucabanga ezinye izinto
Or
ngoba
when we are done, at the very end, even if there's something else that you're going to think about, you can come to us at the very end.
okay siyabonga gogo.
Thank you, Grandma.
Gogo
Thank you.
Mfatima godmother.
Gogo Fatima, godmother.
Usupportile gogo lo
Gogo, do you
mthetho?
support the bill or?
Gogo
Gogo,
usupportile le bill size nayo offer kanjani?
do you support this bill? I support 100%.
All right, thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Siyabonga.
Okay.
Dumelang kaofela.
Greetings, everybody.
Ke thabela ho le bona and I'm very much happy.
I'm very happy to see you.
Bona le le teng. Lebitso la ka ke nna ke di bone Montsojang
My name is Kiriboni Mosajwang.
from Bramfisher.
Go tswa ko Bramfisher.
Ke ward committee
I'm a ward committee member
ya social le health
of
ne?
social and health
portfolio. So
Excuse
I'm
me,
very much happy
excuse me.
ho bona le le teng today because we've been working very hard.
I'm very happy to see you here because you've been working
I
very
was
hard.
fortunate hore ke be bohlale hore ke kgone ho kopana le batho ba di hobot because they are the ones ba kgonang go kena to each and every house.
I'm very happy
le
that
matata and everything.
I've been able to
So
deal with
I
the
can say
people
ke
who
bile
are.
bohlale hore ke kgone ho kena mo bona and ke bile bohlale hore ke kgone go buisana le batho ba
Chance.
Oh, okay.
Mnikezi
Sorry. Ke lebetse. I'm very much happy to see you all.
Sorry, I've forgotten about that. It's just that I'm so elated to see you all.
All right, and then ke bohlale ne.
I'm very smart. I must
I'm a
tell you.
hardworking lady.
And ebile ke motho o dirang
A
ka
very
natla.
hardworking
Ke
lady.
dira ka natla, ke a go bolella.
Because ke kgonne hore ke kene to the robot, batho ba ile hore ba kgona ho kena to each and every house.
Because I've been able to go to the robot, that is the people who are able to go
And then
from
ka
house to
kgona-
house.
Ka kgona ho sebetsa le bo di CDW.
And then I've been able to work along with the ECWs,
the brigade.
the brigades.
And by the time ke dutse batho ba di researchers,
And by the time when I was
When
sitting,
they
the researchers, when they came,
Bare no, kunabantwana bashonayo lana eBramfisha.
They say that there are children dying here in
And then I had to
Bramfisha.
take over.
Mme ke ne ka tshwanela ke gore ke
Ka
tseye
kena
marapo.
mo gare gore I'm going
Then
to work
I
with
went
you.
right in to see what I could do.
So that to understand gore why bana ba tshwantse ba shwe
E le gore ke tlhaloganye gore why should children die
mo Bramfisha.
in Bramfisha.
So for now, gore ke be mo this portfolio.
So for me to be here in front
Mo
of the portfolio
e ke leng go
committee,
yona, e mphile monyetla wa gore ke kgone go understand that the differences ya ntho tse di ngata.
this has given me an opportunity to understand the differences between a number of things.
Because ha ne ke le mo le shortage.
Because when I was there,
Wa bona land is a problem.
there's shortage of lands because
Land is
lands are
much-
a problem.
Ebile problem because nkebe re sa shorta ka ntho tse ngata because
Land became a problem because we couldn't have run short of quite a number of few things.
ne go tla batho ba di NPO batho ba ileng gore ba batla go sebetsa.
We had people from the NPOs coming and these people needed some job.
And then ha ke re ke botlale ke bile ka kena ko ba di crèche ka tseba di forum.
And then when I say I'm a smart person, it's because I went into the ECDs and then I learned the forums.
Gore di forum tsa rona tsa mo Bramfisha di kae and then to communicate le bona mathata a bona.
As to where are the forums in Bramfisha so that I could communicate to them the problems that I've seen.
Ke berekile le forum tse 2.
So I have worked with
tsa
2 forums in Bramfisha.
Tsa di ECD so that to get and grab mathata a bana or what is go etsagalang.
Of the ECD so that I could grasp and understand children's problems as to exactly what is happening.
So child health and mortality prevention ya ko Vets consortium. E ke ile ka kena mo yona le yona e ile ya nthusa haholo hore ke kgone ho bulega ke be brighter. Ke
Otherwise-
kgone ho understand dintho.
The organization that deals with the preventing of children mortality really helped me a lot because they helped me to understand what is going on so that I could actually find some intervention of some sort.
So Bramfisha is a problem place.
So Bramfisha ke lefelo le le nang le mathata.
Mo eleng gore re shota ka mathata a mangata. It's like arena di facilities mo eleng gore dintho di ka etsahala.
We've got a lot of problems and it's because we run short of facilities where we could run things.
Painful part ke gore o kile wa bona o le mo that portfolio and then people come with the papers ba na le di NGO but you cannot do anything.
Have you seen a
because of the
problem where
land.
you belong to a debt portfolio and people come to you with a lot of papers? You look at them, but you find that you just can't do anything.
Ba batla land where the offices no ke pelo ya ka e botlhoko because ke go tsamaile batho ba ile gore nkebe ke ba thusitse but because I didn't have an office mo eleng gore there was ne go tla koloi batho ba tswang ko China
They were
come.
looking for a site. I couldn't
Mo e
help
leng
them.
gore-
This pains my heart because I've seen people coming, driving cars, seeking for help. I couldn't be able to help them because I didn't have an office. And some of these people coming toward me are even people from China.
China people, they came, they wanted to help bana ba ileng gore ke di disability and then ba ileng gore they wanted to give them the cars.
These
Mo e leng
people
gore
wanted to
ba ka
help
kgona
children
ba-
with disabilities. They actually wanted to give them cars.
Like the wheelchair,
Eh,
ba
that
ba
is-
tsamayang ka di wheelchair.
That is the wheelchairs.
So go faila ho bana le space gore isitse ko tlase because I so wish le now because now we've got the new councillors ba ile hore re tshwantse re sebetse le bona. We don't know gore we still go re tla ba thusa yang ne.
So we failed because of not having facilities like
Yes.
offices, and we are still trying to see how can we render help to these ones.
My plea ke gore I so wish gore re ka bana le an open field space mo eleng gore all the NPOs and NGO di ba to one space mo eleng gore each and every person to help gore re thuse mphakati wa rona re
So
tla
I
tseba
wish-
gore
So
just
I wish
go
we can
to
have a
which
piece of a
place.
land where the
Yes.
NGOs and the NPOs can come so that we can be able to collectively help the people who come to us seeking for help.
ba kgone go kry-a di-container maybe ke ba di fofu ba anything man ba be one place
For
E seng
them
gore
to
o
be
mong
able
a be
to
kwa, o mong a be
get
kwa.
some containers, because some of them are visually impaired people. They could all come to us instead of finding them scattered all over around when they're seeking for help.
And then that will do the thing go Bramfisha. we didn't have the land. I've been fighting for land for clinic because now we even use the container clinic, and then that is not enough. We don't even have a manager.
Ke
We
ntse ke
don't
lwela
even-
gore re nne le lefatshe le re ka agang tleliniki ko go lona ko Bramfeature mme ha re kgone go le bona tota re dirise le container e re e dirisang jaaka tleliniki.
So ke utlwile mathata a mangata a bana as ke bereka le batho di Hobart, ke berekile le batho ba Champs ba ileng gore ke bona ba kenang go dintlo.
So I had a lot of problems because I work with Hobart and other people, especially those who are able to go from house to house.
And then problems about tubale ke di thata, like ngwana ke ntho engwe e leng gore you cannot even o kgone go kena because she or he is afraid of talking
And then
sometimes.
their problems are very serious because when you have to deal with the child, sometimes you are not able to walk into the place because they themselves are even afraid to talk.
They cannot talk because they are afraid of mme wa gage or ntate wa gage ba le mole.
O
So-
fitlhela ba tshaba go bua ka
Eh.
lebaka la gore ba tshaba mama a bone a le fano fa le papa a bone a le fano fa.
So for now, or ke sebetse le di Hobart, they go in and they think maybe I'm holier than them. And then they bring all the problems go nna.
Ka
And
jalo,
then
being able to work
Eh.
with the Hobart has helped me because they seem to think that I'm holier than thou. They are able to come to me and then listen when I tell them the problems.
So my problem is one, ke kopa fela gore batho ba parliament ha ba le teng. We are happy to see you.
Ka jalo,
I'm very much
bothata ba ka bongwe fela ke ne ke kopa gore
e reng ha re tlisa
Sorry,
mathata.
sorry, Chair, I was just asking, what is Hobart? Maybe.
Di Hobart ke di home-based care.
Eh,
Ba e leng gore ba
ha di
bereka
tsebe
ko
ha
ntlong.
Hobart, ha bue ho-
Eh, home-based care. Ba ba berekang ko tleliniking.
so these Hobarts are the home-based care people who are working in the clinics.
Eh. O right ya no mama.
O siame ma?
So ke batla hore re be o right kaofela.
I want us to understand and be
Okay.
all okay about this.
In conclusion.
And then le mo social mara o tsebe motho wa Hobart.
So you are from social, but you don't even know a person or Hobart.
So yeah, so ke ne ke re fela ke a leboga and then ke tlo e amogela, but ke amogela ka mabaka a itseng.
So I wanted to say thank you very much, and I do support this bill, but on condition,
Ha le ka re thusa ko Bramfeature.
if you can please help us in
Because
Bramfeature,
re shota ka ntho tse dingata. Ke
Because-
tsamaya le di brigade. Yes, the brigade.
because
ya
we
ko
run
rona.
short of so many
E
things. I'm
berekang
with the
le-
brigades, accompany me.
E berekang le maponesa.
We work with
Ke
the
na le
police,
CDW ko Bramfeature.
ECWs
We're trying
in
to help mara
Bramfeature.
because of arena di land e leng gore eng. I've been fighting le moriri wa ka o white gona
So
nou.
we've been fighting a lot because we
So
don't have
I'm
facilities
trying
in
to help,
Bramfeature.
but I
I've
don't
even
know
turned
how.
gray because of these problems.
Eh, so bana ba bangata they are being abused. Ba go boima, so we say we must not talk about things tse e leng gore di utlwisa bohloko,
So
ne?
many children
But
have been
I need
children
a
have been
help mo e leng
abused.
gore
Even
I
if
will
you
go
did
to
say
one
that
of
we
them
must
and
talk about, we mustn't
ka
talk
yona
about
ntho e.
two sensitive matters.
Because this sensitive, so I don't want to talk about them.
So,
here.
ka
But
jalo
ne
di
ke batla
sensitive,
fela hore le tsebe hore dintlo tse tshwanang le wa bona ba ha e le bo Snake Park, bo Bramfeature, bo eng. Those people are suffering.
I just
haholo.
wanted you to know that
They
you know,
don't take them
Bramfeature,
serious.
Snake Park, and other
Ba
places.
nagana gore no,
These people are suffering a lot.
Ke di squatter camp,
And
they
in the
cannot help.
squatter camps, and they also think like that to themselves because they live in such like areas.
So we need help. We need help.
So re tlhoka thuso,
Seriously.
re tlhoka thuso,
We need help
re
mo
tlhoka
lona.
thuso mo
Maybe
go
you
lona.
may just help us gore no go to. Sometimes you just visit ko Bramfeature.
Ha le ka kgona go
You
re
come
thusa,
and
le
visit
etele ko Bramfeature, le
And
tle
then
go
re
bona.
kgone le nka re le tsamaise re le bontshe gore here is the challenges tse re kopanang le tsona.
And we can take you on a tour to show you where we actually are meeting up with challenges.
Because ki yo ngwana ke a mmona ke na police station.
Ka lebaka la
point
gore-
number 1.
Because sometimes I can see a child right here, something is happening, we don't even have a police station.
So iba process etele di social worker di few like social worker ka se bereke from phase 1 to phase 4 di ntaba mtlhophele di eng ili 1 each if u batla social worker ngwana ki yo weditswe metlholo mo how can you o tshwantse founele one person ke
It
tsa
becomes
kae,
such
o
a
bereka?
long process because we don't have enough number of social workers. When something has happened to the child, you don't even know who to call or what to do. But that is the challenge that we are facing.
So Renali challenge, I'm a what committee, my darling?
So
All
we've
right,
got
all
a lot
right.
of challenges. Ke le lokela ward committee, my
All right,
darlings.
uzwile ngoba ubuya la ezonini yakho, that's
Yeah.
why.
What
So,
committee, my darling?
yeah, my darling.
Unchebe kgantla ke.
Yeah, you must,
Yes.
you must look at me very nicely.
Okay,
very
thank you,
carefully.
thank you very much.
Ra go leboga, mana, ra leboga.
Can I proceed? Nka bua. Okay, Papa. All right, over to you, Ma.
Ke a leboga mogadisi.
Thank you very much.
Ke leboge ntlo e tletse.
I thank the full house.
Ka lebitso ke Pearl Mpho Malope.
My name is Pearl Mpho Malope.
Ke le managera wa thuto ke matla preschool
I'm the manager at Thuto Ke Matla Preschool
mo saeteng ya Bramfisher Ntabamhlophe.
at Bramfisher in Tabamhlope.
Ke emetse thuto ke matla e leng yone center ya rona.
I'm here representing Thuto Ke Matla, which is our center.
Ke emetse forum ya Bramfisher as a whole.
I'm also representing the forum of Bramfisher as a whole.
Ke le vice chairperson ka tlase ga chairperson Me Onika.
I'm also the vice chairperson under the chairperson, Mayor Onika.
Ka tlase ga mabaka ha kgona go ntla because ba na le di-graduation.
She was unable to make it today because she's attending graduations.
Ke rata go leboga ntlo e tletse, kgotsong.
Thank you very much and hello.
Ke tla simolla ka tsa Bramfisher ka gonne ke romilwe. Ke tla simolla ka tsa forum, nka se be motelele.
I will start with issues from Bramfisher because I've been sent and I won't be long.
Ke simolla ka tsone tsa ECD.
I'll start with the ECD issues.
Kutlwile sebui sa boraro. A bua ka bana ba ileng gore ba ya sekolong ka 3 years.
I heard the third speaker speaking about children who attend school from 3 years.
Ya go ntse jwalo, la go ntse jwalo gongwe site ya bone ba nka 3 years.
Yes, it is so, and maybe in some areas they start at 3 years.
Rona ko rona ke 4.5.
In our area, it's 4 and 4.5 years.
Re utlwa botlhoko because re createile mesebetsi.
We are hurt by this because we have created jobs.
Gore re thuse motse otlhe gore le bone ba thole mesebetsi, bana ba rona ba ske ba tlhoka mesebetsi.
Because we are trying to help the whole community to have employment so that their kids or their offspring have work.
Go tlisa go botlhoko go bona bana ba ya sekolong e le bo babynyana ba khapiwa ke bo babynyana.
It is very hurtful to see very young children going to school accompanied by other children.
Ko sekolong ba ba tsaya, and then at the end of the day mo rona ba bua gape ba tswa sekolong ka bo 1 ba tla gape ko di-creation tsa rona rona ga ba charge.
At the schools they take them, and at the end of the day they come back to us at the creches at around 1 p.m. and we charge them.
Nka re ke rona re le batswadi re sa batle go patela gape di-creche le rona re le di-creche gongwe re na le di-service tse sa tshwaneng, but at the end of the day le ko sekolong ha re ba fa the foundation phase e leng gore e concrete ba shebile bale ba botlhale ba ba tswang ko Onika or ko Mpho daycare or ko Sesi ba le bala gore
ba ko morago they are suffering.
I would say that it's a problem of parents who don't want to pay crèche fees, but it's also an issue of crèches that offer different services. But at the end of the day, when we have offered the children foundation education, when they go to school, now the schools check the clever children that they favor, that are perhaps from Mpho's crèche or Onika's crèche.
Ke rata gore o ka re ba ka re fa bana ba re ba godise re ba thuthuse ba santsane ba batla go anya.
I wish that they would let us have these children and let us raise them as they are still young and still need care.
Cheka ba kile ba bua gore 6 years they must go to school. Rona re ile ka 7 years. We started survey at age of 7. Let these kids ba tswa ko di crèche ba ye ko skolong at the age of 5 years a lo tshwara 6 ka June. A go be jalo up until bana ba batho ba thole mesebetsi.
The way it should be is that these children should go to school at 6 years. We started sub-A at 7 years. So these children must be allowed to attend crèche until they are 5, 10 and 6, then only then should they be allowed to go to school.
Leloko le tletse ke rata go supporta the Bill of Rights. I agree with a Bill of Rights. Ke etsa le di-edition.
I wish to say that I agree with this bill with some additions.
Modulasetulo o buile mafoko a mangwe.
The chairperson, you have said some words.
Gane o simolla
when you started.
Ke ratile mafoko a mangwe gore re tlhokomelane re tlhokomele le bana.
I liked what you said when you said we should care for each other and care for our children.
Re tlile fa go tlo le utlwella ditletlebo tsa lona.
You said you are here to listen to our complaints.
Ke tsone ditletlebo tsa rona modulasetulo.
And these are our complaints, dear
Ke tlo tsena-
chairperson.
ke tlo tsena mo di-social working batho ba ba sebetsang le rona ka bokgabane.
I want to now talk about the social workers who work with us.
Menyako ya lona e farologane.
Their doors are different.
Go na le wa partial certificate.
There are some for partial certificates. NPOs.
The narrative ko Pretoria yalo yalo.
Narratives in Pretoria and so on.
Menyako ya lona e farologana le ka dijara, e farologana le ka di-months.
The roles are also different according to years and months.
Fela ke batla gore ke utlwa botlhoko ka di-certificate ha di expireile.
But what hurts me is when certificates have expired.
Nna sa ka ke le Mpho sa thuto ke matla se expireile ka nako e thata ya di-COVID ka di 5 sa February 2020 e leng yone partial.
Mine as Mpho expired at a very difficult time in February 2020 during COVID, and it is a partial certificate.
Ke mathile Pretoria, ke mathile di office.
I ran up and down Pretoria in all the offices.
Ki screenilwe bo memo ba ka bantsi ba di social worker tsa ka di tseba go ke sebetsa le tsona di ne di screenilwe before. I've got all the papers to them, but we are waiting only for the screening tsa di practitioners.
I've been screened, and so have all the social workers that I work with. They have been screened as well. I have all the paperwork, and all we need is, sorry ma?
All we need is to have the screening papers for the practitioners.
Oh, okay. All we need now is the screening papers for the practitioners.
Yes, ma'am. And it's so difficult to get the re-register ya certificate sa 2021 or 2020 up until 5 years because of I'm running short of those things. But I'm still running Pretoria even now. I ke di told. Ke kopa tle ba re inele matsogo mo metsing ha ke ba fa dipampiri di felletse ba ske ba ba difficult for rona because they do such us.
I'm still running up and down Pretoria, still fighting hard to get my certificate renewed for 5 years. I just appeal that they show some mercy and accept the papers as we show them.
Ka nnete ke a itse ba sebetsa and then ha ra tshwanna go ba le rona re be kromo site e nngwe o se kwa feleletsa dilo tsa gago re tla boa re ba fa bana ba batho ba screening
I'm
Ba ske
not
ba ba
saying-
difficult.
I'm appealing to them not to be difficult. We will provide them with the papers once the screening has been done.
we know we must comply with the rules
Ra tseba hore tlameha ho latela molao.
ha ke buelle thuto ke matla fela ke buella di-ECD kaofela as long as we submit the right papers.
I'm not only speaking on behalf of Tutoke Matla, I'm speaking on behalf of all the others as long as we submit the right papers.
Ke a tshepa gore re utlwagetse re lla ka bana ba ileng ko sekolong ka nako e seng yone re teng ke bua ka dipampiri tse re di submitang ka bokgabane re kopa tlhe bulang menyako for rona tšhelete di a fela ra kgarakgatsega ra kopa
I'm happy, I hope you have heard my appeal. I was addressing the issue of children underage going to school and also the issue of you letting us submit papers, the ones that we have in the proper manner. Please open the doors for us. We are still running up and down, but we will not stop, we will not give up. We are in this.
re tlo le kenya mo our year plan
We're going to put you in our year plan
ya di-forum
for forums.
gore re re ga re na le meeting re kope o mongwe from leloko la socially o mongwe from the municipal o mongwe from environment gongwe ba tle ba faya ka njalo ba tle ba tlo re thusa bo UIF ba tle ba tlo re thusa.
We will, this is so that when we have meetings, we can call you from the social department, from UIF, so that you can all come together and help us.
Ya le gona no re ditse di stipulated tsa tšhelete ha re se re di thole mara we are paying UIF.
Even now, we have done stimuli for money, but we have not received them, but we are paying UIF.
Ra kopa batswadi ba rona
We are appealing to you, our elders.
a se gore ha le sebetse
It's not that you are not working.
la re berekela ra le berekela a re tshwaraganeng
You are working for us and we are working for you. Let us just come together.
ke a tshepa gore re utlwagetse ke tla ka mo saeteng ya ka jwanong ke fedise ka di-ECD ke tla ba bolella gore ke tsamaile sentle. I've got the paper, I'm going to tell them, I'm going to read at home. Seriously, ke tla ke ba fe the mandate, the everything e leng fano.
I'm now
That's
going
a
to talk
feedback.
about my issue. I will deliver the message that I have the papers and I will read them and go through them and give them the report.
Mempo ke motho o ratang bana
Me,
thata.
me as Mpo, I'm a person who loves children.
Ke tlo a tlhahla fela hanyane.
I'm
Ke na
just
le
going to
dinepe
touch here
tsa
and there.
baby nyana mona.
I have pictures of a baby here.
Nna pleke ya ka a ke- e kgethilwe.
My place was chosen.
Ke leboga Modimo ka yone taba e.
I thank God for this.
This is my passion.
This is my, ena ke thato ya ka e kgolo.
E sale ke ratile bana ke ntse ke gola.
I've always loved children as I was growing up.
Modimo a mpha ngwana segole.
And God blessed me with a child with disabilities.
Ka rata go sebetsa ka digole.
And then I loved working with children with disabilities.
Unfortunately, zange ke be le bana ba digole mo Bramfisher, but they were few.
Unfortunately, there were very few children with disabilities in Bramfisher.
But ke ne ka etsa creche.
But then I started a creche.
Se ke se ratang ke se ke
What I like
godisitse ngwana wa 5 years.
I raised a child of 5 years
O ne ke mo thola ko hospice.
who I had obtained from hospice.
Bana ba bane ba nthata.
These children loved me.
Koko wa bone a nthata.
Their grandmother loved me.
Bana ba ne ba bitsa lebitso la ka ko lapeng.
The children called my name at home.
The girl today is 20 years old.
The girl today is 20 years old.
Mara ke na le go sokola ka tšhelete ya foster grant.
But I sometimes suffer with obtaining the foster care grant money.
Ke tlhalositse gore le department tse di different la bereka a re ke ne mo child welfare aba child welfare ha ba ile di-court le ba di-court ba bereke le bone sentle ba seke ba re drekela dilo.
As I've mentioned, there are different departments. Is it possible for the child grant department to work together with the department of the court so that there is a smooth transition of processes?
Refilo Kgodile, she's doing Form 5 now.
Refilo is now doing Form 5. She's a grown lady.
Ke a ipotsa potso gore ngwanaka ka se sebaka ha tlo ya a phapasitse ke kopa thuso gore Refilwe a seke a sokola mo ditshwanelong tsa ditšhelete go ya pele.
What I am appealing is for Refilo not to suffer when she grows in obtaining the money that she needs, the grant money that she needs.
Ke ikopela thuso because I'm aware at the age of 18 kwa khathega.
I'm asking for help because I know that at the age of 18 there are limitations.
Ya no ba gaetso ke a feta mo Refilwe ke na le lesea le lentšha le le tlileng ka 7 days. Lesea le ke na le lone ka se sebaka ke na le dipampiri tsa road ya healthy but hana certificate.
I'm now going on to the issue of the 7-month-old baby that I have. The baby has a road to health clinic card.
Me,
but she doesn't
Mama,
have a birth certificate.
Kgotso, ayate.
Ayate motswadi wa.
Remember kaloku unalabantu emva kwakho. Ngicela kaloku ukuthi zizwakele izicelo zakho lezi zinto that you have challenges. Ngeke siwabalise onke lamabali ne.
Thank you, my chair.
Sesizwile
certificate sa ngwana o. She's
I
9
just need
months.
help with getting the child's birth certificate.
Yeah, okay. Ungasubmit khona la. Thank you very much. All right, kusele bangaki lapho? There were hands ebezilapha yangemuva. Asizeni ke. There are still more hands. Besininikile ama numbers. Can you come and sit la ezitulweni?
Please come and occupy those chairs as per your allocated numbers.
Okay.
Ziphelile izitulo lapho? Can I see other hands zokugcina ne?
Last
You
round
will
of
be-
hands, please.
You will be number 1, Sesi. You will be number 2. You will be number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, Mama. 8, 9. How? Angin pointanga kanti. Mama, I'm saying you are number 8. 9, 10. Oh, 11, 12 wabapha. Siyazwana ne? Mara wabheka kuphi? Okay, it's fine. All right, okay. Ngikunothile. I think ndikunikizile number ne? Didn't I give you a number?
Everybody has received the allocated numbers for presentations.
Andinikezanga nina noyi-2. We said number 10, then 11, 12, 13 lapha emuva. Uphakamisele ntoni? I gave you the number nje.
You got your number right? Thank you.
I'm cautioned here that Andy Cole, I will say user friendly and also rigid enough. but I don't want to be. Ngiyacela abantu bakhulume bangene to the point, and then last ngebill mos. I even said umuntu ona something very sensitive afuna ukuthi afumane usizo kuyona, ukhona ama social worker up. Siwabonile sizawa introducer even after. Ahambe aye kuona ngqo. Ngizenga ofara ukuthi we will leave in numbers zethu for you to update us, get the progress on your challenges nezinye nezinye. Kodwa asincedisane bathu.
Let's work together. Let's be time conscious. Get straight to the point. Specific matters, the social workers here will also give our numbers for you to update with us later with progress and so on. So please, let's work together here. Get straight to the point.
And I requested you not to stay longer than the 2 hours. Manje seyidlulile due to e-COVID regulations.
COVID regulations don't allow us to stay here for long.
That's why I'm standing up now. Nibona ukuthi hayi noko aniniqhubi kahle kodwa ke
So
I
I
will try
decided
my
to stand
level
now
best.
just to show you're not working together with us.
Masinikeze ke laba umuntu into eseyithethiwa ngayiphindi.
Don't repeat what has been said, please.
Okay, over to you.
Sanibonani.
Good,
Igama lami
greetings.
nguZanele uPromise wakamsibi.
My name is Zanele Promise Msibi.
Ngibuya laphayana eDeep Kloof.
I hail from Deep Kloof.
Enkulisa ebizwa ngokuthi iPhakamisa Isizwe Daycare Center.
From Pagamisa Sizwe Daycare Center.
Lana njengoba ngimile ngime ngebill engizofuna ukuthi iamendwe. It's not about mina kodwa kungumntwana lo engisebenza ngaye.
It's not about me, but it's about the child.
Ngizoqala laphayana ku parental responsibilities.
I'll start with parental responsibilities.
Iyasithasha kakhulu thina siyinkulisa singabantu abasebenza einkulisa. Masibona ukuhlukumezeka phakathi kwamama nobaba bengazwani kunengane ngaphakathi ubaba azophuma ekhaya azohlala egateini alinde ukuthi umntwana aphume ambone
and wait for the child to come out of the gate for the father to see the child.
Just because akakhona ukuthi aye endlini ayombona umntwana.
Simply because it's prohibited to come into the house to
Ngathi
see his own child.
Umthetho mawuthatha ithatha isinqumo angaba considera kakhulu nabo abobaba ngoba umntwana.
Let the law be considerate also to fathers.
Yes, because umntwana abazali bakhe ubadinga bonke.
Because the child needs both parents.
Irrespective ukuthi baqabaneleni umntwana akazi lutho.
Irrespective of what was the bone of contention, the child is clueless.
I will go there with child marriages. Laphayana ku bill yethu ku page number 5.
On our proposed bill, page number 5.
Ngizosusa lo ya May.
May I remove that word may?
Kube must.
And replace it with the word must.
Akumelanga abantwana bethu bashade bese bancane
Our
akumelanga.
child should not be allowed to get married prematurely or at a younger stage.
Noma ngabe umntana wakho uyambona ukuthi uyakwazi ukuzigeza izitsha uyakwazi ukulithanyela
Even
ibala
if a child can
musa
clean up the
ukunikela
house,
ngaye.
cook, clean up everything, please don't sell your child. Don't give away your child.
Ibhodle indlala ibhodle nabantwana bakho iba
Rather
inkukhu
suffer with
faka
their
abantwana
own
bakho
children
ngaphansi kwamakhwapha
like a hen.
bakhule kahle abantwana.
Protect them under your own wings and raise them up.
Ngiye lapha yana ku child ngiye lapha ku early child development.
I'll go to early child development.
Ziningi izinto ezifunekayo kithi singabantu bama crèche.
things are
Ziningi
required
kakhulu.
from us as
Mina ngalesikhathi ngimele zonke lezi zinto ukuthi ngibe nazo abantwana ecrèche babulawa
Yes,
indlala.
I am waiting or working to meet all the compliance. My kids are dying at the ECD center.
Ngibuzile ukuthi iclearance ngiyenza kuphi kwathiwa ngiyenze ePitori.
I asked, where do I do the clearance? I was told I get it in Pretoria.
Sawafila ama forms sahamba sawewalahlela eboxini.
We dropped them at the box in Pretoria.
Afika ama form 8000 angena phezulu kweform lami.
There was 1,000 more application forms over and above my own.
Mangibuyela laphayana lela box engafaka kulo iform ngoJanuary lisasekhona laphaya.
When I got back there in Pretoria, that box where I submitted my forms is still right there.
Angitholi imali yesondlo ngoba kusalindwe le ya
I
clearance
don't
leya.
get any stimulus because a clearance is still pending there.
Engalazi ibox ukuthi liyoqhaqwa nini.
What I do not know is that when will that box be opened?
Ngiye laphayana kuma fosters.
I'll go to
Foster
fostering
care order.
and foster care order.
Ngiyacela abantu ukuthi bazweleni labantwana isikhathi abasinikwe sona sincane kakhulu 6 months mncane kabi ukuthi umuntu angalungisa konke lezi zinto ezifunakalayo.
Let's be
At least masingayushintsha siwenza unyaka.
Let's not. You
Ungaveli nje ukuthiwa 6 months lungisa nawo amaphepha konke lokho. Ngiyacela ukuthi akuthiweni nje kube unyaka.
At least a year.
Sikwazi usebenzisana namaphepha siyenze
So that we can
submit
compile
umntwana
all the
aqhubeke athole isondlo.
So that the child will get the grant.
Hayi bantu indaba ye funding ibhlungu kakhulu.
The funding
Abaningi
issue is so
sebakhulumile
painful.
ngayo.
Many have spoken on it.
Siyacela ukuthi ingkulisa azithole le funding kodwa sibe siququzelwa ukuthi yenza lokhu uyenze lokhu
And be guided, do this, do
lungisa
that,
lana
sort this one out.
kodwa ingkulisa sicela ukuthi azisithole le sondlo lesi.
Let the flow of funding to ECDs not stop.
Ngiye lapha yana ku role of
I'll
municipalities.
go to role of municipalities.
Uqinisile chair.
You are correctly right.
Siyawavula nama
Chair.
crash emarumini.
We open up
Asilitholi le
these
land.
ECDs in our rooms because we got no land.
Ngile Bramfontein.
I've been to
Ngaleso sikhathi leso bengisayenza ama afternoon classes.
Those days I was
Ngiceda
doing
abantwana
afternoon
ngama
classes,
homework.
helping them out with their homework.
Ngibafake sitting room yami abantwana bami bangasakhona ukuhlala.
them in my lounge, my
I-room
kids
ngaphandle
with no
seligcwele
space.
ngoba abazali bayayidinga zona
Outside building
le
was
zinto
all
lezi.
packed and because parents need such support.
Kodwa land dololo.
But we have dololo land, no land.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you very much.
Ngiyisupporta ngama amendment esengwenzile.
The bill with the
Siyabonga.
announcement, amendments forwarded.
Na ipen yomuntu phansi. Thank you, over to you.
Sanibonani,
Greetings.
ninjani?
How are you doing?
Yo sikhona siyaqala ukuzwa umuntu osibuzayo.
Thanks for asking me. the
Siyaphila
first
phansi kwale meko nisiphethe
Under these
ngayo.
conditions, yes.
Yokungalaleli ixesha.
Please, time.
Kodwa ke si right.
Yeah, but we okay.
Okay, igama lami nginguNomusa
I
waKamabuza.
am Nomusa Mabuza.
Ngibuya eFreedom Park
I'm from Freedom Park,
ku-organization ebizwa ngokuthi Arise and Shine Hope Center.
from Arise and Shine Hope Center.
Thina ke sidila ngabantwana aba-vulnerable nama-orphans.
We deal with vulnerable children and orphans.
Like simixe i-daycare and aftercare.
We got both the daycare and an aftercare.
As I said ke ukuthi ba-vulnerable abanye ama-orphans.
Like
That
I
means
said, they're vulnerable and others are
abakhokhi
orphans. So
abakhokhi lutho
they
nje.
don't pay.
Yes,
We run it pro bono.
sidepende kuma-donation esiwatholayo
We
lapho
rely
nalapho.
on donations from time to time.
So i-challenge esiba nayo ukuthi
So our
yazi
challenge is
abanye abazali abantwana uyababona bahamba estradini mhlawumbe ungcolile uyafuna ukumthatha because
sometimes you
vele
see a child on the street, you see that this child is not being cared for and attended to because they look so dirty.
but silimithwa ukuthi angeke sikwazi ukuba accommodate bonke.
But we're confined and limited by the fact that we can't accommodate all of them.
Not because of space ke
Hayi ngenxa yendawo.
but ngenxa yokuthi sizoba accommodator but bese badlani mase sebababaningi kakhulu.
Yes, we might have space and accommodate them, but the issue is feeding. What are they going to eat in large numbers?
Because ama-donation esiwatholayo let's say mababuya esikolweni bazodla
Yeah.
abe-daycare bayadla nabo.
With the
But-
kind of donations we have, we can take care of the daycare.
And-
as
and
they-
aftercare.
and aftercare, when they come back from school, yes, they do eat.
So
engicelayo nje ku social of development
So my request to social development,
ukuthi ikingenelele eindaweni ezinjengalezi.
please intervene on such matters.
And okunye futhi engicelayo
And another thing that I would like to request,
ngiyacela nje ukuthi mangabe iyakwazi ukwenza i-social development ike isiphe kuma areas ama social worker mebayi2 azoke ahambe each and
request
every
if
month a
social
check
development
izimo
is
zama
able to
center
do,
nje ukuthi
per areas
anjani.
maybe allocate 2 so that they inspect all the centers, their status, how they are.
Ande ke bese ngiyacela ukuthi futhi ke vele bese bakushilo lo ukuthi masiya bangasitshela ukuthi as comply because izinto eziningi
This
ezidingekalayo.
has been said. Let them not come and tell us we do not comply. We know there's a whole lot of things needed.
Ene abantwana abaningi ngeke ubuke umntwana estradini anganalutho and umzali wakhe anganamali anganamali yokubhadara school
Observe
fees.
and not do anything when a child is neglected on the streets.
Yes,
and
because
the parent doesn't have money.
So thina sibathathela ukuthi you know ukuthi abanye vele ba vulnerable. Le mali le
We take care
grant
of them because we know they're vulnerable. The grant money,
they bayisebenzisela ukuthi badle
Let that
endlini
get
bathenga
their
ukudla.
food.
They can't pay ama fees. So sizocela nje kakhulu ukuthi
we
i-Department of
take
Social
them, we care for
Services
them free of any charge.
ukuthi isibonelelele nje lapho.
So we ask the department just to partner with us. some way.
Ngiyayisupporta ke futhi ne bill.
And I also support the bill.
So brief and to the point. Thank you very much. Hayi nisiphethe kahle ke manje.
Thank you so much for timekeeping.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Mama.
To acknowledge the protocol in the house. and to
Mlungiseleleni mic madoda. Isezantsi mude. Yeah, that's
I'm saying
better.
I'm observing the protocol in the house, and I thank the representation of the members, the honorable members of the parliament and different departments. My name is Dorcas Tabitha Mtau.
Igama lami Dorcas Tabitha Mtau.
I'm not going to be long because I'm going to email everything.
Andizuba mde kuba yonke into endizayi-email.
I came only to acknowledge the bill provided the recommendation will be considered.
Ndizothetha ke ngebill ne-recommendation noma ikwazi uba ihoywe nayo.
And also to raise a concern about a trending pattern in Johannesburg
Ndizochaza nento endihluphayo ngento endiyibona uba iyaqhubeka ukwenzeka eJoburg.
about migrant, unaccompanied migrant children.
Ngabantwana abasuka ngaphandle
They are being used to generate income
abasetyenziswa kuba benze imali.
by different people who pretend to be parents. biological
Abasetyenziswa
parents.
ngabantu abaninzi abazenzi ngathi ngabazali babo.
And as a former research consultant, I
Njengamntu
have
ke
managed
njengamntu ke ohlele senza uphando researcher
to
ndikwazile
pursue one of them consistently
Ukula-
and perpetually
ukulandelelana nomnye wabo
until the case was confirmed that indeed she was not the mother.
kude ke kufumanise ukuthi ngenene ibingenguye umama wakhe.
She's working also for another foreign. I won't mention the.
Ebesebenza ke sebenzela omnye wangaphandle.
So I'll submit my document, and I thank you for the bill, and I appreciate. the
Ndizayifaka
support.
kwi-document and ndiyayixhasa ibhili kuye ndiyayisapota.
All right. Excuse me, ma'am. We would like
Xolo,
also to leave your numbers with the officials
Ndicela-
there. Ne case lena, if you want it, ibe followishwe and meet one of the social workers ezilapha. Siyavuya ukuzwa ukuthi kunabantu abaresearchayo about these issues.
Ndicela uzishiye iinumber zakho ngapha phambili enze uba sikwazi ulandelana nawe. Siyavuba ukhona abantu abakwazi ukwenza i-research ngezinto ezinje. Ndiyabulela.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Ngiyamingela mina ngahloniphekile.
My name is Queen Mogonwe.
Igama lami uQueen Mogonwe.
I'm a community development worker from COGTA, which is Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs.
Ngivela kwi-Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, ngiyilungu elisebenza emphakathini.
I'm an official.
Ngisebenza khona. Ngisebenza khona ngaCOGTA.
Yes, ngisebenza eCOGTA, deployed in Region C.
Ngisebenzela ku-Region C.
Because as community development workers,
Community development workers,
We
noma
serve-
abasebenzi abathuthukisa umphakathi.
we serve everyone irrespective of gender and color.
Sisebenzela ke noma ubani noma ngathiwa ngobuphi ubulili noma futhi ngobuphi ubuhlanga.
We also work with all the departments in
Futhi
our region.
sisebenza nayo yonke iminyango esifundeni sethu.
My colleague, Matham, that is sitting there, and myself,
Uma Fauza kwethu ohlezi laphaya kanye nami
we saw it fitting that people with disability are struggling.
sibone ukuthi ke abantu abaphila nokukhubazeka babhekene nezinselelo eziningi.
We started doing door to door, even though it's our work to do door to door every day.
Saqala ke sihambela umuzi ngomuzi kumsebenzi wethu kuhambela umuzi ngomuzi insuku zonke.
One day we found a child that was locked. Sorry, I'm going to be brief. I won't say the whole.
Angizukudonsa kakhulu ke indaba ngizuyixoxa yonke.
Yes, this child was hidden in the house for 15 years.
Ngathola ukuthi kunengane beyifihlwe endlini iminyaka eyishumi
Because he was deaf.
ngoba bekade ingezwa.
In my skill, because I'm a deaf interpreter,
Ngwamakhono ami ke ngibaphela ngutolika osebenza otolikela abantu abangezwa.
I was able to penetrate in that house.
Ngakwazi ungenela kulowo muzi.
Junior, I was able to assist him so that he can go to school like other children.
Ngakwazi kumsiza uJunior ke akwazi ukuya esikoleni njengezinye izingane.
Junior was able to get a grant and
Junior
a transport.
wakawuthola isibonelelo kanye ne transport.
Now Junior has passed the lower grade that was arranged for him because he was older.
Manje ke uJunior usephase emabangeni aphansi akade wahlelelwe ngoba ukhulile.
Wasuka ke waya to a bigger school.
Then he went to a bigger school.
My challenge, Your Honor, is that he cannot go to a college that is nearer.
Inselo yami ke mhlonishwa ukuthi akwazi ukuya ecollege eseduze.
Reason being, they are told that they should go to Soweto.
Ngoba kuthiwa kumele aye eSoweto.
So Your Honor, I want your help because we lack schools in our region for people with disability.
Ngidinga usizo lwakho ngoba ke sishoda ngezikole esifundeni sethu ezisiza abantu abaphila nokukhubazeka.
Your Honor, I have a recommendation regarding the schools.
Mhlonishwa nginesincomo esiqondene ke nedaba lezikole.
Schools have bigger premises,
Izikole ezinamagceke amakhulu.
a very large space whereby we can come up with an idea that
Indawo enkulu ke siqhaqhamana nembono yokuthi
maybe the schools can share because we promote inclusion. The school can share.
mhlawumbe kulezi izikole ungakwazi ukuthi kuhlanganyelwe kusetshenziswe indawo ngokuhlanganyela.
So that those that are able, they can still be there where they are.
Ukuze labo ke abangenakho
empty
ukukhubazeka babe sendaweni yabo.
The empty land that is not utilized
Bese lo mhlaba ongenalutho ongasetshenziswa
can be utilized for people with disability.
usetshenziselwe abantu abanokukhubazeka.
That is what my recommendation is.
Isincomo sami ke leso.
I'm going to be short.
Angizukusho okuningi.
Yes, containers, we have people who can come up with containers and
Maqondane-
who are able to build them.
Maqondana neziqokathi ama container
And-
nabantu abakwazi ukuzakha.
And if it's difficult, please assist us
Uma kunzima sicela nisisize
to have maybe one school whereby it can be a boarding school.
ukuthi mhlawumbe kube nesikole esisodwa ekungaba isikole abantwana abangafunda behlala ngaphakathi kuso.
So that our children in the region are able to be taken to that school
ukuze ingane zethu esifundeni zikwazi ukuyiswa kuleso sikole
so that they can learn like junior.
ukuze bakwazi ukufunda njengo junior.
They are home now and we are frustrated with my colleagues.
Basekhaya manje futhi lokho kuyasiphatha kabi thina ke sinoza kwethu.
That is our appeal.
Iso ke isicelo sethu leso.
I support the bill.
Ngiyaweseka lo mthethosivivinyo.
But we need your help.
Kodwa sidinga usizo lwenu.
Thank you.
Ngiyabonga.
Okay. Okay, Sesi, you can refer the matter to one of the social workers.
Siyabonga sisi udaba ngandlulisela komunye
Fanele
wosonhlalakahle.
bakusize to get accommodation.
They should be able to help you ukuze uthole indawo yokuhlalisa labantwana.
Baba la one red hat. Ngicela uze ungeka ngisoli ngoba uthi kudala uphakamisele ma I remember uphakamise kudala.
Please come because you said you have raised your hand for a long time.
Over to you. Ncedisa imic iphakame umude lo muntu baba.
Ngiyanibulisa abahlali eParliament. Ngegama nguVictor Mutluba.
I greet you all in the parliament. My name is Vita Mutlu.
Ngibuya eDube eSoweto.
I'm coming from Dube in Soweto.
Ngibuya eDube eSoweto ngeku Mbali Nkosi Foundation.
I'm coming from Dube in Soweto. I'm come from Bali, excuse me?
Mbali Nkosi Foundation.
Bali Nkosi Foundation.
Mbali Nkosi Foundation sayivula ngokuthi ukhona umama walahlekelwa umntwana una 20 years umntwana alahlekile.
We opened Bali Nkosi Foundation because there was a mother who lost a 20-year-old, a child who has been lost for 20 years.
Umama ongana uncedo kubaba.
The mother had no assistance from the father.
Ngisukuma kanje bengizitshela ukuthi ngeke ngiphakamise isandla ngisukume njengoba ngilana endlini yaseParliament.
I'm standing here. I told myself that I'm not going to raise hand, but I told myself, let me just stand in this parliament and talk.
Ngoba nami ngubaba kanje ngibuya kuso lesimo sokuthi ngibe nenkinga yomntwana.
As a father, I went through the same situation as a father.
Inkinga yomntwana yalo umama okumakoti wakabo mama womntanami.
A problem of makoti kabe?
Umakoti wakabo
As a daughter-in-law.
Yeah. Shukuti lo mama
Makoti.
Umakoti shukuti umakoti wakabo girlfriend yami.
Oh.
Had a problem with the
umakoti wabo girlfriend.
Oh, I had a problem with the sister, to the sister-in-law to my girlfriend.
Ukuthi umuntu oyowabheka wabona ukuthi ngumuntu ongazilutho.
She saw me as like I don't know anything. I'm just
Njengomuntu ongubaba.
as a man.
Wathathe advantage ngokuthi angazi lutho and then uzoenza ama benefit ngomntanami.
She took advantage of me and wanting benefits from my child because of things I don't know. I know nothing.
I girlfriend yami yashona wavula I grant ukuthi ayenze akhona ukuba nemali ayenze imali ngomntanami.
She opened grant for the child when my girlfriend passed on.
Angeke ngingene kakhulu kuyo ngoba umama ushilo wathi singakhulumi izinto ezizwisa ubuhlungu.
I won't be too much on that because the speaker said, the chairperson said, I must not speak sensitive issues here.
Into engizokhuluma ngayo ukuthi kuze ngivale ngicela ukuthi ngibe esikhathini saka mama ngoba ukhala ngesikhathi.
Because of time, I'll be short.
Yeah. Izinto ziningi ekumele ngizikhulume kodwa isikhathi sincane.
There's so many things that I want to say, but the time is very short.
Bengicela nje ukuthi ngoba ngavula igroup yabo baba ukuthi sicela ukuthi si protect abo mama nabo baba abangaphathwanga kahle.
We started a group of men where we could just address the issues of men and women who are neglected, who have problems or challenges they are facing.
Manje njengoba le group ivuliwe bengizocela eParliament ukuthi kube noncedo ebazoba nalo for abo baba laba abazofuna ukunceda ingane ezilahlekayo abo mama aba-abuswayo.
Now that we have this group, we'll ask the Parliament to assist us as men, to have help from the Parliament, that we can assist men who have children that have been lost.
Ngiyabonga ngokungipha isikhathi.
Thank you for this opportunity.
Ngibonge kakhulu.
Thank you very much.
Umakoti, okay, uyasupporta le. Ngifuna ukucheka le ndaba. Umakoti wakulo girlfriend wakho usayithola namanje imali.
Does the sister-in-law, the sister-in-law of the girlfriend, does she get the money now?
Akasayitholi ngoba bengihlala ngifonelwa ama social worker bangibuza ngayo ngibatshela ukuthi ngicela ukuthi nivaleni grant le because of ngiyasebenza and umntanami ngiyamenzela.
She's no longer getting the money because I told them that they must close the grant and because I am working.
Yeah, that's what also we wanted to hear. Kanjalo ke abo social worker ma report case ngoba icisha ngoko nangoko igrant ma ungafuni ukuthi iphume kulo muntu.
This is what happens when you report a case. When you inform the social workers, this is what happens. They just close the case and things go well.
Not close the case, but close the
Close
money, the grant.
the grant money. They close the grant money. Sorry.
Ngiyabonga bengicela ke kakhulu kubo baba ke ukuthi asisukumeni ngoba ama voice wabo baba andlula abo mama.
I thank you because I'll just ask the men to just rise because their voice will be heard more than women.
Okay. Uzophenduleka.
Okay, you'll get your answers. Thank you.
Mamela baba, ukhona u-social worker oseduzane nakule ndawo uhlala kuyo kulaba social worker la?
Is there a social worker
Hamba
close to you
uyisondele kuyena. Ukhona?
around here?
What ban?
Which ward are you in?
138 eDube.
Ward
Edube.
38 in Dube.
Ukhona u-social worker responsible for
Is there any
it?
social worker responsible for that ward?
Kanti uphi umanager wama-social worker?
Where's the
Nangu,
social
yeah.
workers manager?
Hlangana naye baba, ninikazana amanamba.
You must meet with her and give her your contact details.
Okay, ngibongile.
Thank you very much.
Ngithanda ukubulisa etafuleni.
I would like to greet the speakers, the members, excuse me.
Hey, ukhathele. Nikena amanzi aphuze man. All right.
Igama lami nginontsikelelo Hilda Libala.
My name is Nontsikelele Hilda Libala.
Ndisebenza ngokuhlukunyezwa kwabesifazane nabantwana.
I work with women abuse and women and children abuse.
Ixesha elininzi
Most of the time,
abantu abahlukumeza abantwana nabomama
people who abuse children and women
ngabantu bangaphandle.
are people from outside.
Ngabona abantu abasinikeza ubunzima.
Those are the one who brings us challenges.
Ngizocela ku government wethu.
I'd just like to ask the government,
Sicela ukuthi asenzele indlela
help us to have a way
ukuthi abantu abangaphandle abangena ngokungekho mthetho
so that the immigrants who are coming from other countries who come here illegally,
ababuyisele emuva
so that they can turn them back to their countries.
ngoba sifumana ubunzima kakhulu
Because we have great challenges.
ngoba umuntu ma ebulele ingengowalapha
When someone kills from being a foreigner,
asikwazi ukumfumana.
you don't get that person.
Ngiyabonga.
Thank you.
Uyayisupport i-bill ma or for it?
Yebo Chair, ngiyayisupport.
Do you support the
Siyabonga,
bill?
ma.
Yes, I do.
Ngosi, point taken. Fathers for Justice. How? 3 of them, okay.
So I've been told by the fathers in our group who are watching from all over the country that it's not very easy for them to hear us
Ke bolelletswe
for
ke
some reason.
bontate ba shebelletseng naheng ka bophara hore ha ba kgone ho re utlwa hantle.
So some of you might have seen me before. So firstly, greetings to the members of this committee.
Ke kopa ho qala ka ho le dumedisa, mohlomong ba bang ba lona le a ntseba.
Thank you for hearing me again. I know Ms. Aras, Ms. Opperman, Ms. Mvana, Ms. Mangania. if I remember.
Besikubonaphi? Where
Yeah.
did you see?
Yeah?
Besikubone kuphi? We saw you.
Where
Where
did we
was
see
it?
you?
You did see me. You saw me
Where?
in KZN.
Oh yes,
Yeah,
no
right.
wonder man.
Okay, so
Uhamba nathi yonke le ndawo. You must
going
also
no,
go with us.
the mic is it's not working for some reason.
You
Anyway.
must also go with us to Free State, ne? The next province
We,
is
we
Free
probably
State.
will.
Re tla
Look,
tswa le lona.
so this time again, I'm here for fathers for justice.
Ke mona
You've
hape
seen me
bakeng
before.
sa,
Thank you, brother. That'll help.
Fathers with Justice.
Thank you. So when we spoke to you a couple of days ago, but as a group of fathers, to be honest with you, we came there, slightly unprepared, and we came and spoke to you, and we made a mistake that I think a lot of the people here are doing.
Hana
where-
re tla-
Sorry, my mistake. Yeah, go for it.
ha ne re tla ho lona re bua le lona matsatsi a mmalwa a fetileng, ho bua nnete re tlile re sa e tlhophisa. Re entse phoso jwalo ka sehlopha sa bontate.
And the thing that we did is we brought you all our problems and we laid them at your feet. And I think when we left, we realized we didn't give you any solutions.
Ntho e re e entseng ke hore re fihlile ra fihla ra le bolella mathata a rona kaofela, ra siya monyako wa lona, empa ha re tloha moo re hlokometse hore re tlohile re sa le siya ka ditharollo.
Okay, so, I mean, there were several things that were said, but I'm not going to labor it because of time. But one thing that did strike me, okay, was when I think at the end of that session, somebody said, I believe Section 20 and Section 21 will address your problems going forward. So we all went back and we've spent sleepless nights, I think, over the last 3 or 4 days, actually reading, this act and becoming familiar with it.
And ntho e re leng ra e hlokomela ka mora nako eo ke hore karolo ya 20 le ya 21 ke tsona tse ka shebanang le mathata ao re nang le ona. Ya ba re kgutlela morao ra itjwetsa hore re tla e bala hantle re nkile nako e telele ntse re lekola.
I think in reading those individual clauses, I realized that, this act is actually detached from reality. I'm being harsh, please bear with me. There's a lot of pain on a lot of fathers, right?
Ha
That-
re sheba di karolwana tseo re utlwa re bona hore karolo tsenana tsa molao ehlile ha di ipapise le bophelo bo phelwang ke batho. Ke a tseba mantswe a ka a boima fela ke kopa le nkutlwisise ho na le bontate ba bangata ka ntle ka mona ba tobaneng le mathata a maholo.
You will hear over and over today from fathers that the problem is inherent bias in the system against fathers.
O tla utlwa ho tswa ho bontate ka jeno hore bothata ke hore ho na le leeme kgahlanong le bontate.
On the one hand, we want fathers to step up, but on the other hand, we strike them down and reduce them to mere ATMs.
Ka lehlakoreng le leng re batla bontate ba eme ba nke boikarabelo fela ka lehlakoreng le leng re a ba dia re ba etsa eka ke di-ATM fela.
The question is, how do we address this bias and the root causes via the act?
Taba ke hore na re sebetsana jwang le leeme lenana ka ho sebedisa molao ona.
The overarching issue is the ambiguity in the act,
Bothata ke hore molao ona ha wa hlaka.
which leaves it wide open to interpretation by sometimes the most biased official.
Ho bolelang hore motho e mong le mong a ka o toloka ka mokgwa a batlang e leng haholoholo basebetsi ba molao.
A question was asked, what is reasonable contact? And it was said, one of the fathers that spoke said that he had 5 days out of 30 days in a month with his daughter. And he asked the question, is that reasonable contact? And this is where the ambiguity is. I'm so sorry to the translator.
Taba ke hore re tlameha ho utlwisisa hantle hore na ho bolelwang ka ho kopana ho utlwahalang. Ho na le ntate a la hlalosa hore o na le matsatsi a mahlano fela, matsatsing a 30 kaofela a ga kopane le ngwana hae. Nna re ka re ho ke nako e utlwahalang hore ke monyetla o lekaneng hore a ka kopana le ngwana hae na. Ke hona o hlaka ho re buang ka hona mabapi le molao ona.
Sorry, this file was blocking the screen. Turn this way if you can. I'm reading here. Okay. So I'm going to dig straight in.
Batla ho kena tabeng.
Okay, so I'm digging into section 30A of the Act.
Ke kena tabeng ya karolo ya 38 ya molao.
And I'm speaking about this concept of 50-50.
Mme ke batla bua ka ntlha ena ya 50-50.
Here's the comment. Why is this concept so elusive? Why is the 50-50 arrangement so rare in our society?
Hobaneng ha tumellano ena ya 50-50 e sa fumanehe setjhabeng se re phelang ho sona. Hobaneng ha eka ke mohopolo o sa kgoneng ho fumaneha.
Why is it that children almost always end up primarily with mothers?
Hobaneng ha o fumana hore boholo ba nako bana ba qetella bana le bomme wa bona.
To demonstrate this is something I didn't do before.
Hore ke hlalose sena ke batla ho etsa ntho e ke sa etsang pele.
I'm going to use my own experience here.
Ke batla ho le bolella ka bophelo ba ka.
In court, trying to get some custody of my child,
Ha ne ke le lekgotleng ke le ka ho fumana ho kopana le ngwana ka ka tsela e itseng.
a judge said these words, having no other reason to say it.
Moahlodi o ile a bua mantswe ana ho nna.
He said, I am traditional, and so I believe children should remain with the mother.
O itse ho nna yena ke motho wa setso mme ka lebaka leo o dumela hore ngwana
A High Court judge.
o lokela ho phela le mme wa hae ene ke moahlodi wa High Court.
There was no reason for him to say that. Nothing against me, I can guarantee you.
Ho no sena lebaka la letho la hore a bue se ho nna.
And so,
Mme he
there was nothing in the Children's Act to in fact stop this man.
ho no sena letho molaong wa bana le ka emisang ntate enwa.
And in fact, the term in Section 30A, residence with one parent, actually exacerbates the issue.
Mme mantswe ana a ho karolo ya molao a reng ho phela le motswadi a le mong a hlile a eketsa bothata bona.
It even implies the scenario is preferred.
A bile a fana ka moelelo wa hore boemo ba hore ngwana a dule le mme ke bona bo hlokahalang ka bo ratwang.
So why does the absence of a 50-50 resolution being enshrined in the Act initiate the vicious cycle that ultimately results in the breakdown of the system, the violation of children's rights, and in fact human rights as well?
Hobaneng ha mohopolo ona wa 50-50 o sa kenyelletswe ka hara molao ona wa bana e leng se tla sireletsa le ho thibela ho arohana ha malapa.
Please bear with me. I know it's been a long day for you, and it's hot.
Ke kopa le nkutlwele ke a tseba ho kgalele le mona.
In this case here, what happened was that the family advocate simply took a cue from the judge and said that there must have been some reason that the judge actually decided on this.
Ho ileng ho etsahala ke hore leqwetha le ile la mamela seo moahlodi a se buileng, mme la nka qeto ya hore ho na le se seng se tlamehang se etsahetse se ntseng hore moahlodi a bue polelo eo a e buileng.
So let's take a common scenario where a mother is given 90% of the time with the child and a father is only given 10% of the time. This is common.
Ha re nke boemo bo tlwaelehileng moo teng mme a fuwang boholo ba nako e ka etsang bo 90% hore a be le ngwana, ebe ntate yena o fuwa 10% fela ya hore a be le ngwana.
Court cases take months, if not years, to resolve.
Dikgetsi tsa lekgotla di nka nako e telele, e ka ba dikgwedi ho isa ho dilemo hore di rarollwe.
It relies on one party having unlimited funds to keep chipping away at the system.
Ho ya ka hore na o na le tjhelete e kae e sa feleng hore ebe o ntso lwantsha taba ya hao lekgotleng.
In that time, the child forgets the parent who has limited custody.
Ka nako eo ngwana yena o lebala motswadi eno a sa kopaneng le yena hangata.
And here's the funny bit.
Mme se makatsang ke sena.
Soon, the family advocates start using something called the status quo, where now that the child has been estranged from you, you can't now upset the status quo.
Mme ka mora moo maqwetha jwale a sebedisa ho bitswang status quo kapo boemo bo sentse bo le teng, mme ba re ba lwana ka hore ka hobane ngwana o santse a tlwaetse motswadi a le mong, hobaneng ha re tlameha hore re sitise boemo bonana ke hore re hle re tswele pele ka bona bo le jwalo.
Notice how this initial bias towards the father, from what the judge said.
Le hlokomele hore na le emelena le qadile kae ho tloha moo ho tloha ho seo moahlodi a se buileng.
And results in a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Mme qetella e ba ntho e phethahalang.
And is one of the primary mechanisms by which fathers are removed from their children.
Mme ke tsela e nngwe e tlwaelehileng haholo eo ka yona bontate ba iphumana ba sena tumello ya ho kopana le bana ba bona.
Section 22 of the Act. Apologies, please bear with me, we've come a long way.
Karolo ya 22 ya molao.
Section 22, where the child is deemed mature enough to make a decision on a parenting plan.
Mo ngwana a nkwang a le moholo hore a ka iketsetsa qeto mabapi le morero wa kgodiso.
What decision do you think an alienated child will make on a parenting plan if he doesn't know his father?
O nahana hore ngwana ya kgesitsweng batswading o tlo nka qeto efeng ha ho thwe a fane ka maikutlo a hae hodima morero wa kgodiso?
How is it that a mother can take a child to another province and even overseas, like you said, like we've seen recently?
Ho kgonahala jwang hore mme a ka nka ngwana a mo isa provinceng e nngwe kapa a ba mo ise mose ho mawatle jwalo ka ha re bone matsatsing ana?
This is a death sentence to a father.
Hona ke kahlolo e boima haholo ho ntate.
And to the child, you've killed his father.
Le ho ngwana yeno o bolaile ntate wa hae.
Right? So, quickly, I'll read very quickly. Simply, if 50-50 is enshrined in the Act, this is the one thing that we need to do.
Ha ba 50-50 kenyeleditswe molaong.
80% of the cases you see will disappear.
Dikgetsi tse ngata ba boholo ba 80% di tla fela.
If unfair custody is given, it actually promotes a dissonance between the two adults who are meant to be working together for the child.
Ha ba ho fanwa ka qeto e lieme mabapi le hore na ngwana a hodiswe ke mang, e qetella e baka diqabang pakeng tsa batswadi bana ba babedi ba lokelang hore ba sebedisana mmoho.
It intentionally drains the parents of financial means, which ultimately impoverish the child.
E qeta tjhelete ya batswadi e lokelang hore e be e sebedisetswa ho hodisa ngwana.
And results in parental alienation, which has been discussed.
Me qetella e baka ho kgeswa ha motswadi e mong.
The lack of this 50-50 clause in most cases results in the surgical removal of the father from their children.
Tlhokeho ya polelo ena ya 50-50 e qetella e baka hore e mong wa batswadi a be siko ka hohle bophelong ba ngwana.
and is one of the primary causes of the breakdown in society we see today.
mme ke le leng la mabaka a maholo a re bonang setjhaba sa rona se a rwane matsatsing ana.
In conclusion,
Ha ke phethela,
we can see that this problem is widespread.
ra bona hore bothata bona bo atile.
You've seen women ask you to give fathers a chance.
Le bone bo mme ba kopa hore le fe bontate monyetla.
You've seen men ask the same. You've seen black, white, Indian, colored. Everybody is asking for the same thing.
Le bone bontate le bona ba kopa ntho e tshwanang, batho ba batsho ba makgowa ba ma-India kaofela ba kopa ntho e tshwanang.
This is a real problem right now,
Hona ke bothata bo boholo hona jwale.
right? And this act at the moment is falling very short because of a few key definitions.
Mme molao onana o fokola ka baka la mabaka ana a mmalwa.
And so it's taken 16 years for this amendment. I'm begging you, let's not wait another 20 years. We are saying that this is a problem for this one clause. Please.
Tokiso ena e nkile dilemo tse 16 hore re fihle monana. Mme ke ipiletsa ho lona hore ka nnete ha re se ke ra nka dilemo tse ding hape tse 20 hore re o lokise.
Thank you.
Ke lebohile.
Right. Oh.
Thank you. And in terms of supporting or rejecting the amendments, honestly, and this is the key thing here, it's that the current act, even if it's applied fairly,
Tabeng ya hore na ke dumellana le molao. Taba ke hore molao ona ka mokgwa o leng ka teng hona jwale le haeba o sebediswa ka tsela e senang leeme.
the problem is the bias in the application of the document.
Bothata ke leeme le teng tshebedisong ya molao.
So serious work must be put to remove the ambiguity in it.
Okay. So ho hlokahala ho be le mosebetsi o matla hore ho tloswe ho se hlake hwa molao.
So for these reasons, we reject the amendments, not out of spite, not out of misogyny. I've got a daughter, she's going to be powerful. Right?
Mme ka mabaka anana re hanana le molao onana e seng hobane re le pelo dimpe ka
But-
hobane re sa batle bo mme. Ke na le ngwana
You
mme-
are really disappointing me about time.
I'm so
And
sorry.
you know that.
I'm ending right at this
Yeah.
moment.
Yeah, yeah,
Right?
yeah,
So it's just we feel it's wholly insufficient to address the needs of our changing society. Thank you so much for hearing me. Thank you so much. I know you're tired.
Thank you, thank you. You were with us, even yourself, eh? We hope you are not going to repeat what he has said, ne? And you are not going to disappoint us. Thank you. Can I see the hands that bendizimakile ne? Mabangene khona laphaya. Oh yes, ungaza la ngaphambili baba.
Ukatla mona ka pele ntate.
Just make it sure that it's distancing, social distancing.
Ha o ka etsa fela hore o se ka tamela batho haholo.
Okay. Wosala,
Atamela.
somewhere there. Baba
Hana
kufunela
ona
indawo.
moo.
Iyake baba.
Good afternoon.
Ke a le
Afternoon.
dumedisa.
Good afternoon to everyone.
Ke le dumedisa kaofela.
Ms. Vanna, I know
Mme Vanna, ke a tseba.
you have said we must make it fast,
O itse re hle re potlake.
but wholeheartedly,
Empa ka pelo ka kaofela.
there's thousands, hundreds of thousands of fathers suffering.
Ho na le bontate ba makgolo-kgolo ba diketekete ba mathateng.
My last colleague, he is
Eh,
suffering.
Sebui se sa feta mona o mathateng.
I haven't slept in 3 nights.
Ha ka robala masiu a mararo.
I traveled to Gauteng for
Ke-
you all to hear me for the second time.
Ke tlile mona Gauteng ke nka leeto makgetlo a mabedi jwale.
When I was in KZN, you told me it's a sensitive matter.
Ha ke ne ke le KZN o itse ke ntho e hlohlontshang ditsebe e kgathatsang.
Are we going to live with another 16 years before the amendments really take place?
Ana re tlo dula dilemo hape tse 16 pele diphetoho tsena di kenywa tshebetsong.
Are fathers not equal in the eyes of the law?
Ana bontate ha ba lekalekane le bomme mahlong a molao.
I'm going to touch on the silver bullet.
Ke tlo bua ka silver bullet, kulo e silvera.
Miss Opperman in KZN said she heard the terminology for the first time.
Me Opperman mani Harley KZN o itse lentswe lena la lereo lena la silver bullet o na qala ho utlwa kgetlo la pele.
I'm just going to read here. This is a central mechanism by which children are removed from fathers.
Ena ke tsela e sebediswang ho tlosa bana ho bontata bona.
This cannot be overemphasized.
Mme re ke ke ra phetsa ho hatella taba ena.
The abuse of this mechanism is corroborated by the recent uptick in statistics of protection orders in cases involving children.
Taba ena ya bana ba tloswang ho bontata bona e tsweletse pele mabapi le tshebediso ena ya di-protection order tse sebediswang tse ngata-ngata tse makgolo-kgolo tse sebediswang ke makgotla ba di fa bo mma bana hore ba di be kgahlanong le bontata bana.
In excess of 52% of all protection orders are issued under false or fake or non-existent evidence.
The protection order tse fetang 52% di ntshwa tlasa bopaki bo eseng ba nnete bo iqapetsweng kapa bo eseng bona.
Some experts say this figure is of issuing false or fake protection order is high as 90%.
Ditsebi tse ding di re yona ntlha ena ya hore ho ntshwe di-protection order tse seng tsa nnete e phahame, palo ya teng e phahame e ka nna fihla le 90%.
I had first-hand experience.
Le nna ke fitile moo ka bonna.
Protection orders are relatively easy to obtain and can be heavily decisive.
Ho bonolo hampe ho fumana protection order, mme hape di-protection order di matla ana a boima bona bo tshabehang.
And very one-sided.
Mme di ka lehlakoreng le le leng.
While perjury is unlawful, no stipulation in the Children's Act deals with this topic.
Le ha taba ya ho bua leshano kapa bopaki bo leshano pela lekgotla e leng tlolo ya molao, ha hona moo ntlha ena e kentsweng teng molaong wa bana.
If a protection order has not been contested in court and is still unproven, this should not be used whatsoever in court in decision-making regarding the child.
Ha wa lokela hore o etse qeto e amang ngwana mabapi le protection order e ho saengwang pela kgotla hangangisana ka yona, mme hape e ntshitswe tlasa mabaka a eseng ona.
This is very, very important.
Nthwena ke ya bohlokwa haholo.
Officials should be trained to ignore such allegations completely.
Baofisiri ba lokela ho rutwa kapa ho rupellwa hore ba ithute hore ba ske ba mamela ditaba tse kang tsa mofuta o tse senang nnete.
Due to the abuse of the mechanism to remove fathers from their children.
Ka baka la tlwaelo ena kapa tsela ena ya tshebetso ya ho tlosa bana ho bontata bona kapa ho arohanya bana le bontata bona.
If it is found that false allegation has been made, Section 35.1A should come full into force.
Section 35.1A e lokela hore e sebediswe ha o fumana hore mohlomong ho bile le leshano le bueng.
This should be enshrined in a separate clause itself.
Taba ena e lokela hore e hle fumane kgaolo ya yona e le nngwe e hatellwe moo.
Any person guilty of such an offense must be liable for conviction or imprisonment.
Motho ya tlotseng molao ka tsela e jwalo o lokelwa hore a hlahlelwe tjhankaneng kapa a ahlolwe lekgotleng.
Any parent preventing the child from having equal, which is reasonable contact, must be recognized as committing a criminal offense.
Motswadi ya thibelang ngwana hore a ska kgona ho kopana le motswadi o mong ka tsela e lekanang le eo yena a kopanang le yena ka yona, o lokela a nke e le motho ya tlolang molao mme a hlahiswe kgotleng a hlole ho ya ka molao.
It cannot be that someone can have you thrown into jail over false accusations.
Ha wa lokela hore motho a kgone hore a ka etsa hore o hlahlelwe tjhankaneng ka baka la bopaki bo seng ba nnete.
Escape scot-free.
Mpa yena a tswe fela tjena a tsamaya a sa fumane molato a sena sekodi.
And permanently take the child anywhere they choose.
Mme ba kgone ho tsamaya ho ya kae kapa kae mo ba ratang ka ngwana eo.
There must be repercussions for such acts.
Ho lokela hore ho be le boikarabelo bakeng sa diketso tseo tse seng molaong.
The law states that you are innocent until proven guilty.
Molao o hatella hore ha ona molato ho fihlela o hlaha pela lekgotla mme o fumane molato.
But it seems in the children's court, you are guilty until you're proven innocent.
Ikaka lekgotleng la bana teng o molato ho fihlela ho fumana hore ha ona molato.
Definitions that should be included in the act.
Ditlhaloso tse lokelang ho kenyeletswa molaong ona.
In section 20,
Section 20 money.
this will remove all the ambiguity.
Sena se tla tlosa, excuse me.
Ambiguity.
O sena se tla tlosa ho se hlaki ho.
Contact. This must be explicitly referred to time with the child.
Kopano sena se lokela ho bua hantle hore na motho o kopane le ngwana nako e kae.
In a homely, non-clinical, unsupervised manner.
Ka tsela e senang batho ba molao kapa molao mo ba kopanang fela le ngwana ntle le ditshita kapa ditshitiso dife kapa dife.
Which will allow the child to bond with that parent unconditionally.
Mme sena se tla etsa hore ngwaneno a tlwaele motswadi wa hae ntle le ditshita kapa dikgatello dife.
Reasonable contact.
Kopano e utlwahalang ya
This-
nako e utlwahalang.
This is unreasonable to remove the child's rights from having 50-50 contact with either parent if they have full parental rights and responsibilities.
Ha se hantle hore ngwana a tloswe motswading e mong bakeng sa hore a kopane le yena haholoholo ha o tluwa tabeng ena 50-50 ha motswadi eo le yena a na le ditokelo tsa botswadi ngwaneng eo.
Compromise contact.
Kopano e bileng le mathata kapa ditshita tse itseng kapa e nang le sekodi.
If abuse of the child by the parent has taken place, then only compromised contact time should be implemented.
Ha ngwana mohlomong ha motswadi mohlomong a ile a hlekefetsa ngwana ka tsela e itseng, ngwana eo o ntse a lokela ho dumella ho kopana le motswadi empa ka tsela e nang le tlhokomelo e itseng.
Parental alienation. I know you all heard it, but we all think that it should be implemented.
Ho suthiswa ha motswadi e mong ngwaneng ke a tseba re buile ka taba ena empa ke batla ho e hatella le nna.
It is when the parent-child bond is sabotaged.
Ke moo he ngwana a etswang hore a se ke a tlwaela motswadi wa hae.
It is committed by the alienating parent by hindering the reasonable contact time of the other parent.
Taba ena e etswa ke motswadi enwa ya sitisang motswadi e mong ho bona ngwana ka ho etsa hore a ske a fokotse nako eo motswadi ya sitiswang ho bona ngwana a ifumanang le ngwana.
However, any person hindering the reasonable contact time must be recognized as committing a crime.
Mme motho ya sitisanang le nako eo e motswadi e mong a lokelang ho kopana le ngwana ka yona ka tsela efe kapa efe o lokela ho nka e le motho ya tlolang molao mme a hlahiswe kgotla ka tsela e jwalo.
Trauma bonding.
Ho ba le ngwana ka tsela e maikutlo a hlekefeditsweng kapa a thuntheditsweng.
This is when a child is under emotional hostage.
ke ha ngwana mohlomong maikutlo a hae a tetebetse ka tsela e itseng,
the alienator usually reacts adversely.
ha ngwana a le maemong ao a hore o sitiswa ho bona motswadi wa hae, o tla ba le tsela ya itshwarang ka yona e sa kgotsofatseng mabapi le motswadi eo.
When the child shows the other parent's affection,
Ha a bontsha motswadi e mong lerato,
in order to maintain peace with the primary parent, the child rejects the other parent.
mme o tla leka hore ho kgotsofatsa motswadi eo ya mmontshang lerato, a itshware ka tsela e sa kgotsofatseng ho enwa hore fela a etse hore ho dule ho na le kgotso mahareng a hae le motswadi ena a dulang le ena ka dinako tse ngata.
See this t-shirt.
Ana le bona t-shirt e?
This t-shirt should not exist.
T-shirt ena e ne sa lokela ho ba teng.
The fact that it exists
Taba
tells
ya
you
hore
that there's a
teng,
problem in the system.
e bontsha hore ho na le mathata tshebetsong ya molao.
To the social workers,
Lona di-social worker,
our children's lives are in your hands.
maphelo a bana ba rona a matsohong a lona.
Please hear our cries.
Re kopa le mamele dillo tsa rona.
Your job is hard,
Mosebetsi wa lona o boima, ha ke hane.
and you see things as humans
Mme le bona dintho jwale ka batho.
you carry in your soul.
Le jere tse ngata maikutlong le meyeng ya lona.
Please weigh each case separately.
A ke le shebeng taba e nngwe le e nngwe ka boyona, le ske la di kopanya, le di
Ye-
arohanya.
Hear our cries, because if you don't, please be prepared to see your sons, brothers, and your nephews standing here in my shoe one day.
Ha le sa mamele dillo tsa rona, le tsebe hore ka tsatsi le leng tsena se etsahalang mona e tla be le bana ba lona, bana ba bo lona, bana ba bo lona le bona ba tla ba eme mona jwale ka rona ha re eme mona.
Fathers today are fighting for 50-50 contact, care, and guardianship.
Bontate
Is-
matsatsing ana ba lwanela 50-50 bakeng sa ho hlokomela bana ba bona, ho dula le bana ba bona, le ho ba sireletsa.
Is that difficult to get?
Ana ke ntho e boima hore le utlwisise.
My brother, Gary De Silva, who is the chairperson of our organization,
Ke re di Silva ngwaneso eo leng modulasetulo wa mokgatlo ona wa rona,
has fought this cause for 18 years.
o lwanne taba ena lemo tse fihlang ho tse 18.
And he will speak to you shortly.
O tla bua le lona haufinyana.
Hear him, listen to him.
Mo mameleng le mo utlwe, le mo utlwisise.
He has first-hand, real world experience and situations.
O fitile tabeng ena ka boyena.
Thank you.
Ke a leboha.
Can I see that, Baba, after Ubaba Lo, that is having a red hat, ngicela ungene. Ubaba Lo hlezi la.
Yes.
After red
So
hat,
after this current
angene.
speaker, then you actually be given escort.
Then see,
Oh, the red hat. Oh, sorry,
Yes.
sir. So they're referring to you, sir, with the red hat.
Yeah,
So
okay.
after him, then it's your turn.
I think sinikeze wonke umuntu isandla besiphakamile ne?
So re dumela gore we've been giving everyone opportunity. Whoever had their hand raised, you were giving a number. Is that correct?
Ngabokugcina lapha. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, Chair. Has one of the ladies got some lipstick for me? You told me I must put some makeup on for the
Dumelang
camera.
Chair, a gona le mongwe wa bokgaitsedi ya rona
You
o
must-
tshwereng lipstick ke batla
you
go
should
ikgabisa.
I should smile. Okay.
Oh, ke tla nyenya go siame, ke tla smile.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Dumelang borra le bomma.
My name is Gary De Silva, Chairperson, Fathers for Justice, South Africa.
Leina la me ke Gary De Silva, ke modulasetulo wa Justice for South Africa.
I want to make it clear before I go into trying to sum up what my brothers have been saying today.
Ke batla go tlhalosa go utlwa le sentle pele ha ke simolla go sobokanya se raitso obuti wa me a se buileng.
That Fathers for Justice, under no circumstances whatsoever,
Gore-
tolerates
Gore Fathers for Justice le ka tsela epe ga e letle
any form of abuse
mofuta ope fela wa tshotlo
perpetrated by anyone against anyone.
o o dirwang ke batho mo go ba bangwe.
And we believe that the justice system and the social system in this country
Ebile re dumela gore tsamaiso ya tsa tshiamiso mmogo le ya loago mo nageng eno ya rona
goes out of its way to aid and abet the aggressor.
e dira bojotlhe jwa yona gore e tshware batho bao ba diragatsang masetlapelo ano.
So when we refer to children must have contact with their parents, it must be in the absence of violence, abuse, or
Ka
neglect.
jalo ha re tla mo kganyeng ya gore bana ba tshwanetse gore ba golagane le batsadi ba bone re batla gore seno se dirwe kwa ntle ga tiriso dikgoka epe.
We've heard today about abandoned children.
Gompieno yana re fetsa go utlwa ka bana ba ba latlhilweng.
Where are the fathers?
Borra bone ba kae?
We hear about children not getting access to food and education.
Re utlwa ka bana gona no jana ba ba sa kgoneng go newa dijo ba ba sa kgoneng go fitlhella thuto.
We hear about drug and alcohol abuse.
Re utlwa ka tiriso e sa siamang ya diritibatsi mmogo le ya go nwa bojalwa bobe.
Amongst our children and youth.
Seno se diragala jana gareng ga bana ba rona mmogo le bašwa.
Where are the fathers?
Borra bone ba kae?
We hear about children not going to school, dropping out of school, not getting a proper education. Where are the fathers?
Re utlwa gona no jana ka bana ba ba sa yeng sekolong kgotsa bana ba ba tlogelang sekolo ba sa tswelle pele ka thuto. Borra bone ba kae?
And I can go on and on and on. Underage teenage pregnancies.
Bothata bone bo tswella pele a tlhatlhagana re be re nna le bašwa ba ba imang.
Where are the fathers?
Borra bone ba kae?
The state, the Justice Department,
Puso ya rona lefapha la tsa tshiamiso,
the Department of Social Development, the Family Advocates Office,
lefapha la tlhabololo loago mmogo le babueledi ba semolao ba malapa
is engaging in state-sanctioned, legalized child abuse.
ba tshwaragane le go dira tiro e leng gore ha o e leba tota ke go dira gore go tshotlo ya bana e ne e kete ke selo sa semolao,
which is ably assisted by the child abusing divorce industry.
be seno se se tlhotlhelediwa jaana ke industry kgotsa maemo a go bo go na le tlhalo mo malapeng,
Comprising of lawyers, advocates, psychologists, social welfare workers.
be o fitlhele e le gore batho ba ba tlhotlheletsang seno se ke badiredi loago mmogo le ba maphata a mang a berekisanang le mathata ano a amang bana,
Who go out of their way to deliberately destroy,
ba dira bojotlhe jwa bone gore ba senye,
sever, and alienate the child from the father.
go dira gore bana ba ska ba tlhola ba nna le kgolagano epe le borra bone.
In 91% of the cases, according to the responding affidavit,
Go ya ka affidavit e neng ya kwala go araba kgang ka maemo persente tse di ka nnang 91
by the Family Advocates Office in the Van Ginkel,
tse ne di ntshiwa ke babueledi ba semolao ba malapa ko Van Ginkel,
yeah, low,
a low
et al. Case. There was other people involved.
go ne go na le batho ba bang gape ba ba neng le bone ba amega mo ntlheng eo.
The Minister of Social Development on the 16th of June acknowledged that in 92% of the cases,
Ka di 16 tsa June tona ya lefapha la tlhabololo loago le ne la dumalana gore 92%
of the children are awarded automatically to the mother.
ya bana ba newa go itiragala fela kwa ntle ga mathata gore ba newe bomma bone.
And then you as government and the social department and the justice system and the family advocates office
Mme lona jaaka lefapha la tlhabololo loago le tsamaiso tsa tshiamiso mmogo le mafapha a mangwe
have the audacity to turn around and say, where are the fathers? Why are we sitting with a 70%?
lona sebete go leba maemo le bo le re bona 70% fela ya seno borra bone ba kae
Fatherless nation.
e leng borra ba e leng bana mo nageng ya rona.
In the interest of saving time, I'm not going to go through the whole statistics, but I can tell you now that one of the things around parental alienation syndrome
Se kwa ntle ga go ya lolo thata ke batla go le bolella gore se seng se se dirang gore borra bana ba ba kgaogantswe le bana ba bone bothata jono bo bakwa ke eng
by Dr. Pinky de Toy
ngaka Pinky de Toy
of the Sinaville Center
wa Sinaville Center
advised us that in 85 to 90% of the cases of parental alienation,
a re go na le 85 go ya go 90% ya bana ba ba kgaogantsweng le batsadi ba bone.
the mothers are responsible for that alienation.
Bothata jo ha re bo leba tota batho ba ba tlhodileng seo ke bomma bone.
We did a poll earlier this year,
Re le ra dira patlisiso mo masimologong a ngwaga ono
and 74% of the fathers advised us that they were partially alienated from their children.
borra 70% ya borra bana ba ile ba gakolwa le go bontshiwa gore ba mo bothateng jo ja gore ba kgaogantswe kgolagano e ba nang le yone le bana ba bone.
And 50% of our fathers tell us that they are totally alienated from their
Me
children.
50% ya borra bone ba re gotlhelele ga bana kgolagano le bana ba bone.
So, to make it very simple, I'm going to give you the things that need to be done in order to fix this as a matter of extreme urgency.
Tsela e botlhofo fela e nka se dirang fano fa ke go lo naya dikgato di le mmalwa tsa ka bonako tsa gore tota re ka re bolla jang bothata jono. Ke dilo dife tse di ka dirwang.
Under Section 7 of the Children's Act pertaining to contact, care and rights and responsibilities of the child,
Karolo ya bosupa ya molaotlhomo wa rona e buang ka ditshwanelo tsa borra bana go nna le kgolagano le kamano le bone le go nna le go diragatsa maikarabelo a bone ka bone.
we are demanding that you must include the following definition of the best interest of the child.
Re kopa gore lo tsenya tlhaloso e latelang e leng gore e tla nna karolo e tla solegelang bana molemo.
In the absence of violence, abuse, or neglect,
Ntle le tiriso dikgoka kgotsa tshotlo kgotsa go tlhokomologa bana,
the child must automatically have
ngwana o tshwanetse gore a nne le
daily physical,
a nne le day physical
no, daily physical,
o a nne le letsatsi le letsatsi
emotional, psychological,
a nne le tlhokomelo mo maikutlong mmogo le mo tlhaloganyong
spiritual,
le mo semoyeng
contact care, guardianship and maintenance,
a kgone go golagana le batlhokomedi ba gagwe ba mo tlhokomele le go mo kaela
with, by, and of,
ka kgotsa le
both parents at all times.
batsadi ka bobedi ka dinako tsotlhe.
With reference to Section 19, 20, 21, which is the rights and responsibilities afforded to the mothers and the fathers, married and unmarried.
Malebana le karolo e leng gore e mo go yone go bua ka maikarabelo a batsadi mo ngwaneng go sa kgathalesege gore a ba nyetse kgotsa ga ba nyalana.
We sat with an investigation by the Center for Gender Equality,
Re ile ra nna mmogo le mmatlisisi wa Centera ya tekatekano ya bong kgotsa gender equality.
and in 2020,
Ka 2020
where I advised them that Section 19, 20, 21 was unconstitutional.
ke ne ke ba gakolola gore karolo ya 19-20-21 tota ga e tsamaise dilo go ya ka molaotheo.
The Center for Gender Equality agreed with us that Section 20 and 21 was unconstitutional.
Centera ya gender equality ile ya dumalana le rona mo ntlheng eo ya karolo eo ya section 19-20-21.
And we are demanding, we are demanding that Section 19, 20, 21 must be struck off the Children's Act.
Ka jalo re batla go kopa gore karolo eno ya 19-20-21 ya molao wa bana e phimolwe mo molaong.
And that it must be rolled up into Section 18,
Me e gongwe e tsewe e tsengwe mo karolong ya 18.
where it must read that
Me ha e fitlha ko re batla gore e balege jana.
where both parents must automatically have
gore batsadi ka bobedi ba tshwanetse gore ba nne le
daily physical, emotional, psychological, spiritual contact care, guardianship, and maintenance.
ba kgone go tlhokomela ngwana mo mmeleng mo maikutlong mo moyeng le mo tlhaloganyong letsatsi le letsatsi
On a 50-50 basis.
mme ba dire jalo mongwe le mongwe wa bone a na le 50% ya boikarabelo joo
Mediation.
botsereganye
I don't understand why we're still dancing around this.
ga ke kgone go tlhaloganya gore ke ka ntlha yang fa seno e santsane e le bothata bo bo iseng bo rarabololwe
Section 21 and Section 33 of the Children's Act.
molao wa bana ha re le ba karolo ya 21 le ya 33
The Divorce Act of 1987 tells us mediation is mandatory.
molao wa tlhalo wa 1987 wa re bolella gore botsereganyi ke bo ka fa molaong
There was new Rule 41A promulgated on the 9th of February 2020 in
ka di 19 February 2020 go ile ga nna le molao o montšha o neng wa tlhomiwa le go tsenngwa foo
instructing that all civil cases and certain criminal cases
o laelang fano gore dikgetsi tsotlhe tsa botlola molao mmogo le tsa bopusong
must be mediated.
di tshwanetse gore di tsereganngwe
The Judge President of Limpopo gave instruction that effective the 1st of September,
go tloga ka 1 September Judge President wa ko Limpopo o ne a laela gore go simolla ka letlha leo
that mediation in high court related matters are mandatory.
gore botsereganye ko kgotlatshekelong e kgolo re itse gore e tshwanetse go diragadiwa go ya ka molao
We don't understand why we are sitting with cases that take 5 to 8 years at a cost of anything between 600,000 and 2 million rand.
ga re itse gore ke ka ntlha yang go satsana go na le dikgetsi tsa kgotlatshekelo tse di seng di rarabololwe tse di jang batho madi a ka nnang go fitlha go 600,000 go ya go fitlha go even 2 million
It's about the child abusing divorce industry making blood money off the suffering of our children.
seno se ke ka ntlha ya mathata a tshwanang le tshotlo ya bana le ditlhalo tse e leng gore batho ba ba tseneletseng mo dilong tse ke bone ba sologelang molemo kutlo botlhokong ya ba bangwe
We are insisting that mediation must be mandatory and must be completed 90 days post the parents separating.
re kopa gore morago ga batsadi ba sena go tlhalana bothata bone bo boke bo rarabololwe ka bonako gongwe malatsi a le 90 morago ga tlhalo eo
And if one or both of the parents don't want to comply, thank you very much, we can have them sent to jail.
mme ga e le gore mongwe wa batsadi ga a batle go ikobela melawana eo re tla mo romela gore a ye go a golege a isiwe kgolegelong
We've spoken extensively about parental alienation.
re buile thata ka kgang ya go tlosiwa ga bana gore ba se ba kgona go golagana le batsadi ba bone
There is scientific, medical, and psychological evidence that changes the brain and the physicality of the child that is being abused by parental alienation.
go na le bosupi jwa science bo bo bontshang gore go na le diphetogo tse di seng kana ka sepe tse di diregang mo mmeleng wa ngwana le mo tlhaloganyong ya ngwana ka ntlha ya mathata a ntseng jalo a ba kgontshang
It's non-negotiable any longer.
kgang eno e ga e tlhole e tlhoka go dulela fo tafoleng
Parental alienation must be declared as child abuse, and we as
kgang ya go tlosa ngwana gore a se ka kgona go golagana le ngwana wa gagwe kgotsa motsadi a se ka golagana le ngwana e tshwanetse gore jaanong re lebe jaaka tshotlo mo ngwaneng
it must be declared as child abuse, and it must carry an automatic 10-year sentence, sorry, a 25-year
e
sentence,
tshwanetse gore e lejwe jaaka go sotla ngwana mme katlholo ya yone e nne sekwebo sa dingwaga di le 25
and a 10 million rand fine for the professionals involved, namely the lawyers, the advocates, the psychologists, the social welfare workers, the mediators, the family advocates, the judges, and the magistrates. We are done. We're done.
tuediso ko tlhao ya teng e nne kgang ya gore le yone ka sebele ga go buiwe sepe ka yone mme e nne kgang ya gore go a tlholwa babueledi ba malapa di-psychologist le batho botlhe ba malapa ba mafapha ano a amegang ba tshwanetse gore ba tlholwe tota le tsone di-social worker le ba bangwe
And the last thing is perjury.
mme sa bofelo fano fa ke go tlhoka boikanyegi, ditiro tsa boferefere.
We have heard today about how false allegations are used as an instrument. We know for a fact
Re utlwile gompieno jaana gore go na le gore go dirisiwe ditatofatso tse e seng tsone, mme rona ra itse gore
advise their female clients
gore kgakololo ya di-client tsa rona tse e leng tsa batho ba basadi
to make false or spurious accusations.
ba na le gore ba tle ka ditatofatso tse e seng tsone tsa maaka,
And that it is used as a tool to destroy, sever, and alienate the child from the father.
mme ba dirisa seno se gore ba tle ba kgone go nna le kgono ya go dira gore ngwana ka nnete a kgone go kgaoganngwa le motsadi wa gagwe a se ka kgona go golagana le ene.
And we are demanding that the charges for perjury must be automatic and mandatory for those that perpetrate false
Ka
allegations.
jalo re lwa ka thata re batla gore go tlhomiwe molao o nonofileng wa gore ba ba dirang jalo ba lejwe jaaka tiragalo ya batlola molao.
I placed the state president and the family advocate's office and the Department of Justice on notice since 2019. Nobody has bothered to get back to me. When I presented on the 13th of May this year to this very honorable committee, stating that you guys need to get back to us and you need to start engaging us, nobody's got back to me.
Ke ile ka buisana le judge president le mafapha a gagwe a golagana le ene ke bua gore dikgang tse re nang le tsone tsa mathata ano a ke tse me re kopa gore go boelwa mo go rona, mme ga kwa ga boelwa mo go rona. Ke buile gape ka ba ka tlhalosa mathata a tshwana gore re a adile fa pele ga bone ba boele mo go rona, ga go sepe se sentse jalo se se kileng sa direga.
We sent a letter asking, can we engage you directly as the fathers' organizations to assist you with fast tracking
Re
the
romela lekwalo ko go bone re ba kopa gore rona jaaka mokgatlho wa banna a lo ka kgona gore lotle re tle go buisana mmogo.
fast tracking the changes that are so desperately needed.
E le gore re tle re kgone go akofisa diphetogo tse re batlang go di dira tse re di tlhokang thata gone jaanong jaana.
I did get a response and this was denied.
Ke ile ka amogela karabo mme karabo e ba ne ba gana go dira jalo.
I'm giving you guys one last chance.
Jaanong ke lo
You
naya
have to start engaging fathers directly.
ke lo naya tšhono ya
Informal
bofelo
sittings where we
fela.
are sitting across from you.
Lo tshwanetse gore lo nne le kgolagano lo buisane le mokgatlho wa borre gone jaanong jaana. Ke tšhono ya bofelo e ke lo nayang yone.
I'm giving you 90 days. That takes it to the 25th of February 2022.
Tonta ebile ke lo naya 90 days e tla felang ka di 22 tsa February 2022.
Failing which, we are approaching the Constitutional Court.
Me ha lo sa dire jalo.
Enough is enough.
Re tle go ya go kgotlatshekelong ya molaotheo. Re setse re utlwa gore re utlwile jaanong.
I thank you for your time.
Ke lo lebogela nako ya lona.
Thank you very much. I think we all see that we have took a very long time. Truly speaking, we are not doing justice to ourselves. The chairperson indicated that we don't have to write books. If there are issues that you need to raise, you must raise them with that table.
Modulasetulo o
If
ile
we
a bua gore bagaetsho re se ke ra tla re kwadile dintlha tsa rona e kete re kwadile buka. Ha di le dintsi thata re tshwanetse gore re di ise ko tafoleng.
We are not denying anybody an opportunity, but let's stick to what we are here for.
Ga re gane gore lo ntshe ditshwalo tsa rona fela re batla go bua ka tlhamalalo ka ga se re se tletseng fano.
So please,
Ka jalo
I will
ra kopa
award
tsweetswe.
each of you 3 minutes.
Ke batla go naya mongwe le mongwe wa lona metsotso e le meraro, 3 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Ke
You may
lebogile thata.
proceed, sis.
Greetings to everyone. My name is Ntswaki Padi from Beyond Ability Talent Solutions.
Mina Ntswaki Phaki ni huma eka
Beyond Ability Talent Solutions.
Beyond Ability Talent Solutions.
In our case, ever since 2009, we've been involved with the employment of persons with disabilities.
Kusukela hi 2009 a hi tirhana na timhaka ta ku thoriwa ka vanhu lava va nga na vutsoniwa.
But in our working, we find ourselves having to work with children of all ages, from date of birth right up until to age of maturity to 18 years, and even beyond 18 to 35 years, and even beyond 35 years.
Kambe kusuka kwalaho hi tikuma hi karhi hi tirhana vana lavatsongo, vana lava va nga na malembe ma le hansi ka 18 na ku hundza kwalaho.
So we've had to find ourselves having to find employment for economic opportunities such as learnerships, internships, bursaries, or maybe just linking persons with disabilities with corporate companies whenever they needed to work with entrepreneurs with disabilities.
Hi tlhele hi tikuma hi fanele ku lavela vanhu ti learnership na ti internship na ku tlhela hi va hlanganisa na van'wamabindzu.
Now, today I'd like to speak as a parent to a child with special need.
Namuntlha ndi tikuma ni ri loyi a fanelaka ku vulavula hi mutswari loyi a nga na swidingo swo hlawuleka.
Who happens to also be working with other parents who have children with special needs.
Loyi a nga na vana lava nga na swidingo swo hlawuleka.
And our experience is that no, we are encouraged and excited that this bill seeks to strengthen protective measures for children.
Hikuma itisiwa hlana hikuva nawumbisi lowu wu lava ku sirhelela vana lava va nga na vutsoniwa.
So, for instance, when you look into close to our biggest concern, where that is concerned, we are worried about the accessibility of facilities where children with disabilities are concerned.
Eka xivulwana xa mbirhi hi kuma leswaku ku na ku tika loko vanhu va fanele va fikelela switirhisiwa leswi swi fanelaka ku tirhisiwa hi vana lava nga na vutsoniwa.
So, for instance, you find that on the 2nd of December, just to commemorate International Day of Persons with Disabilities, we've organized a swimming clinic for children with special needs. However, our biggest challenge was that we've had to exclude certain children because most facilities are not accessible for children with disabilities.
Mitalanguta hi siku ra mbirhi N'wendzamhala a hi ri ku tlangeleni ka siku ra misava ra vana lava va nga na vutsoniwa laha ku lulamisiweke tliliniki yo hlambela kambe a hi boheka ku siya van'wana ehandle hikwalaho ka mpfumaleko wa switirhisiwa.
Our hope is for this bill to speak to how accessibility or maybe an inclusive learning environment can be created for children with special needs in all facilities, whether it's ECDs, whether it's sports facilities, but where our hope is that children with special needs can be protected in terms of accessing those facilities.
Hi langutela leswaku nawumbisi lowu wu fanele wu endla swi koteka leswaku vana hinkwavo na switirhisiwa swi fanele swi va kona swi nga ri na mhaka leswaku vana lava va na vutsoniwa kumbe njhani kambe hi langutela leswaku nawumbisi lowu wu endla leswaku switirhisiwa swi kumeka eka vana lava nga na vutsoniwa.
And it should be easy to make it mandatory for all facilities or for all buildings to ensure the accessibility of their environment for children with special needs, because the South African Bureau of Standards has a specific national standard that speaks to the accessibility of any building facilities in South Africa.
Swi fanele swi endliwa swi boha leswaku miako hinkwayo yi fanele ku fikeleriwa hi vana lava nga na vutsoniwa na nhlangano lowu wa Bureau ya mpimo wa Afrika-Dzonga wu tiyisisa leswaku miako yi fanele yi va hi ndlela leyi yi fikelelekaka.
5 minutes exhausted.
Then you're also talking to
Kari.
5 minutes already.
The competence. I'll be quick. You're speaking to the competence of
Your last
educators.
comment, please.
Yes.
Songa ku se u heti 5 wa timinete.
You are speaking to the competence of educators who have to deal with children with special needs. We found their competence to have been questionable in a lot of instances.
Hi le ku soleni ka vadyondzisi lava vuswikoti bya vona bya ku tirhana na vana lava nga na vutsoniwa byi solekaka.
How will this bill speak to what happens to a child with special need, whereby, for instance, their parent have been deceased and they didn't have any, or maybe they were low functioning and they didn't have any skills that they can create income on?
Shana na umbisi lowu wu ta tirhana njhani na vana lava loveriweke hi vatswari loko va loveriwile va nga ri na swikili kumbe vuswikoti bya ku tihanyisa hambi yi ri mali?
Our hope is also for this bill to also speak to ward-based protective workshops or maybe employment factories for children with disabilities who are low functioning but have high skills to create their own self-sustenance.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, you can submit the input that on the table. Thank you very much.
Afternoon, committee. My name is Conrad Nagia.
Afternoon.
I am a member of Fathers for Justice, and we are fathers, we are parents.
Ngibuya kwi-Fathers for Justice, siwo baba futhi bazali.
I'm also an alienated dad.
I'm sorry to disturb you. Can you please indicate whether you support the bill or not? Sisi, the lady who was here,
Usisi bekhuluma sicela
can,
ukuthi uzosho
can you
ukuthi
please
ngabe
indicate whether you support the bill or not?
uyaweseka noma
Thank you.
uyawuchithana. Sosivini.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ngiyabonga.
I have not, personally, I have not seen, I'm an alienated parent that hasn't seen his daughter for 2 years.
Ngiwubaba ke ophucwe ingane yakhe
Due
ingane
to the actions
yeminyaka
of social
angayiboni.
workers,
Ngenxa yomsebenzi
the legal
wosonhlalakahle,
system,
uhlelo lwezomthetho
and the police.
namaphoyisa.
My main issue is with the social workers and DSD.
Inkinga yami enkulu ke ngosonhlalakahle baku DSD.
How did we arrive at a situation where they wield so much of power over a family, over its destruction?
Sifika kanjani esimeni lapho amandla amaningi ephethwe yibo malana nokubhidlika komndeni?
In an attempt to empower social workers to intervene to protect children, you have created a situation of immense risk for human trafficking.
Ngenhloso ke ukuthi nikeza amandla osonhlalakahle ukuthi bavikele izingane, niye nadala uhlelo olubandakanya ukushushunjiswa kwezingane okukhulu.
When a child is removed from any parent, such as mine has been,
Uma ingane isuka kumzali wayo noma umuphi njengoba yami ke kwenzeka kuyo,
there needs to be some form of judicial oversight exercised.
kumele khona ke abaqaphayo abomthetho.
Currently, it is quite possible for a child to be removed to a place of safety and then trafficked further.
Njengamanje kuyenzeka ukuthi ingane ithathwe isendaweni engaphephela kuyo, mayifika lapho ishushunjiswe iqhubekele phambili lokho.
All it requires is two corrupt people,
Okudingeka
one
nje
being the social worker.
ukuze kwenzeke lokho abantu babili abakhohlakele, omunye wabo ke kuwusonhlalakahle.
The other point I wish to raise
Elinye iphuzu engifisa
is the
ukuliveza
matter of outsourcing.
udaba ke lokunikezela umsebenzi kwabantu bangaphandle.
Government must end the outsourcing of government functions to NGOs.
Imisebenzi kahulumeni ke iyadlulisela kwezinye izikhungo ezingawenzi lo msebenzi njengama NGO.
Who use underqualified people
Sisebenzisa abantu ke abangafanele lo msebenzi
and rely on donor funding to exist.
sithembele ukuthi siwa khona ke abazoletha uxhaso.
Specifically, organizations like CMR, Tutela, and TBC
Inhlangano njenge CMR, Tutela ne TBC
are not accountable to the public in the same way that government departments are.
azinaso isibopho sokuphendula ke emphakathini ngendlela efana neminyango kahulumeni.
Parliament has no oversight on these NGOs.
Iparlament alikwazi ukuqapha lama NGOs.
The other matter is children are not many adults.
Olunye udaba ke ukuthi izingane parent children are
How can the law put the burden of choosing contacts in the hands of an underdeveloped mind and abdicate the adult's responsibility
Is
to guide and
inkinga
protect children?
ukuthi ke izingane azikabantu badala. Ngenzeka kanjani ukuthi umsebenzi wokuvikela izingane unikezwe abantu abangakhulu ngomqondo?
There needs to be specific guidelines as to what is age appropriate for various inputs from the child.
kumele kube khona ke imhlahlandlela echazayo ukuthi ngokweminyaka eziphi ke izinqumo ezingavela kumntwana.
These guidelines should be based in the child psychology understanding of how the mind develops as you mature into
Le
an adult.
mihlahlandlela kumele isuswe kuhlelo ke oluhambisana nendlela yokuhleleka komqondo ukuthi ingane ikwazi kangakanani ukuqonda izinto.
You have to consider the vulnerability to manipulation of young children, yet manipulative parents are not even acknowledged.
Kumele kubhekwe udaba lokuba kuthakathaka ke bezingane okwenza ukuthi ke abazali abathanda ukuthi ke benzise izingane lokho kufunwa yibo abakusebenzisayo.
The law as it stands is ineffective.
Njengamanje umthetho indlela oyiyona ayisebenzi.
Section 35 specifically says
Isigaba 35 sicacisa ukuthi
that any person that prevents access, care and contact
noma
to a minor child
ubani ovimbela ingane ukuthi ikwazi ukufinyelela noma ukuxhumana
shall be subject to a minimum of 1 year imprisonment.
nomuntu othile ke uyobhekana ke nesikhathi sokejele unyaka.
Yet every father that tries to invoke Section 35 is turned
Kepha
away.
noma ubaba ozama kusenza isigaba 35 uye aphindisele emuva akasizakali.
Thank you.
Ngiyabonga.
I'm not in favor of this amendment.
Angikweseke lo.
I find the definitions are too broad and too vague.
Izincazelo zibanzi kakhulu.
Thank you very much.
azicacile
The next
ngokuqondakalayo.
speaker.
Siyabonga isikhulumi esilandelayo.
Greetings. It's getting late. It's like almost in the afternoon, late afternoon. I'd like to greet the chair. Like to greet the chair with all the honorable members. Thanks for coming close to us as the community here and to hear all our complaints on the proposed bill that it may be amended properly. I am Armstrong Twala. But due to the previous operation, I'm not young at all. I'm old enough. I'm grown. I'm old enough. I grew up during the apartheid area. Those people are called triple khois. We fought apartheid for us to live in a decent manner. And I know that not everything is done in one day. And I believe even this giant room was not built in one day. And with my words, I support this bill. And I request we keep amending until all parties are satisfied.
Fathers for Justice.
Fathers for Justice has covered me. What I'll say today, I heard the chairperson calling me Baba or Dad. And I was proud.
I know
because I know the role of a father. Father is a protector. A father is a provider.
So
in this life, we must protect our parents, our mothers, even our children.
So God has never changed the formula of creating a human being.
In English, they say,
So
I'm a father of everyone in this world.
Amen. Amen.
I will never say to any child, is not mine. When I pray, I say, give me 2 wisdom. 2 levels of wisdom in my life.
Uthi ngikwazi
That I may
ukuxolela
to forgive
nokwazi ukwenza into eyiqiniso.
and to stick to the truth and
Isikhululo
do
sami
the truth.
sanamhlanje sithi
My motto today is
iqiniso
the truth
liyamandla.
is power.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Dumelang.
Greetings.
Nna ka lebitso ke nna Zanele wa ha Xaba.
I am Zanele Xaba by the name.
I'm from the Mordecai Ndlovu Foundation.
From Domo.
Mordecai Ndlovu Foundation.
Ndlovu Foundation.
Yes, I'm a third-year student.
Ke moithuti wa ngwaga wa boraro.
Ke etsa communication science.
I'm doing communication science.
Now I'm from Tembisa.
So ke tswa ko Tembisa.
I've encountered the challenges
Ke kopane le dikgwetlho
tse loreng di teng today and they are still happening.
which are here today, mme di santsane di direga.
As young as I was,
Mme ka mokgwa ne ke
ke
le
le
monnye ka teng,
monyane, yes, I believe hore ho sana le bana ba loreng they are facing the challenges tse loreng nna ke di faceitse.
I believe that there are still some young ones facing the very same challenges that I faced.
Yes, tse loreng di direct or indirect.
These could be direct or indirect challenges.
Yes, I do support the Bill of Rights,
Ke a e amogela bill eno e,
but I feel hore point e loreng ne ke nyaka ho e bolela sontse e utlwahale.
and then I see that the point which I wanted to actually make here must be clear enough.
Yes, since rena re le batho ba loreng re experience the disadvantages from mo re dulang teng.
Since we are people experiencing some disadvantages in the areas where we live.
As the South African Constitution or maybe batho ba loreng ba kudimo gagolo,
Jaaka ha molaotheo wa Afrika Borwa or people of high stations
ba loreng ba tshwere South Africa.
who are governing South Africa.
I strongly believe hore re check the educational system e loreng le e fa batho bana bona bana.
Ke batla ke dumela thata gore we need to check tsamaiso ya thuto e leng gore you are rendering or you are teaching to the children.
Yes, because re filwe educational system e loreng e re ruta hore re bale re ngwale
Because we've
and
been
re
given
varsity.
an educational system which teaches us to study or to read, to study and to go to the university.
And coming to the developmental ya ngwana,
Ne ha re tla mo kganyeng ya kgodiso ya ngwana,
I think who important hore each and every child a feel hore they are worth
Can
it
we
mo
please give her
lefatsheng.
time,
Gore
please?
go a tlhokega gore
Can we
ngwana-
give her an ear, please? Please. Please.
ke tsaya gore go a tlhokega gore ngwana mongwe le mongwe a ikutlwe a le botlhokwa a amogelesega.
Hore ngwana a ikutlwe hore a le bohlokwa o tshwanetse hore re, because I believe hore mo lefatsheng modimo re file differently, re unique a re tshwane.
It has to be like that a child must feel worthwhile because here on the earth, God has given us different gifts.
Ho na le ba loreng ba kgona ho mastera the education system e loreng re na le yona ka jeko.
There are some who are masters of the current education system that we have,
But ho na le ba loreng a ba kgone.
but others cannot be able to do that.
And he re gola re buditse hore like if a o kgone ho bala or if a o kgone ho ngwala, then wena you are less of a human being.
And then we have been taught as we are growing up that if you are illiterate, then really you are nothing of a human being.
Yes, if you don't have that matric certificate, a o letho.
Then if you don't have a matric certificate, you are nothing.
And I strongly believe hore ra ka try hore re fe bana di skills as young as ba le banyane, because as ke boletse hore a re kgone ho tshwana kaofela. Ho na le o mongwe a ka create koloi from the start, but because of ha kgone ho ngwala ho maybe hore a kgone a master the educational system, o buditse hore yena a se next vele, and that into e means hore it became a self-fulfilling prophecy ya hore and I end up as next.
And then I think has to be like that because when a young child, some of them are able to write, they are able to read, but there are some who cannot be able to do these things. But now what you could find about them is that they do have abilities. In fact, some of them can actually create and invent a car right from the beginning. but not knowing how to do or not having some of these other skills. And this comes to be a self-fulfilling prophecy that shows that even if you don't have these other skills, you can do something worthwhile.
Yeah, and re bona ba fellela mo di-drugseng, majwaleng, ba bang ba iphile bashimane.
And now these other ones, they end up roaming the streets and they give themselves off to the boys.
And then the cycle goes on. Ha se sa ifile bashimane o ba le ngwana.
And then once she has handed herself to the boys, what the end result is that now she becomes
Ha kgone ho
a
bereka.
child, and then she cannot find employment.
Ha kgone ho iketsetsa income.
She's not able to make some income for herself.
And then ngwana o la le ena o lesia le la safara.
Now it
Round
means that
off,
now
please.
It's going to be a cycle, vicious cycle. The baby is also going to suffer.
And then the cycle goes on and on.
And it keeps on going
you.
endlessly. Thank you.
The next speaker.
Oh, here. Okay, thank you. Dumela magolo le kae?
Greetings.
Nna ka lebitso ke Angelina Keke.
My name is Angelina Keke.
I'm the founder of Home of Future Foundation.
Ke nna
and-
founder ya Home Future Foundation.
And I'm based in Protea North.
Ke nna ko Protea Glen North.
Batswadi ba ka, as much you said you don't want to hear sad story. I just-
Jaka ha lo buile lore ga lo batle go utlwa dilo tse di utlwisang botlhoko.
Ke kopa fela 1 second.
I'm only asking for 1 second.
Sometimes you have to know hore foundation e be teng motho o tswa kae. Ho tlile jwang.
Sometimes you have to know when there is certain foundation existing. You got to know exactly how did it come about. Where did this person come from to be able to put it in place?
Hobane ha ona ngwana wa 31 years old a ka ranang foundation. Ke batho ba bagolo ba di etsang dilo
Because there
tseo.
is no 31-year-old person who can run a foundation. That is something done by the adults.
Yes, so nna jwale ka re bua ka bana mo ke ile ka rapua ka 10 years.
So as we are speaking about children, I want to indicate that standing here, I was raped when I was 10-year-old.
And I don't feel sorry for myself.
Ebile ga ke
Don't even
ikutlwele
feel sorry for
botlhoko.
me.
Ke kopa hore le seke la nkutlwela botlhoko.
I'm a strong woman.
Ke mosadi yo nonofileng mo moweng.
Ke ka hona ke kgonneng ho tla mo.
That is why I was
To
able
share
to
my
come
story.
right here. Ke tla go le bolella kgang ya me.
Ke ka hona Home of Future Foundation e qadileng ko teng hore nna I was raped at 10 years old.
That's how Future
by a pastor.
Foundation began, because I was raped at the age of 10 by a pastor.
If he didn't rape me, o ka bo sena Home of Future Foundation.
Ha nkabe a sang petelela, nkabe re sena Future Foundation.
Now we are dealing with the street kids because I don't have parents. The reason he took advantage of me, I was staying on the streets.
Gone jaanong jaana re berekana ka bana, ne ke le dingwaga di le 10, o ile a itirela sa se ratang ka nna, e di re leka go tlhokomela bana ba ba mo mebileng.
Okay, then my concern is,
Jaanong matshwenyego a ka ke a.
okay. Problem ya rona ke hore I'm using like the office ya ko kerekeng. We don't have our own land. Even if re kopa di sponsors, it's not easy for us. They want our own place. Ebizang Home of Future Foundation.
My problem here is that we don't have our own land or an office. We are actually using an office at the church, and that we can't even find sponsors where we can be able to put up our own, which we can call by our name, Home Future Foundation.
I'm not gonna be long, I'm very professional. So, ke kopa go social development, it to say each and every person or is important more community. Please help us. We need a land.
Ka jalo,
We
ga ke
need
tle
a
go
land.
lela, ke mosadi wa se-professional, mme ke kopa gore lefapha la thuto loago le
A land.
thuse batho botlhe ba ba dirang dilo tse dintle tse di tshwanang le tseno tse. Re
And,
kopa
ke-
lefatshe, re thuseng.
Ke dumelana le bill ya lona,
I
ke
do-
llela a land.
I do accept the bill, but I'm crying for the side.
Thank you.
Ke a leboga.
Yeah, and she is asking for a land. Professionally so.
Ngiyathanda ukubingelela phakathi kwendawo.
I would like to greet you.
Mina ngumama uThokozile wakaRajaji.
My name is Mama Togozile Raijaji.
Ngiphuma from the house of Tanvier.
I'm from the house of Canvier.
Kusho ukuthi lapho indawo esigada abantwana kuyo, abantwana abanganabazali,
At that
nabantwana
place,
abakhubazekile.
we take care of children who do not have parents, orphans, as well as children with disabilities.
Kusho ukuthi kuleyo ndawo leyo ngabona umama Fatima kungathi uyasogola ngeingane.
At that place, I saw Mama Fatima and I realized that she was struggling with the children, and then I volunteered my services.
Yeah, ngasebenzisana naye.
I started working with her.
Ngithe mangiloku ngiphakathi lapho ngisebenzisana naye, uyazi ngabona umsebenzi wakhe umuhle kakhulu.
As I was working with her, I realized that she was doing a very good job.
Ngoba bengibona namaphoyisa aletha abantu laphana kuye.
Because I would see the police even bringing people to her.
Ama social worker konke baletha abantu
The social
lapha kuye.
workers as well would bring people to her.
Ngavolunteer isikhathi eside ngivolunteer lapho kumama.
I volunteered for a long time there under Mama Fatima.
Ngithe njalo ngisavolunteer ngayibuka inhlupheko yalapha yazi ukugada abantwana akusipha up and place.
While volunteering, I realized how they are suffering there. You see, looking after children is no joke.
Ngoba kwesinye isikhathi uthola ukuthi kunzima kukho lutho. Singogogo kufuneka sifake izandla ezikhwameni.
Because at times you would see that it is difficult, there is nothing, and as grandmothers we'll have to take money from our own pockets
Sincede lapho esinceda khona.
and help where possible.
Namhlanje njengoba ngize la
Today, as I am here,
ngizele ukuthi bantu parliament ngicela ke nitsheleni ugovernment ukuthi akake asincede kule nkinga esikuyo.
I am here to plead with you, Parliament, to ask the government to please assist us in this problem that we are facing.
Ngoba sisenkingeni impela.
We are facing a real
Niyangibona
challenge.
ngidala ngakanani abantwana abasebenzi kufuneka umuntu akhiphe lokho okuncane sikuphiwa uyu government.
As you can see, I am old, my children are unemployed, and then I have to use that little money I have from the
Kunzima.
government. It is
Kunzima
difficult.
uvolunteer.
Volunteering is
Ngoba naye
difficult.
uMama Fatima uze wabona wathi hayi wena ngathi strong.
Because Mama Fatima even
Ngoba
said, you seem
ngiyavuka
strong.
ekuseni kwami njalo ngilapha ka Mama Fatima
I wake up
ngiyanceda ingane.
every morning from my house and go to Mama Fatima to help the children.
Uyazi ngiyincede ingane ngizipho uthando mangena nazo ziyangigijimela gokuthoko ezinye sisithoko.
I help the
Nami
children
ngizipha uthando.
and give them love. And when I get it, they'll say, Gok Togo, Sis Togo, because I also offer them love.
Ngoba kukhona nabakhubazekile nabo kufuneka ubaphe uthando bangaziboni ukuthi bona bayilento abayiyo.
And there are others who live with disabilities, and we have to love them so they will not feel that there is something that is not right
Manje
with them.
impela njengoba ngilana ngeke ngibe mude ngoba kuningi sekukhulunyiwe.
I will not take long because most of the things have been said.
Naye Mama Fatima ukukhulumile okunye.
Mama Fatima mentioned other issues.
Manje ngigcizelela lana nje ukuthi ngicela abantu government ake angenelele.
I am here to
Ngoba
emphasize
kunzima
that
impela.
we are requesting the government to please intervene. It is very
Sikuzwile
difficult.
Gok Togo.
We heard Gok Togo.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Sanibona nonke. Can you stretch your arms, please? Can you stretch your arms? Kunini nihleli? Senilele mara, serious.
Ningaluli izandla because some of you are asleep already.
Sesilele.
Been seated
Sesilele.
for a long time.
Ngiyabonga.
Thank you.
Protocol observed. Ngiyathoba parliament.
Ngokuyinkhundla zenu ngiyanibingelela
Nonke.
greetings, members of parliament,
Abagcini bamakhaya abantwana ngiyathoba.
all the keepers of the homes.
Okhulumayo uboniso kwadludlu.
Boniso Dludlu is my
Oqhamuka
name.
eDeepkloof.
Come from Deepkloof,
Ward 27.
Ward 27.
Osenesikhathi esebenza ngeingane.
I've been working with children for a long time.
Kuncane ngilethe la. Akukuniyanga.
It's not
Asingane
much.
kwani.
Only,
Straight to the point.
only, yes. Give it to you straight to the point.
Siyabonga ukuthi uDSD ukhona namhlanje.
Thanks. We appreciate that DSD is here today.
Sibuhlungu ukuthi DSD uyasimuva usisa ku Department of Education.
We are sad,
Ngaphandle kokusivula
saddened
ingqondo.
that the DSD is moving us
Usithatha
to Department of
njengomthwalo
Education
uyosibeka.
without explaining anything to us. They are just pushing us like a bunch.
Esizocela ku DSD njobe sifudukisa.
Yeah, we are
Esisa ku
asking
Department of Education.
DSD as they are exodusing us to Department of Education.
Kuneyikolo social development.
There are schools, social development,
Ezinemkhukhu.
that have got shacks.
And then uke wathi uchairperson
Chairperson
si
said,
operatela kuma back rooms.
we operate from our background.
Why uvuma social development si operatela from back rooms? Ekubeni ikolo zidala ama-squatter camp.
Why do you allow us to operate from our backrooms and yet schools, some of them have got shacks?
Today, Mtaung, city.
We are therefore
Angikhulumeli
saying
mina ngithi
today,
city.
therefore we say
Singama
today,
ECD.
as ECD,
Go back to Department of Education.
we learn the power of
Ngoba abantwana basekho ezikolweni.
children are no longer in schools.
Bafunda la. Ikolo ziyimikhukhu.
Hypothetically
We
get
need the
educated.
schools.
Schools have
Ukuthi
shacks.
si-operate
We need
the
schools
ECDs.
to run
Okuzothi nina
ECDs
Mtaung
so that you
bese
leaders,
nibakhipha ama-ofisini lama-social
so
workers
that you take out the social
to come
workers
and
from
do
their
a
comfortable
proper job.
offices. Benze umsebenzi ocacile.
to come benze izinto ezi-right
Let them come and do right things.
because sithukeka sisonke ku-ECD.
We all get insulted at ECD.
Not only abantu abakuma-structures but
Not only those who are in
sonke
organized structures.
mawusebenza ngomntwana
Every one of us working with a child.
umntwana
A child,
ngiye ngithi mina by myself
I normally say,
I'm a professional child protector.
eh,
That's me.
ngingumvikeli
If
wabantwana
ngizothwesa abantwana izipho ngiye
ogogodile.
ngibatshele ngithi I
Whenever
surrender.
they graduate,
Under
I tell
section.
them I surrender under section.
Section 18 under or amendment ngo 2005.
Ngizinikele
Ngithi yimi
section
law. That's me.
18 under 2005. That's me.
Kodwa,
I'm subjected under that
kunomoya.
law. But then there is
Umoya
a spirit
ongenayo
that
esizothi
permeates that we are saying
namhlanje
today
kule amendment bill
in this amendment bill,
sicela niwuvale.
please close that spirit.
Akungapheli
Close that
inyanga
gap.
ama-social worker engafika nge-center.
Let no month pass without social worker visitation. Monthly.
Shortly nje mangithi kune-COVID.
We understand we all under the
There's
pandemic.
no social worker working around to us to check with we complying with
There
COVID.
is no social worker checking
But
on us on the
makungafumntwana.
grounds of compliance. Yet as soon
Papa,
as a
so-
child dies, like
Sizothi
everybody gets excited.
kulo mthetho
We are therefore saying
Musaba-
to this proposed bill,
musubavumela ungabavumeli bahlale ofisini
please don't let them sit in their offices.
abahambe bobheka amakhaya abantwana
Let them physically visit the ECD centers.
bazosiqaqa ingqondo lesinayo yemali.
And then they'll open up our minds so that we don't only push profit,
sikwazi uku-implement ilungelo lomntwana
so that we're able to prioritize and implement child rights.
okuncane social development.
And my small
Kubuhlungu.
contribution social development
Imali siyayinida
is painful. Yes, we do need the money.
usifida ngemali
Yes,
kodwa usinike into efanele si-implemente
you
ebantwaneni.
feed us with the
Ulalela thina
money,
ukuthi senzani.
but you don't give us
Asikufuni
content
lokho thina.
and material to implement.
thina sifuna usi-challenge thina
We are saying
What
we
are we
don't want
doing?
that.
Are we
We're
doing the
saying
right thing
challenge
now?
us to do the right things the right way.
noma sincisha imali yakho thina
Even
bothina
if you keep
but
the
masenza the
money,
right thing
some of us, if we're
that
doing
is
the
yoba
right
to
thing,
us. Sizothi namhlanje kule amendment bill
we are therefore saying to this amendment bill,
bake bathinta kuqala bathi kunabantwana abafaka uniform esikolweni.
they
Those
said
are the
they submitted
principals.
all that they are small children wearing
Those are the
uniforms.
principals opening the centers esikolweni.
Othishanhloko lapho sebevula ama-ECD center ey'koleni.
Social development ukuphi lapho?
Where is social development to combat
Talking
that?
from experience.
Ngikhuluma into engiyazi
Ngi-operate-ele
kahle.
esikolweni.
Njengami nje ngisebenzela esikoleni. I
Esikolweni
operate from the school.
kuno-RR.
I operate in ECD center in the school. There's RR in the school.
Kuno-RR.
There's RR.
U-RR uyini Mtaung?
What is
No,
RR?
ngiyabuza. Boma baba masente, what is RR? Umntwana.
Yeah.
It's 3 to 4.
It's 3 to 4 years.
Hey.
They call it RR.
Usesikolweni.
They are already in the schooling system.
Usesklasini labantwana abadala
They are
ekufundeni
already
lapho.
in the class where it's supposed to be.
But uDSD ukhona.
But DSD is still there.
Namhlanje
Today,
mina ngiyabapimpa to you guys.
yeah, I
And
came
then
to
nani mina
report.
ngivekile.
I'm also watching.
Ukuthi engizokusho namhlanje.
What I'm saying today,
Ukuthi thina sifuna social development asikhathele.
we want social development to kick.
Angasincenge kuze senze.
Please don't beg us,
But
kick
now,
for us to do the right thing.
asikwazi. Because bahlele ema-ofisini abantu benu.
We
Anina
can't
imoto.
because
Zokwenza
your
ama-
officials are
ama-
sitting in offices, they say we don't have cars to do those visits.
So if this bill siyavumelana yes ngiyavumelana nayo.
If
Bazoyibona
we
kanjani ukuthi
approve this
siyayimplementa
bill,
na?
how will they know how
That
will they
is
see
why
we're implementing it?
Uchair. Excuse. That is why uchair
That's why I'm saying the
Sihlanganisa
chair
abantwana.
said we are
Because
just
asina
putting
monitor.
together children because we're not monitored.
So
We don't
today,
work under supervision.
ngithi singama
Therefore,
ECDs.
today
One
I'm saying
second,
as
please.
ECDs,
Yes, sicela iy'kolo lezi vulnerable.
we implore
Sizo
that
operate ngaphakathi. Kungabi
vulnerable
sesikotha.
schools.
I amended.
Okay,
I
says
accept
Boniswa.
it.
Boniswa. Says Boniswa. I would love to see you outside. Yebo. Myself.
Yes, I'll see you outside.
Dumelang.
Greetings.
Dumelang Tai a buang.
My name
You-
is
you
Dumelang Tai.
Ho tswa South African Congress
Can
of
you give the
Child
lady chance?
Development.
From the South African Congress of Early Childhood Development.
Yes, and I'm the provincial coordinator.
I'm the provincial coordinator.
Yes, and I would like to talk about the challenges.
Ke batla ho bua ka mathata.
Yes, are affecting early childhood development at large.
The challenges that affect early childhood development at large.
One, ke di bylaws.
The bylaws are the
And
first
then
one.
Can we be quiet, please?
They include rezoning.
And give her an ear.
They include rezoning,
These bylaws include rezoning,
hacking. Okay.
packing,
Yeah. Hacking ya dikoloi.
or parking.
Yes. And then the fees, municipal fees, that the rezoning, including consent use.
Lady fees and consent use.
Yes. Hangata ha ho bua ka early childhood development, I hear our government is very negative.
A lot of times when we talk about early childhood development, the government sounds negative.
Ka mosebetsi o re o etsang re le early childhood practitioners.
About the work that we do as ECD practitioners.
Nkare ha se next.
It's like we're not doing anything.
Ntho tse ngata di ba negative.
A lot of things come out as negative.
Re feel hore tse positive ha di bonwe because ha di bue.
We feel as if the positive things that we do are not seen because they are not publicized.
Ho bua ka tse mpe fela.
Only the negative ones are discussed.
And then when it comes to fees, tse re di patalang,
And then when it comes to the fees that we pay,
e ka ba rezoning kapa consent use,
whether it is rezoning or consent use,
di expensive for a non-profit organization.
these are costly for a non-profit organization.
Ke ka baka leo ho nka nako hore di early childhood centers, development centers, di comply with the requirements, either the social development or health department or any other department included in the early childhood development.
That is why ECD centers take long to comply with the requirements of the DSD and the health departments.
Le di masepala tsa rona ha di sebetse ka ho tshwana in the same province.
Even our municipalities work in different ways, even in the same municipality.
Yes, in the same province.
Province, sorry.
Yes, whereby regioning engwe, the ECD centers studying the thola the health certificates, mekhukhung tse ding di region ha di dumelle ntho eo.
This is in such a way that you find some ECD centers obtaining
Health certificate.
health certificates, even though their facilities are shacks, but others in other regions are not able to obtain them.
Re kopa ho sebelletswa ka ho tshwana in one province.
We ask that you treat us the same in the same province.
And then consider hore we are non-profit organizations, we don't have money for expensive fees.
Mele le nahane hore re mekgatlo e sa etseng tjhelete, so ha re na tjhelete ya ditifiso tseo tse phahameng.
And then ke kopa ho bua hape ka registration ya partial care.
I'd also want to discuss the registration of partial care.
Hore e include all these departments.
That it includes all the departments.
Land use management.
Land use management.
Health department.
Lefapha la Bophelo.
Le tse ding tse ngata.
And others.
Hantse re itukisetsa ho apply la di partial care.
As we prepare ourselves to apply for partial care,
land consent use inka more than a year.
The application for consent use takes over a year.
And it should take at least 60 days. Building control who approve a building plan.
Building control ha tlameha ho fana ka tumello ya morero wa moaho.
Inka 6 months.
It takes 6 months.
And more.
And more.
Empa it has to take at least 30 to 31 days. Let me say that.
But it is supposed to take 30 to 31 days.
The department is apply for partial care.
When we go to all these departments trying to apply for partial care, and the delays that are there, this affects the children and their nutrition.
Because in the process we are not receiving anything for children's nutrition specifically.
Hobane ka nako eo ntse re etsa dikopo tsena ha re fumane letho bakeng sa phepo ya bana.
Bana ba lapa.
The children go hungry
in the centers.
Ditsing tsa rona.
And bana ba tswa malapeng tse ba lapile a mang. Are disadvantaged.
And some of the children come from disadvantaged homes.
Ke ntho tse bohloko tse leng hore the ECD practitioners re tlameha ho shebana le tsona letsatsi le letsatsi.
These are things that we as ECD practitioners have to deal with on a daily basis.
Ke ka ho seng bobebe hore ha re bona dintho tsa tshwana le bo television re smile.
This is why it
Can
is
you
not
round
easy
off,
for us to smile when we hear about things on the TV.
And then re kopa di responsibilities tsa masipala di state where di be clear in terms of helping early childhood development.
We ask that the responsibilities of the municipalities must be clearly stated when it comes to helping out ECD
Hobane
centers.
ha di a hlaka re a sokola ha re approach masipala tsa rona.
Because they are vague and we struggle when we approach the municipality for assistance.
And then re a kopa hape hore as our government says hore we must put the child first, as my T-shirt says.
And we are also asking, as the government says, bana ba bewe pele, jwalo ka ha ho ngotswe sekipeng sa ka.
Re kopa ebe jwalo.
We ask that this be the way.
Bana ba ske ba tingwa dijo because of compliance.
Thank you so much.
Compliance.
Dintho tseo tse ithu di arolwe bana ba fuwe dijo ha ntse re sebetsana le compliance.
Children should get food while we are busy trying to sort out compliance.
Thank you so much. The last speaker.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Londo Mtabela. Mtabela. I'm going to be both. I'm a resident of Ward 89, in Constantia Kloof Residents Association. And yes, I'm also an employee of the City of Johannesburg.
City of Johannesburg.
I'm working in the Chief Whip's office as a committee officer.
Sorry. Oh, ke
the
sebetsa
chief whip's office as a committee officer.
oh ke sebetsa
Before that, I've
office-ing.
worked in the office of the MMC of Health and Social Development, the current mayor of Johannesburg. I was her office manager, and the issue of ECD was
Taba
part
ena
of
ya
our
di
agenda.
ECD mona ho ya ka puisano tsa rona tsa kajeno.
Okay, the ECD issue was part of the agenda from 2016 to
Ha e sa le ho
2019.
tloha ho 2016 ho isa ho 2019 e ntse e le teng ho bua ka yona taba ena.
In that department, we
Lefapheng
established
leo.
a unit called migration,
Ho na le lefapha le bitswang migration
displaced people's unit,
ya batho ba senang bodulo,
children's services,
ditshebeletso tsa bana
and people with disabilities.
le batho ba nang le bofokodi mmeleng.
Just to be precise, we are the first municipality to have the ECD compliance policy and the ECD framework, compliance framework.
Re toropo ya pele ho bua nnete e nang le lefapha lena la kapa ofisi ya ho netefatsa hore ho kgengwa le di melao ya ECD mmoho le ditataiso tsa teng.
In 2019, in June, we had a death of a child in Weston,
Ho
where
ile ha-
children were fed food that was decontaminated, or they ate something and then they died, and the city had to come in and also had to have a look at that.
Ka 2019 ho la hlokala bana man Westini ba jile chefu kapa ba jile dijo tse sa lokang mme toropo ile a tlameha kapa motsemoholo ona o la tlameha hore o kene moo le ona o shebe tsela ya ho rarolla taba eo.
Based on that, already we had already prepared a policy and a framework, and we'd already had our unit under Mr. Hrobela to, like he had submitted to the mayoral committee that framework, and we had an integrated policy to say what will be the role of each department within the city. That is environmental health, fire safety, public safety, development planning, land use management, crime, billing.
Le pele ho moo ho no so ntse o na le policy tlasa Ntate Grobler mabapi le ho tataisa tshebedisong ya di ECD tlasa ditataiso tse kang tsa tshireletso ha ho tla tabeng tsa mollo le tabeng tsa bophelo bo botle le tse ding. Wa mata mme wa mata.
And that was also approved by the mayoral committee.
Mme tseo di ile tsa ananelwa ke komiti ya majoro.
And also, we built an ECD training center in Region F in Ward 59 in the Johannesburg CBD.
Ho ile ha ahwa le centera ya ECD mane Johannesburg CBD.
And it was going to be done in 2 phases. The first phase was
in the group-
completed in 2019,
E ne tlo ba ka
December.
mekgatlelo e mmedi mme mokgatlelo wa pele o ile wa phethelwa ka 2019.
Yes. And I cannot tell how far is that now, but we had a memorandum of understanding with the Metropolitan Foundation, which is based in Frederdorp,
Ha ke
who were
tsebe
going
hore
to
na
be
re
training
tsamaile ha kae empa re ne re na le tumellano le foundation ya Metropolitan.
They were going to be training the day mothers on children.
Ba ne ba tlo kwetlisa bomme ba hlokomelang bana motsheare.
And with the new mayor who just came in on Tuesday,
Ka
that
majoro a
has not
motjha wa
been abandoned.
wa labobedi ntho eo ha ra e tlohela e ntse e tlo tswela pele.
And as soon as she appoints her mayoral committee,
ha qeta ho kgetha komiti e fela ya majoro,
it will be top of the agenda for the new MMC for health and social development.
E tla ba ntho e tla etswang pele ho tse ding kaofela bakeng sa MMC wa social development le bophelo bo botle.
And beside that,
Ntle le
the
moo,
plan
le
the
morero,
new mayor has got for the ECD.
morero o majoro a motjha a nang le ona mabapi le di-ECD.
Can you wrap up, please, and give your numbers to them so that they can contact you?
Please do. Because
Just
I know
gi-
Mam Fatima, we've dealt with there several times.
Please.
Ke sebetse wa me Fatima, re sebetse le ena haholo.
No, I will
Just
share my
give-
numbers.
Give to the public.
Okay, my
Le
numbers.
fe le fane ka dinomoro tsa lona, le fe mme dinomoro tsa lona, kapa yena le fe dinomoro tsa lona, hore le tle le tsebe ho ikopanya
She
le
must
yena.
give her numbers
Oh,
Her
yena a le
numbers,
fe dinomoro
yes.
tsa bo. O tla le fa dinomoro
to
tsa
the
hae.
public, yes.
My number is 083
Nomoro ya ke 083
798
798
14
14
52.
52.
The email address,
Email address he
it's londiwe
Londiwe
mt
MT
at joburg,
Joburg
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 .org.za.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. ma'am.
If there is something that you would like to understand,
Ha ona le ntho le batla ho
She did.
utlwisisa,
she have given the numbers. Thank you very much,
o le
Ceci.
file dinomoro le
As part
sebetsa
of the
mmoho.
Residents Association of Constitutional Kloof, we support the bill and thank you for allowing us an opportunity.
Rona re le
Thank you.
mokgatlo wa Constantia Kloof re ananela bili ena mme re a le leboha bakeng sa monyetla wa ho bua kajeno.
Thank you so much. I just want to give the opportunity to 2 or 3 social workers
Ke batla ho
That
fa
are
monyetla
here.
ona di-social worker tse pedi kapa tse tharo
to respond or to give direction in some of the issues that has been raised
ho
here.
araba kapa mohlomong ho re tataisa mabapi le dintlha tse hlahelletseng mona.
You also give the numbers, please.
Le yena
And
o
straight to the
lokela ho re fa
point.
dinomoro.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and good
Ke-
afternoon.
Ke a le leboha modulasetulo, ke a le dumedisa kaofela.
I would like to address the issue of the Form 30s, those who have outstanding
Ke-
Form 30s.
Ke batla ho bua ka taba ya Form 30, ba nang le di-Form 30 tse saletseng morao.
Please contact me today now so
Bua
that
le
I
nna
can
hona
assist
jwale
you.
tjena hona mona.
All right, for all the provincial challenges, I have my colleague.
Bakeng sa
She's from the
diphephetso tse
regional
ding
office.
tsa
Thank you, Chair.
province, o tla shebana le tsona, o ofising ya lebatowa.
Afternoon.
Dumelang.
My name is Salamina Musia. I'm
Nna
the
ke
social-
Salamina Musia,
Yes, I'm a social work manager at
ke
Johannesburg,
social worker Johannesburg,
the DSD
DSD,
Joburg region.
lebatoweng la Joburg DSD.
All the issues that have been were given today, we have taken notes of that. and
Re
then
utlwile ka mathata a hlahisitsweng mona kajeno,
And we have also engaged some of the clients.
mme
So-
re ngotse dintlha fatshe, hape re buile le ba bang ba bana le mathata ao.
So what I will do, I'm going to
Ka
refer
hoo,
them to the relevant service officers.
Ka hoo, se ke tlo se etsang, ke tlo ba fitisetsa ba ofisiring ba loketseng bakeng sa mathata a bona.
So what I would like to say to the house is,
Ka ba se ke batla ho se bua,
as DSD, we have services offers in and around Soweto.
Really DSD, re na
From,
le
let me say
di-office-
from Midrand up until Orange Farm.
re na le di-office ho tloha Midrand kwana ho fihlela Orange Farm, Soweto re teng, office tsa rona di teng tsa DSD.
And if there's anyone maybe who wants to contact me,
Ha o na le motho a batlang ho ikopanya kapa ho kopana le nna, ho bua le nna,
my number is 082
nomoro ka ke 082
414
414
69
69
Askis. Okay, it's 082 414 6910. But my unit, we only focus on foster care and other cases, but it's not a problem. We will refer you to the relevant units. That is the ECD and the registrations of organizations.
Lefapha la ka le shebana fela le foster care le tse tsamaelanang le yona, empa re tla le fetisetsa mafapheng a mang haholoholo. Lefapha la ECD ha ho hlokeha le a mang ho ya ka mathata a lona.
Thank you.
Ke a le leboha.
Thank you very much.
Ra leboha.
Are we done with the department?
Ana re qetile ka lefapha.
Okay, now I will give the opportunity to the honorable members
Ke tla
to
fa-
say a word or two.
Ke tla fa ditho ka ho fapana monyetla ho bua mantswe a mabedi a mararo.
I will start with Honorable Aris.
Yeah,
Ke tla qala ka mohlomphehi le Setho Aris.
yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson.
Ke a leboha modulasetulo.
I will not be long, Chair.
Ha ke no ba molelele.
Yes, the Fathers for Justice.
Who Fathers for Justice?
Here we did hear your plea.
Re le utlwile.
However, I feel that some of the issues raised,
Mpa ke nahana hore tse ding tsa ntho tse le buang ka tsona.
we need to engage with the Department of Justice.
Le lokela ho bua le lefapha la toka.
And then in terms of the person that raised the issue with persons living with disabilities,
Bakeng sa
that don't
batho-
get access to, that places are not accessible.
Batho ba buileng ka batho hore dibaka tse itseng batho ba tsamayang ka ntho tse kang di-wheelchair ha ba kgone ho kena ka ho lokoloha.
It's important to know that people with disability are part of our society and need to be accommodated.
Ke ho bohlokwa hore re tsebe hore batho ba tsamayang ka di-wheelchair le ba nang le mathata a motsamao ka tsela tse fapaneng ke karolo ya setjhaba, mme re lokela hore ha re ba kenyeletse mererong ya bona
That's why
ya
it's-
rona.
That's why it's also important that even in the ECDs, practitioners need to be trained to work with these children with special needs.
Ke ka hoo le lona batsamaisi ba di-ECD le lokela hore le rupellwe hore le kgone hore le etse hore meaho ya lona le yona ba kgone ho kena ho yona ka tsela e bonolo.
We need to have in each and every ward in this country at least a facility for, people living with disability, ECD, disability, and also skills development for people living with disabilities.
Re lokela ho rewarding e nngwe le e nngwe mona Afrika Borwa toropong kaofela metseng kaofela re be le dibaka tse kgonang hore batho ba tsamayang ka di-wheelchair le mefuta e meng ya ho holofala ba kgone ho kena ha bonolo, hape ho be hape ba rupellwe bakeng sa hore ba be le bokgoni ba ho iphedisa ka tsela tse fapaneng.
Yeah, and then I'm grateful for the lady that was here on the mic, the last one.
Ke lebohela motho yo na fitileng mona micing.
Yeah, because the municipality have a responsibility
Le bona ba na le boikarabelo
in terms of the Systems Act and the Structures Act
ho ya ka molao
to assist ECDs with
ho thusa di-ECDs
infrastructure,
ka meaho
to have proper sanitation, water, and
hore ba be le metsi le tsamaiso e nepahetseng ya dikgwerekgwere.
And the municipality have more than enough land to provide land for ECD. Because
Mme bo masepala ba na le sebaka le ditsha tsa hore ba fe di-ECD dibaka tsa hore di be le meaho ho tsona.
Because at the ECD level, that is where the foundation of the child's education is.
Hobane motheo wa tswelopele ya ngwana o hona moo ho ECD.
Of course.
Ke a leboha.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Ke a leboha modulasetulo.
I must say that this has been the best public hearing in terms of inputs that I've attended.
Ki batla hore mokopi o na le kopano ena ke yona e sebeditseng ka bokgabane bona ha esale re tla dikopanong tsena tsa setjhaba mo setjhaba se ntshang maikutlo ho tsona.
I am enlightened.
Le mputse mahlo.
And we always repeat that legislation determines the quality of lives we live. And this is what we are here for, to make your future work better.
Ka mehla re molao hantle sepheo sa molao ke hore se ntlafatse boleng ba bophelo kapa ba maphelo a rona mme rona mona ka jeno lena re tletse yona ntho eo ho ya ka lepetjo la rona la le bona le boteng moo.
If you say the definitions in the bill is too broad and too vague and that the bill is detached from reality, we must listen. We're here to listen.
Ha le re molawana ona kapa bili ena e namme ha ya toba taba hantle hape ha ya hlaka hantle re lokela hore re mamele ebile re mametse re a le utlwa.
Public hearings are both fundamental and eye-opening. So you've raised crucial points to debate, deliberate, reconsider, review, and discuss, and we're going back to the drawing board.
Kopano tsa mofuta ona tsa setjhaba mo le ntshang maikutlo mabapi le dibili ke tsa bohlokwa haholo hobane di re bula mahlo mme di bua ka taba tse ngata le re bontsha ntlha tse ngata ka ho re tlo kgutlela morao re tsamaye ho ya ka tse le ditekileng tafoleng re lo buisana ka tsona mme re shebe hore na diphetho di tla etswa ka tsela efe.
I want to assure you, I have heard you, we have heard you.
Ke a le tshepisa ke le utlwile re le utlwile.
There's a lot of concerns like parental alienation syndrome.
Ho na le ntho tse ngata tse le kgathatsang haholo le taba ena ya bana
The
ba arolwang le batswadi ba bang.
The financial impact of DNA testing on unemployed fathers.
Bontate ba imelwang ke dipokotho mabapi le ha ho etswa ditlhatlhobo tsena tsa DNA.
Section 129 in terms of legal age of consent.
Section 129 mabapi le dilemo tseo ngwana a sana le tokelo ya ho fana ka tumelo.
The plight for legalization of anonymous safe relinquishment or abandonment.
Hore a etse kopo ya hore
the possible inherent bias within the justice system, maintenance courts and family advocates.
Pele ke feta mo re ke khutlele morao tabeng ya hore batho ba bang le bana ba fuwe tokelo ya hore ba khone ho sia bana ba bona ka tshireletso ntle le hore ba hulele khotla ha motho a sa batle ngwana hae. Can you please repeat what you've just said?
The possible inherent bias within the justice system, maintenance courts and family advocates.
Taba ena o hloka leeme ha di baka tsa ha makgotla a bana mmoho le mafapha a sebetsanang le tshehetso ya setjhaba.
We've heard your plight for proper investigations and repercussions for perjury.
Re utlwile dillo tsa lona mabapi le hore ho etswe dipatlisiso tse nepahetseng le leshano le leng tlolo ya molao.
Julle was diep vandag, baie dankie.
Ke a leboha. Kimis Afrikaans ya.
Honorable Speakers, let's mind time, please. Let's mind time, please.
I firstly, thank you, Chair. I just want to say thank you to everybody who that are still sitting here. You are really reminding us that South Africans are not paralyzed. Regardless of our challenges. I am going, for the sake of time, just going to be comprehensively saying what it is. We've heard you. And Honorable Opperman has very briefly stated many of the issues that has come out.
Umhlonishwa Opperman uveze amaphuzu amaningi ezinkinga ezivelile.
And for that reason, I will not mention them again.
Ngenxa yalokho angizukwaphinda futhi nami ngisho lokho asekushilo.
Other than to say that the passion that people have shown here, the commitment that they have shown is recognized.
Ngaphandle kokuthi impela sizwile sibonile ukuthi ninokusinikela nokuzimisela okukhulu enikuvezile la.
I want to assure the community, you are sitting with public servants, that are public representatives here in front.
Ngifisa ukukhumbuza umphakathi ukuthi njalo hlezi la ngaphambili kukhona abantu abamele umphakathi.
Who has been serving communities for many years.
Beneminyaka besebenzela imiphakathi.
They may not know the technical terms of your specialization.
Kungenzeka bangawazi amatemu ngqo eniwasebenzisayo lapho niqhuba imisebenzi yenu.
But they know the landscape of community development and legislation.
Kodwa ke bazi konke okuqondene nokusukiswa umphakathi kanye nomthetho.
For instance, Mama Nganye that was speaking here and asked the question about home-based care. The reason we are sitting here for public hearings is because that honorable member that mama is the reason that you and I, as young people, as older people, she has sacrificed her life for the freedom and democracy of this country. I want you to know that. And so the same for Mamvana. So I want to say that. This is my comment. We have a lot of work to do as a committee in terms of the legislation, and that is going to be done. But that is one part of the solution. The second part of the solution is the integration of services and policies on the ground. To ensure that communities, one, have access, and secondly, that they are provided with the support in order to access those services. So lastly, I want to acknowledge every person that used their painful story to convey their points and to map up the issues that are on the ground. It is the aim of the Department of Social Development as expressed in their mandate to enable families, to enable communities. And so this process is very important. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Let me also join my colleagues to appreciate the comments and thank all of you who made positive contributions to the bill. There are a number of comments and inputs that have been made by all of you who came today. And then we really appreciate those comments and those inputs that you made today. I want to join my colleague who said the issue of father for justice, will take it up with the Department of Social Development. As well as the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. Yes, I just wanted to add my voice also in regard to that. But there's also an issue which I want to raise as we close today's public hearing, which is not sitting very well with me as a member of the portfolio committee.
ongangiphethe kahle njengelungu lekomiti lendlu eshayamthetho.
And I don't want to go out and then I raise it in the car whilst we are traveling back to the hotel.
Angifuni ukuthi mangiphuma la ngixoxe emotweni mase sihamba
It's an
sise
issue which I want to raise on record as part of the proceedings of the
udaba
public
ngithi
hearing.
angiveze la kuja kusaqoshwa kusaqhutsheka nomsebenzi.
For me, it does not make sense when our people come here, they make their inputs, they make their contributions to the bill.
Akuzwakali ke kimi uma abantu befika la baphawule baveza igalelo labo ukuthi sivivinywa.
Some support the bill, some are against the bill, some they support with certain amendments.
Abanye bayayoseka, abanye bayachitha, abanye bayaseka ke benesichibiyelo abazifakayo lokho sivivinywa.
In the process of doing that, there are those who are saying to us during the public hearings,
Enqubeni kwenza lokho ke kukhona abathi kithi sisaqhubeka nomhlangano olala izifo zomphakathi.
I've got this passion and I'm rendering this particular service in the ECD or maybe maybe I'm running an NPO. But
Kunentshisekelo enginayo engenza pha ku-ECD nomhlawumbe ne-NGO kukhona ke engikwenzayo.
But these are the challenges that I'm experiencing on a daily basis.
Kodwa nasi inselele engibhekene nazo nsuku zonke.
And then our people has also made a point that they are not only generalizing the challenges, they are saying these are the specific departments that are giving us problems.
Abantu bakithi futhi abakheli phezulu bayacacisa ukuthi ulomnyango engibhekene nenkinga nawo.
And through our chairperson, Honorable Bilankulu, when we close the public hearing, everywhere we go, we give the department an opportunity to respond.
Ngokusho ke ngomhlonishwa wethu ke uBilankulu ohlalo wekomiti noma ngabe sifa siyakuphi uye kunikeze umnyango ithuba lokuthi uphawule.
And then I want to say it here, I don't want to use the word and say I'm embarrassed. I think it's a very hard and harsh word. I don't want to use the word embarrassed.
Angifuni ukusebenzisa igama lokuthi ke namahloni ngenxa lento eyenzakalayo.
I'm more comfortable to use the word I'm disappointed.
Engifuna ukusebenzisa igama lokuthi ngiphoxekile.
Yeah, because if you are disappointed, it's different to a person who's embarrassed.
Ngoba uphoxekile noma udumele kunomehluko kunomuntu onamahloni.
I'm more comfortable to use the word I'm disappointed. And my disappointment comes from the following issue.
Ekwenza ukuthi ngidumale noma ngibe
It
ngingaphatheki
does not
kahle
make
lokho yilokho.
I mean, it does not make sense or it does not help us as member of the portfolio committee,
Akuzwakali.
public servants.
Futhi akusisizi njengamalungu ekomiti lendeshayamthetho nabasebenzi ke bomphakathi.
We sit here, we listen to the public, they make their inputs.
Siyahlala la, siyalela umphakathi.
And then they raise their challenges.
Baveza iy'nselelo abhekene nazo.
When they raise their challenges, we are supposed to respond through the officials responsible.
Uma sibeveza iy'nselelo kumele siphendule ngomlomo wezikhulu lezo ezisebenzela iminyango.
And then when the official comes, the official says, I'm going to take and refer.
Sifike-ke isikhulu bese sithi hayi ngizoludlulisa udaba.
I mean, what type of a response is that?
Impendulo yini-ke leyo?
I'm very disappointed in that kind of
Dumele nje
response.
impela.
And I want to raise it here that it's an issue that we are going to take up with the MEC in Gauteng, because yesterday the MEC was with us when we were in Kagisho, in the West Rand.
Mangiveze ukuthi lo daba soludlulisa ku-MEC waseGauteng ngoba kade sinayo izolo enkahiso.
We'll also take it up with the Minister of Social Development.
Nongqongqoshe futhi wezokusomphakathi somazisa ngalolu daba.
We don't want to come to a situation where we get into a public hearing and then our people raise challenges and then we are told we are going to refer.
Asifuna ukufika lana sizosola lo mphakathi bese sitshela ukuthi udaba soludlulisa.
Out of 10 people, I'm just saying, for an example, there are a lot of people that came to the fore, to the podium
Abantu
here,
abawu-10 ngizokwenza isibonelo baningi impela bafike bazokhuluma la.
to raise their issues.
Bese iy'nkinga zabo.
And then just to cite an example, if for an example we say out of 10 people said we've got challenges, now the department, they want to tell us they can't even resolve or deal with one of the 10 challenges that were raised.
Kulesibonelo senzayo uma abantu abawu-10 befike bathi siney'nkinga bazendlala usitsheleni ukuthi umnyango ungahlula ngisho ukubhekana neyodwa nje yalezi zinkinga.
It means the challenges of our people that are that they are confronting on a daily basis, they are not taken serious.
Kusho ukuthi iy'nkinga zabantu bethu zansuku zonke azinakho abanandaba nazo.
Or it also means that the officials who are responsible to render such services, they don't know their work or they are not doing their
Noma
work.
kusho ukuthi ley'khulu kumele zizomsebenzi aziwazi umsebenzi wabo noma aziwenzi umsebenzi wazo.
But these are some of the challenges that we are confronting,
Yizo-ke iy'nselelo esibhekene nazo lezi.
and then we'll continue to be able to deal with them as we move forward.
Soqhubekani nokubhekana nazo sisaqhubeka
As I go back, Honorable Bilankulu,
Masengibuyele emuva
it's
emhlonishwa Bilankulu.
an issue that we'll be able to raise in the portfolio committee with the minister as well, including the MEC responsible.
Udaba lolu ke esisolveza lapha ekomiti maselihleli kanjalo seluse nakuye kungqongqoshe imbala no MEC.
To ensure that the issues that were raised, the challenges by our people in the public hearing today, they don't get missing.
Uqinisekisa ukuthi phela inselele zabantu bazivezile namhlanje emhlanganweni azipheli nje emoyeni.
Those issues that were raised, they must be dealt with and then they must be resolved.
Kumele zidingidwe futhi zixazululwe.
There's one of our people that came to the podium. I just want to highlight it as one of the issues.
Kunomunye ofikile ke wazoma ngaphambili
Lo
phempopeni.
mama uthi ne.
This lady said,
we are not worried about the type of money that you are giving to us.
"Uthuma akanandaba noluhlobo lwemali abayinikwayo."
And lo mama uti no, social development in particular, we are not worried about the money that you are giving us.
Uthuma uthi ke ikakhulukazi kumnyango lozomphakathi
We
asinandaba nemali
we want you to come out of your comfort zone, to come and kick us here, to do
nisuke
the
la
right work.
nihlezi khona nize kithi la sikhona.
Yes, and then when we appeal to social development, come and see if we are doing the right thing for the money you are giving
Uma
us.
siwubiza umnyango lozomphakathi sithi wozani nizokwenza imali nisine siyenzani.
You are saying to us you don't have cars to come and monitor us.
Nithani na imoto zokuzosigada zokuqapha umsebenzi esiwenzayo.
So that is a problem, Honorable Bilankulu,
Inkinga leyo mhlonishwa
which
Bilankulu.
I think we must be able to take up.
Engicabanga ukuthi kumele siqhubeke
Thank you very much,
siyilungise,
Honorable
siyiphakamise.
Bilankulu. Thank you.
Ngiyabonga
Thanks.
mhlonishwa Bilankulu. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, Whip. Honorable Nhlongo.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Ngiyabonga, Hlalo.
I think my colleagues have covered me already,
Ngicabanga ukuthi ozakwethu ke basho nami kade ngizokusho.
but I must also add that
Kodwa ngithi nami ke mangengeze ukuthi
as a portfolio committee of social development,
njengekomiti lendeshamthetho lezokuthuthukiswa komphakathi
we will indeed hold the department accountable.
impela umnyango sophendulisa kumele usiphendule.
In the beginning, when the chair started,
Uthema eqala uhlalo
she mentioned that our contacts are available on the website of Parliament.
washo ukuthi inombolo zethu zocingo zikhona kanjalo nezinye ukuthi inombolo zokuxhumana nazi zikhona kuwebsite yeParliament.
You can access it and send us emails and tell us whether your challenges that were raised here today were indeed answered or not, so that when we get to the portfolio committee where the department is available, we can then make them account.
Ningangena khona nibona iningwane yethu yokuxhumana yonke ngama email address nisibhalele nisitshele ukuthi ngale nkasila enanikhala ngakho ingabe umnyango wabhekana yini nako ukuze thina umnyango sikhulume nawo uma ungazange ukwenze lokho.
Today here, I was sitting listening to all the stories that our children go through.
Namuhla bengihlezi la ngilale zonke indaba exoxwayo ingane zethu ebhekana nazo.
Some of them are indeed painful.
Ezinye zibhlungu kakhulu.
You must be grateful if you have shelter.
Kumele ubonge impela uma unendawo ongacasha kuyo.
That is why we want to thank all those that make sure that abandoned kids are given
Ngakho
shelter.
sifisa ukubabonga bonke labo ke abathatha izingane ilahliwe basinikeza indawo yokuhlala.
Ingosi inbusisa.
May God bless you.
Ngiyabonga.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nhlongo. Honorable Mutaung.
Jaanong re tla reetsa Motlotlegi Motaung.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo.
And let me take this opportunity to thank the audience
E re ke tseye sebaka sene se go leboga lona bareetsi.
and also thank you about the productive engagement.
Re be re le lebogele ditshwalo tsa lona tse di nang le matswela.
You see, DSD,
DSD
there's a problem,
go na le bothata.
and we cannot act as if we can't see the problem.
Mme ebile ga re ka ke ra itshwara jaaka ekete ga re bone bothata.
The community is aggrieved,
Maloko a setšhaba ano a hutsafetse.
and when I was listening to them,
Mme ga ke ne ke ntse ke ba reeditse,
I felt the pain,
ke ne ke utlwa botlhoko bo ba bo utlwang.
their frustrations
Ba katlegile ditlhogo
and challenges.
le dikgwetlho tse ba nang le tsone.
You could see that there's a gap between the department and the communities.
O kgona go bona gore go na le sekgala phatla fa gare ga lefapha le maloko a setšhaba.
Some of the community members, they are not even aware about the services you are rendering.
Go na le maloko mangwe a setšhaba a e leng gore ebile ga ba itse le go itse ka ditirelo dingwe tseo re di direlang batho.
They are not even sure which door to knock to.
Ga ba tlhomamisege le gore ba tshwanetse go ya ko lefapheng lefe.
So to the social workers,
Ka jalo re rata gore re re go badiredi loago,
the government have employed you.
puso e rumile lona.
So please do the justice to the community.
Tsweetswe dirang gore lo direle maloko a setšhaba ditshwanelo tsa bone.
There are a lot of challenges.
Go na le dikgwetlho tse di seng kana ka sepe.
It's like there's no DSD
Go ntse
in
jaaka e
Gauteng,
kete ga rena DSD mo
and
Gauteng.
there's DSD.
Le tota DSD e
And
teng.
also the issue of the programs, the outreach programs to the community.
Mmogo
It's
le
very
mats-
crucial.
mmogo le matsholo a re a tswang re ya ka one ko baaging a botlhokwa le one.
We know as members of parliament that the community, you must take the programs to the community.
Jaaka ha re itse rona maloko a palamente, lona maloko a setšhaba le tshwanetse gore lo tseye matsholo temoso ano lo a ise ko bathong, ko baaging.
Please respect our communities.
Re kopa gore lo tlotleng baagi le maloko a rona a setšhaba.
It's so painful to see a lot of people saying one thing.
Go utlwisa botlhoko tota go bona batho ba le bantsi jaana ba bua bothata bo le bongwe.
And also, I think there was a second speaker who alluded to the fact that in their shacks, they don't receive services.
Ebile gape go na le mongwe wa dibui o neng a bua gore mo mekhukhung ya bone ga ba amogele ditirelo dipe.
Please, social workers,
Lona badiredi loago
do justice.
dirang ba neng ditshwanelo tsa
And
bone.
also, you need to have workshops with the communities
Gape le tshwanetse go tshwara dikokoano tsa thutano mmogo le maloko a setšhaba
and the trainings
mmogo le go ba katisa
so that they're able to go to relevant different offices.
gore ba kgone go ya ko di-officing tse di farologaneng tse di maleba tsa mathata a ba nang le
And also the issue of the municipalities in terms of the land.
mmogo le mathata a amang bo mmasepala tebang le mafatshe.
I thought because the municipality is part of this hearing, they will say something.
Ke bua jaana ka gonne bo mmasepala le bone ke karolo ya kokoano eno ebile re batla gore ba tshwaele.
Communities, please don't hesitate to go to municipalities in terms of land.
Se diegeng lona maloko a setšhaba go ya go bo mmasepala ha lona le mathata ka mafatshe.
Myself and MP Masango,
Nna mmogo le leloko la palamente
we are here, we are deployed, we are here in Joburg.
re fano mo Gauteng re rometswe fano.
We'll come to your offices, social workers.
Lona borra badiredi loago re tlile go tla ko diofising tsa lona.
As member stock have said, you need to account.
Jaaka ha motlotlegi stock a ile a bua re tshwanetse go lo sikarisa maikarabelo a ditiro tsa lona.
Please have a partnership with the communities.
Tsweetswe nnang le bosemphato tirisano mmogo le maloko a setšhaba.
Partnership that works.
E leng tirisano mmogo e berekang sentle.
I once attended the program of social development.
Ke kile ka ya ka nna teng ko lenaneong lengwe la tlhabololo loago.
It was led by the HOD
E neng e eteletswe pele ke tlhogo ya lefapha
and also Utemba.
le Themba.
So, comrade, Mpagati,
Lona baagi
thank you very much for your participation.
re lebogetse thata go tsaya karolo ga lona.
At this committee, we are looking forward to work with you.
Rona komiti eno e re lebile pele go dirisana mmogo le lona.
You were a good audience.
Le bareetsi ba ba molemo e le
Thank you very much.
Ke leboga go menagane.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mutaung. Now I'll give the opportunity to Honorable Van der Merwe.
Re leboga motlotlegi mo Taung jaanong.
Honorable Van der Merwe.
Motlotlegi Van der Merwe.
Yes, I'm giving to Honorable Van der Merwe.
Ke rolela kwa go wena Tlotlega van der Merwe.
Oh, ngiyabonga kakhulu, Chairperson.
Ke leboga thata modulasetulo.
I think my colleagues have largely covered me, but I wanted to say to all of you,
Ke nagana gore badiri ka nna ba umakile gotlhe mme ke batla go lo raya ke re
we are very touched by your stories and we feel your frustrations.
dikgang tse di tlhagisitseng di re amile pelo ebile re a kgona go utlwa sentle ka mogolo katlegileng tlhogo ka teng.
It is our job to hold our social development department and our government accountable.
Ke tiro ya rona gore re seke re se maikarabelo go lefapha la tlhabololo loago mmogo le badiredi loago.
And I can tell you, despite the fact that we all come from different political parties, that is what we are doing in that committee.
Nka le bolelela gore jaaka re le komiti jaana re tswa mo makokong a sa tshwaneng a sepolotiki mme re momagane mo go direng tiro eo.
And so I want to also say, I think I've taken away a lot of the points and we will take it back to Parliament and make sure that all of those issues are addressed.
Ebile ke tla lo bolelela gore re kwadile di le dintsi tsa dintlha tse le buileng ka tsone re ile go ya ka tsone ko parlamenteng ra go tlhokomela gore mathata ao a rarabololwa.
There is no excuse for officials that are lazy or unaccountable or not delivering to what your services and the needs that you require in your community.
Ga gona lebaka la gore go nne le batlhankedi ba eleng gore ba botswa ga ba dire tiro kgotsa ga ba sikara maikarabelo a bone le go dira ditiro tse ba abetse gore ba di dire. Seo sone ga re se letle.
And I wanted to say to Fathers for Justice, there's also no excuse for the alienation and the fact that you are treated differently in law in terms of your rights. Your rights should be enforced. There's no excuse for not having a 50% clause in the legislation. And we've heard you. We will look after your interests. And as a child myself, I think I did tell you in one of the national hearings that I myself was dragged to a court by my parents when I was a very young child, and I had to sign my father off. I was only 10. I didn't know the implications of what I was being asked. So I very much understand my father is now passed, but I didn't know him. And it's a regret in my life, I can tell you that.
Nka le bolelela le lona Fathers for Justice gore re utlwile mathata a lona ebile re batla go tlhalosa jalo gore ga gona lebaka re dumela le dintlha tsa lona ga le bua gore kgang ya gore ngwana a ba a dira gore a ska kgona go amana go nna le kamano le ngwana gagwe ga se sero se re se letlelelang seo ke utlwile seo sentle ka gonne le nna jaaka ngwana ke godile ke na le bothata jo bo tshwanang le jo jwa batsadi ba me go na le ba nkgogela ko dikgotlatshekelong gore ba lwantshe bothata jwa bone ke ile ka signa ke sa itse gore ke signela eng kgotsa gore ke dumalana le eng ka gare yo lene a na le bothata jo bo ntseng jalo ja go sa kgone go golagana le nna so ke itse sentle se le buang ka sone gone jaanong jaana re tla lebelela gore mathata a lona a diragadiwe sentle ka moggo go tshwanetseng.
So finally, as I wrap up, when you speak to us, we're not just members of parliament that have fallen from the skies. We are also people that understand your issues, your plight, the plight of people with disabilities, the plight of victims of gender-based violence, the plight of people with disabilities who do not have access to schooling or services. We understand.
So gare batho e ka re le maloko a parlamente jana ga se gore re wele hela go le godimong re batho jaaka lona ba bana le maikutlo a tshwana le a lona re a itse mathata a go nna le batho ba ba nang le bogole batho ba ba bogang ka ntlha ya tiriso dikgoka e leng teng gompieno jana le mathata a ma a oketsegileng ka jalo ge mo ntlheng e ntseng jalo re tlhaloganya sentle maikutlo a lona le ona le dipogo tse le fetileng mo go tsone.
And then finally, the team from the team that was here that represented first or presented first, I think, you know, Chairperson, Acting Chairperson, there's definitely a need for us to look into the legalization of baby savers to ensure that mothers are able to leave their babies in safe spaces. I think it's something that we as a committee must take very seriously. I thank you very much, everyone, for your time today.
Ke nagana gore tota ebile re tshwanetse go tlhokomela gore batho ba kgona go newa tshiamelo eo ya gore ba kgone go sia bana ba bone ba sireletsegile ka mokgwa o go tlhokegang ka gona ga re ka dira ka tsela e ntseng jalo ke tshwanelo e ba tshwanetse gore ba e direlwe ba ga itsho ra lo leboga.
Thank you very much, our Mlungu, Honorable Masango.
Thank you, Acting Chair. I would like to also just emphasize the fact that the colleagues that have spoken before me have covered most of the issues that I would have wanted to cover today.
Ke batla go gatella fano fa le nna gore badiri ka nna ba akareditse bontsi jwa dintlha tse ke ne ka rata gore ke be ke di tlhagisitse le nna.
We are now left with two provinces after Gauteng.
Jaanong re setse ka diprovince tse pedi morago ga Gauteng.
But the issues that were raised today were both eye-opening and heart-wrenching.
Me mathata a ile gore luelo la tlhagisa gompieno a dirile gore re bone dilo tse re ntseng re sa di bone me a re phatlola pelo.
The issues that were raised today painted a very bleak picture for a child in South Africa.
Dilo tse o le buileng ka tsone mathata a dirile gore re bone gore botshelo jwa ngwana mo Afrika Borwa bo busula ga bo monate le se.
And the question one might ask themselves,
Ka jalo motho se se dira gore motho a ipotse potso.
if the existing laws are not implemented or they are implemented in a biased way,
Ha e le gore melao e leng teng ga e tsengwe tirisong kgotsa e tsengwa tirisong ka go gobelela ba bangwe,
what is the use of amending it?
tota re tla be re re mosola ke eng wa gore re e mametlelele melao eo.
But Chairperson, just to go back to what Honorable Stark said earlier on,
Me modulasetulo go boela morago go ntlha e neng ya buiwa ke motlotlegi Stock pelenyana,
and to just sort of give a glimpse of the depth of the challenge that he is talking about.
le gore re kgone go bona boteng sentle jwa kgwetlo e a buang ka yone.
I am representing Gauteng in Parliament.
Ke emetse Gauteng ko parlamenteng.
And recently, we had a situation where the Department of Social Development in Gauteng underspent by 483 million rand.
Me bosheng jana re ile ra nna le ntlha ya gore lefapha la tlhabololo loago mo Gauteng le dirisitse madi kwa tlase a ga 480 million a ile gore ana setse ba sa dirisa.
So why is it one can understand why people are having the challenges, the types of challenges that they are having.
Ha o leba seo o kgona go bona lebaka la go bo batho ba na le mathata le dikgwetlho tse ba nang le tsone gone jaanong.
And so, Honorable Mtawong, I accept the invitation and the challenge that you say we will go from office to office in this province.
Ke utlwa ke rata ntlha e tlhagisitseng ikopo ya gago motlotlegi Motaung gore se re tleng go se dira re tlo go etela ko di-officing tsa lona go tswa go e nngwe go ya go e nngwe.
Because the constitution of this country says at the center of it all, the child's best interest is paramount.
Ka gonne molaotheo wa tlhalosa gore mo go sotlhe se re se dirang tlhokomelo ya ngwana le tshologelo molemo ya ngwana ke yone e tlang pele.
Thank you so much for everyone who has come through today, and we appreciate and really commend you for having set the whole day today and letting us know what it is that you feel and what you experience in your circumstances on a day-to-day basis.
Ka jalo re lebogela go bo le ile la tla fano la tla go senya nako yotlhe lona le rona le gore tlhalosetsa go tswa pelong sentle gore tota lo jewa ke eng se se botlhoko go le go kana le mathata a lona. Re lebogela go bo le dirile jalo go ipha nako e ntseng jalo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masangu.
Ra go leboga motlotlega rona.
Now I'm going to give to our mother,
Jaanong ke ile go rolela go mma rona
May Jane Mangani,
e leng Me Jane Mangani
as indicated also by Honorable Sekers.
mmogo le motlotlegi Sekers.
I were to give to the whip to wrap up,
Ke ne ke tlo go rolela mo go whip ya
But-
rona gore a garele.
but after consulting with him, he said to me, no, he's going to talk first.
Mme e ne ya re ga ke tlhatlhoba seo a ba ntha re nya go tla bua ka
So,
pele.
so May Jane, I made it deliberately
Ka jalo ke dirile ka bomo Me Jane
that you'll speak last.
gore o tla bua ko bofelong.
So as your mother, as our mother,
Jaaka mma rona
the time is yours.
ke nako ya gago jaanong.
Thank you.
Ke a leboga.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Ke rata gore go batho ba rona ba tlileng fano fa.
I would like to say to our people here present,
ba bangwe ba rona mo ke di social worker.
some of us here are social workers.
Ha re botsolotsa motho potso ra be re batla go utlwa gore a wa e utlwa potso e a e botsang na.
When we ask someone questions, we are just trying to clarify and to see whether this person understands the question that we are actually posing.
So nako e nngwe batla re nna le maikutlo a farologaneng.
Sometimes we come with very different feelings.
Rona re maoto le ditsebe tsa lona.
We really are your legs and your ears.
Ke ka mo wipi ya rona fa a tlhalositseng gore ha re kitla re tsamaya mme re sa bua ha re sa kgotsofala.
That is why our whip actually mentioned that we will not go and have not spoken, especially if you are not satisfied.
Re na le matsatsi a mararo re le mo Gauteng.
So we already have 3 days now that we have spent in Gauteng.
Re tsamaile sentle ko Tshwane.
And we went very well in Tshwane.
Ko re tswang teng maabane ko Mogale City.
So from where we came, that is Mogale City, yesterday.
Ga mmogo le mo Brixton.
Including here at Brixton.
Ga ra itumella badirelo loago ba rona ka mokgo ba ileng ba ske ba bontsha go ka araba dipotso tse ne di tletswe fa.
We are not very happy with our social workers who failed to answer the questions that were raised here.
Tsona ne se tsa rona ke tsa lona ka gore ke lona le dirang le bona ka letsatsi le letsatsi.
It was not our questions. They were coming from you yourselves because you are the one who are working with these people on daily basis.
Ke a kopa gore a kitse go regional or ke mang ona re fa nomoro ya gago ke kopa gore di social worker o ba itsisi le bane ba le teng maabane ba re dirile fela ya ka le re dira yana le re letla refera letla consult ga go a siama mo peleng ga setšhaba ha re tla fa re sena dikarabo tse di maleba tse di tshwanetseng gore re ba fe tsone.
So I would like to appeal to someone who gave us a number. I hope it was the regional, and to really take them to task about this, because really what happened yesterday and here, it is not the right thing for the questions to be posed, and then you come here to the platform and say to us, you will keep on referring us, you keep on making references to some different departments instead of actually answering the questions.
Bana ka dinako tsotlhe fa ba bona batsadi ba bona ba lla dillo tsa bona tsotlhe tsentse batho ba bantse ba setse le bona ba di dira mo go bona.
You see, when children see their parents, they start crying profusely, and they will tell them exactly what other people have been doing to them because they see their parents now.
So ne ke kopa gore a re direng gore le bone go na le di registera tsa di VIP tsa rona tse dirang gore ne ke naganne gore o tla emella ore o kwa zone ya gore or ke wa district ya gore ba batlileng fa ba itse gore wa district ya bona or wa zone ya bona ke mang.
So I thought, as we know, you look at the registers, you'll see that there are VIP people who signed. So I thought maybe you'll make a reference there, and to be able to see who is coming from which zone. And in that way, then you can be able to refer to these people, to be relevant ones, to actually help them.
Borre ba rona ba batlileng fa ba tlile le bona go tla go tshwaela ka bili.
Those who came here as fathers to comment on this bill,
le ha le sa gatelwe go supporta bill,
even if you don't stress that you are supporting the bill,
go botlhokwa gore ditlhokwa tse le di buang le dire gore di diragatswe mme re utlwane ka bongwe ba pelo gore ka nako e tlang ha letla ha re sentse re le teng biliona le bua gore le ganetsa fo kae le dumellana le yona fo kae.
It is very important concerning the bill for you to work along with us and to clearly state as to in which areas of the bill are rejected by yourselves which parts of the bill you actually are supporting, so that when we come back at some other time in the future, then we can be able to work along together in making sure that we continue the bill.
Ke a tshepa gore di dokumente tsa lona tse le di beileng fale tse re sa di utlwang mo go lona re tla di utlwa ka di dokumente tsa rona tse di leng teng.
And then we hope that what you have submitted there by means of your documents, which we were not able to hear from you, we will get to hear those from those documents.
Re le leboga thata gore be le tlogile ko KZN le re latelletse gape fa ka gore kwana ne le sa kgona go express.
And we are very thankful that you came all the way from KZN following us, because there you were not able to express yourselves as you did here.
So ke a le leboga.
I really thank you.
Ke lebogela gape gore ebe le itshwere sentle baagi ba Mjondolo.
And you, community from John Dolo, Josie, thank you very much for your good conduct.
Ra leboga thata gore le ka moso ha le tloga fa lo go tlhotlheletsa ba ne ba seo fa le ba bontshe gore di dokumente tse le di kreileng tse ra di share gore ka mamoso go se ke ga nna lo reng ga a utlwa.
So we thank you very much, and we encourage you to go and tell others who may not have been present here, to say to them that these documents that we have, we share them with each and every one. We don't want anyone to say that they haven't heard anything.
A ke re ya ka re tlhalositse mokgwa wa rona ke go tla go utlwella.
As we explained, our regular custom is to come to listen.
Ha re tsena ko morago re tlo go atlha gore di tshwaelo tsa lona di tsamaile yang ha re atlha molao re le ba botlhe re boetse kwa parlamenteng.
So upon arrival at the parliament, we are going to sit down and discuss. We are actually going to discuss as to, how did your comments go along, etc. So we will be discussing everything of that.
Ha gona sepe se re se tlogetseng se re tla se tlogela.
There is nothing that we will leave behind.
Ke a utlwa gore be le ipoeletsa kante ra lu utlwa ha le ntse le bua.
Some of you were repeating yourselves, one and the same thing again, but be sure, we heard you.
Ha gona sepe se re tla se tlogelang.
There's nothing that we will leave behind.
Ke a leboga modula stilo ha o mphile nako ya go bua.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak, Chairperson.
Na cancer, Mama J.
Ra leboga, Mama J.
Ani bona papa ku ri khale va tshamini ka ku va rivele.
I just saw my brother from Guyana that he has forgotten himself.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Nda khensa ka un'wana na un'wana.
Khensa nkarhi wa n'wina.
I thank you for your time.
A mi ri vanhu va kahle.
You were good people.
Leswi a mi ti vitaneriwe ku ta endla swona mi swi endlile.
What you have been called here for, you have done it.
As a portfolio committee,
Tanihi committee xi portfolio,
hi ri tihlo na ndleve ta vaaki.
as the eyes and ears of the community,
Hi tlhela hi ri matihlo na tindleve ta parlamente kumbe ta mfumo wa hina.
as the eyes and ears of the government and as well as parliament.
Hi mi twile.
We have heard you.
Kambe ni lava ku ya mi tsundzuxa xin'we.
I'm going to remind you about one thing.
Ko tala vaaki mi yimela parlamente yi ta.
More often you wait for parliament to come down.
Hi yo mhaka hi kumeka ku ingaku se hi na timhaka to tala ku tlula mpimo.
That is why it looks like we have a lot of issues.
Kasi parlamente mi fanele mi yi endla yi tirha.
But you have to make parliament work.
Na loko hi nga tangi la mi nga kona ma hi tsalela kumbe ma hi vitana.
Even if we do not come where you are, you can write to us or call us to come.
Hi ku swi nga endleka leswi hi nga ta namuntlha hi November 2021. Hi ya vuya endzhaku ka malembe mambirhi kumbe manharhu. Ku ta lava n'watikomiti tin'wana mara leyi yi va yi nga ri ku vuyeni ya ha ya kun'wanyana.
It may be possible that The fact that we have been here today in November 2021, we may take time to come back, but other committees may come down.
So mina rights ta ku hi vitana kumbe ta ku hi tsalela hi ta burisana na n'wina ku navela ka n'wina kumbe leswi mi navela ku vona mfumo wa n'wina wu tirhisa xiswona.
You are guaranteed of your rights to write to us, to come down so that we can come and discuss about your wishes.
Hina hi ri portfolio committee, we are not a department.
We as the portfolio committee are ndawulo.
Ni twe vo tala loko va kha va vulavula a va koti ku swi hambanyisa ku committee i yini, ndzawulo i yini.
Most of you, as you spoke here, could not differentiate between parliament and department.
Committee yi kona ku ta mi pfuneta ku ndawulo na vahlawuriwa va n'wina hinkwavo va ta accounta aka n'wina.
The committee is there to help you to make your representatives to come and account before you.
Na the officials.
And the officials.
So hina hi ri timembara ta parliament.
As members of parliament.
Executive. Yi accounta aka hina.
Members of cabinet account before us.
Kumbe moni swi basisa ti minister na ti deputy ministers na ti mayor na ti MEC ti accounta aka portfolio committee.
Let me clarify it. Ministers, deputy ministers, as well as the MECs account before this committee.
Hi yo mhaka mi twe whip va vulavula leswi va nga hlamurisa swona.
That is why you heard the chief whip spoke the way he spoke.
Timhaka ta n'wina hinkwato leti mi nga ti raise la hi ri committee hi ya ku ti landzeleriseni.
All the issues that you have raised, we are going to make a follow-up as a committee.
La swi lava ku minister ku ta accounta, she will come and account.
Where the minister is bound to account, obviously she will have to.
If it's an MEC or a mayor, they will do so.
Loko kuri MEC na yena umbe holobye na yena u ta endla swo tala.
Kambe ka hinkwaswo hi lava ku khensa ku ve kona mi ve xiave xa this amendment bill today.
Above all, we want to express our thankfulness for your presence.
May the Lord Almighty God bless you all.
Xikwembu xi mi endla hi tintswalo hinkwerhu ka n'wina.
Hi fike makumu ka ntirho wa hina.
We've come to the end of our proceedings.
Kambe mi komberiwa minete yin'we ku sala swintsongo ku na lava lava ku mi borisa.
Please give us just a minute. There is someone who still has something to share with you.
And thank you so much. We love you all.
Ha khensa swinene, ha mi rhandza hi laha ku nga kumeki.
Thank you.
Ha khensa. No, I'm a young boy, just that I'm just fully bodied. I can only speak my own language, but I can try a bit of this.